Tao Lord Immortal Sword knew what was within the ball of light, and he was bent on succeeding for his trip this time round. If he could get his hands on this sword art, he would most likely be the second to do so apart from the Sword Emperor. However, he was very smart and did not tell Tao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift what was truly within the ball of light. He merely said that it was a remnant of Sword Sect. He believed that Tao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift would not be able to guess what was inside the ball of light either. There were extremely few people who could deduce the birth of the heaven-slaying sword art through an universal phenomenon. Furthermore, it was only by chance that he managed to catch sight of an obscure statement left behind by the Sword Emperor when he was browsing through the legacy ancient books of Sword Sect. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. Through that statement, he managed to deduce that there was a high chance the universal phenomenon was formed because the heaven-slaying sword art was about to be born. Of course, he was not entirely certain either. When Tao Lord Immortal Sword ventured deep into this place and saw the frightening sword intent released by the ball of light, he was finally convinced that the heaven-slaying sword art was within the ball of light. Fellow Taoists, please help me hold them back for a bit. A while will do. Tao Lord Immortal Sword left the statement and withdrew from the fight. Shoo! A sword light streaked past the skies as Tao Lord Immortal Sword sprinted towards the gigantic ball of light hovering in midair. Where are you headed to? The Overlord of Confusion Mist Swamp hollered and swung the spear in his arms. Two metallic glints shone in his eyes as he swept horizontally with a monumental might towards Tao Lord Immortal Sword. Tao Lord Immortal Sword did not dodge or avoid and continued forward as though he had not seen it at all. Crocodile Demon, you'll have to get through me first. Tao Lord Cloud Rain retracted his smile and got serious. He threw his folding fan and it transformed into a streak of black light, striking the Overlord of Confusion Mist Swamp's spear heavily. Clang! The folding fan and spear collided with a loud clanging sound. The spear quivered gently and was repelled slightly. In a flash, Tao Lord Immortal Sword seized that momentary opportunity and slipped past. Tao Lord Cloud Rain slapped in reverse and pushed across the air towards the Overlord of Confusion Mist Swamp. Dermic powers gathered within his palm endlessly. A gigantic palm created with dermic power appeared in the void and arrived instantly. 6 Desires Palm Strike. Tao Lord Cloud Rain said softly. The 7 Emotions Threads and 6 Desires Palm Strike are the ultimate skills of Cloud Rain sect. However, the 6 Desires Palm Strike is focused on killing. Now that he released this ultimate skill, Cloud Rain is probably going all out. The Overlord of Confusion Mist Swamp sensed danger, and his eyes lit up as he howled. Innate divine powers, boulder form, one after another. Rough lumps that resembled rocks appeared on the body of the Overlord of Confusion Mist Swamp and stuck onto his body such that only his eyes were exposed. This was the innate divine power of the Overlord of Confusion Mist Swamp, provided a huge boost to his physical defense once it was released. Even powerful Tao Lord Dermic weapons might not be able to hurt his true form, let alone dermic arts. Bang! The gigantic palm descended. The Overlord of Confusion Mist Swamp's true form was at least several dozen feet wide. However, he was sent flying by that gigantic palm and nearly fell from the skies. Bang! 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 Tao Lord Cloud Rain's hands continued shifting, and a total of 6 gigantic palms were sent forth. Even the voids were quivering. Go! Tao Lord Cloud Rain tossed his folding fan outwards once again. His folding fan opened up and there were ink portraits within. One after another, nude handsome men and gorgeous women were having intercourse in various positions in an extremely alluring manner. The moment the folding fan opened up, the men and women within seemed to have come alive and started gyrating. It was as though they could tap on the primal impulses within the hearts of all the fiend demons. Roar! Some of the fiend demons felt their blood pump and entered a frenzied state with a single glance. A demon panted heavily and spun around, lunging towards the Overlord of Thousand Snake Island not far away in a deranged manner. The Overlord of Thousand Snake Island's expression was frosty, and she killed the demon without hesitation. However, immediately after, another fiend demon that had lost his mind charged over. Damn it! Even with the overlord of Thousand Snake Island's composure, she could not help but curse. The battlefield was in chaos. Fairy Snowdrift's expression was even colder. She swept her gaze around and conjured hand seals rapidly, causing frost to spread with a single wave of her fair hand. Frost convergence! She hollered with a voice cold as ice. The void looked like the silent surface of a lake, and frost began to surface, spreading everywhere to engulf fiend demons layer by layer. Some of the fiend demons reacted extremely swiftly and circulated dermic powers in their bloodlines to break free the moment a layer of frost formed over their bodies. Some of the fiend demons were slower to react. By the time the frost covered most of their bodies, their expressions froze on their faces as they could not move at all. It was an extremely shocking sight. In the blink of an eye, gigantic icicles formed in midair one after another. Unlike the other fiend demons watching the battle, Su Zimo's position was extremely close to the center of the battlefield. However, at that moment, he could already feel some discomfort in his bloodline. Frost chi rushed over wave after wave. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. If he had not circulated his bloodline with all his might, he would not have been able to withstand the invasion of the frost chi. He was only at the edge of the battlefield. If he was right in the center, he would have turned into an ice statue before he even approached the ball of light. Right then, a warm sensation spread from his left wrist and cruised through his limbs like a river current. Before long, Su Zimo's body warmed up. He knew that Dao Lord Extreme Fire was the one helping him. Don't get anxious, wait a while more. Dao Lord Extreme Fire's voice was unusually calm. Far away, almost all the fiend demons watched this earth-shaking battle keenly. However, Monkey and the others kept their eyes on Su Zimo from time to time. By now, Su Zimo had already changed his robes. The muscles on his face twitched and his original scholarly and refined aura was gone. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into another person with a brutish aura. All the demons were watching the battle and none of them noticed this. However, Monkey and the others saw everything clear as day. What's first trying to do? The spirit tiger seemed to have thought of something and was dumbstricken with his mouth agape. Could young master be thinking of? Little Fox frowned slightly with worry-filled eyes as she looked at Su Zimo and the ball of light in midair. Solitary Cloud shook his head grimly. Impossible! Even the aftershock from the dermic power of a fight at this level is enough to kill mid- and low-level fiend demons. Master won't be able to get close at all, let alone snatch that ball of light from under the nose of so many Dharma characteristic experts. Solitary Cloud was not wrong. A moment earlier, more than 10 high-level fiend demons were sealed eternally in ice and fell, without waking up after the top-tier dermic art of Snowdrift Valley, released by Fairy Snowdrift. With a crash, they shattered into pieces when they fell onto the ground. Although Su Zimo's physique and bloodline was strong, there was no way he could endure the invasion of such power. Little Fox pondered for a moment. Most importantly, even if young master could get his hands on that ball of light, how is he going to escape? The situation right now was different from when Su Zimo escaped from the Blood Sea a day ago. Right now, the 6 overlords and 3 Dao lords were present. Furthermore, all 9 top-tier Dharma characteristic experts were watching the ball of light. Anyone that tried to get their hands on it would be attacked by all 9 of them. Even if Su Zimo managed to get his hands on it and release blood escape, there was no way he could possibly escape. In the voids, the battle dragged on with intense relentlessness. During this short period of time, more than 100 high-level fiend demons have already fallen. The 6 overlords were truly enraged by now. Apart from the fact that the 3 Dao lords were truly supreme paragons of the human race, a large part of why they were being restrained was because they had just fought among themselves earlier on. Their stamina and combat strength depleted significantly as they fought against the 3 Dao lords. However, they no longer had a way back. If the 6 overlords allowed themselves to be defeated with the unknown treasure stolen by 3 Dao lords who ventured deep into the Thousand Demon Valley, the Thousand Demon Valley was going to end up as the biggest joke in Tianhuang mainland. The three Tao Lords would definitely rise to extreme fame because of this battle as well. Roar! The old ape reared his head and howled, circulating his bloodline to its fullest extent. He shrugged his tall and massive body, causing frost to rain down endlessly. Boom! The old ape stomped with one foot and cracks appeared one after another through the initially frozen voids, extending rapidly. Shatter! He rose and swung imminent violently onto the voids in front of him. A blinding golden radiance descended instantly. Boom! The frost in the voids shattered completely and countless high-level fiend demons struggled to break free. All of them trembled and panted heavily. The faces of these demons had already turned blue from the coldness of the frost during this short period of time. If the condition persisted slightly longer, their essence spirits would have frozen up and they would have fallen completely, unable to break free for all eternity. Although their cultivation realms were similar, the difference between them and the three Tao Lords was way too great. The temperature on the battlefield was still shockingly cold. Apart from the 6 overlords, the other high-level fiend demons were already feeling fearful and did not dare to advance. Burn! The overlord of Golden Flames Mountain opened his mouth and spewed a ball of golden flames that surged towards the shattered frost on the battlefield. At the same time, he bit his tongue gently and spat out a stream of essence blood that splashed onto the golden flames. The flames intensified and became a golden sea of fire that burned into the heavens. Countless frost shards turned into mist and the entire battlefield was filled with fog. Suddenly, 2 rainbow-colored rays of light shot out from the eyes of the overlord of Vermilion Cloud Valley and surged into Tao Lord Cloud Rain's folding fan. The dermic weapons of the few overlords descended at the same time. They smashed Tao Lord Cloud Rain's folding fan and its glow dimmed. The overlords of 6 Silvermoon Valley, Thousand Snake Island and Confusion Mist Swamp attacked with their full strength. Their demonic arts pushed against the 6 Desires Palm Strike and everything dispersed before long. In the blink of an eye, the methods of Tao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift were dispelled entirely. Both their expressions seemed to have turned paler. It was as though fighting against so many demons and 6 overlords head-on had taken an immense toll on them and they could barely hang on. On the other side, Tao Lord Immortal Sword arrived in front of the ball of light, but he did not dare to advance recklessly. The glow that surrounded the gigantic ball of light was created by the sword chi of the heaven-slaying sword art and was extremely sharp. Even he did not dare to take it on with his body. Tao Lord Immortal Sword narrowed his eyes and his hands shifted continuously to conjure dermic arts. In midair, a gigantic heavenly thrusting sword sliced down viciously against the ball of light. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion was released when the gigantic sword struck the ball of light. The ball of light quivered, as though it was impacted, and released waves of sword chi. The sword chi streaked wildly and sliced through the voids with a cold killing intent. Tao Lord Immortal Sword had already retreated long ago, but he returned soon after and conjured dermic arts again. Another gigantic sword sliced down. Boom! The ball of light quivered once more and spread sword chi. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Tao Lord Immortal Sword slashed down with a third sword. Outsiders could not sense nor could they see what he was doing. However, with his Illumination Dragon Eye, Su Zimo was able to witness everything clearly. Every single strike from Tao Lord Immortal Sword caused the sword chi emitted by the ball of light to weaken considerably, and its glow diminished as well. It was no longer as dazzling and blinding as though it could destroy everything like when it first appeared. Su Zimo realized that this could be a secret skill of Su Zimo that was establishing some sort of a connection to the heaven-slaying sword art. Tao Lord Immortal Sword was attempting to subdue the heaven-slaying sword art within the ball of light. Once the glow around the ball of light dispersed completely, the heaven-slaying sword art would naturally belong to Tao Lord Immortal Sword. Perhaps once the sword chi around the ball of light was weakened to a certain degree, Tao Lord Immortal Sword would be able to barge in and obtain the heaven-slaying sword art before the ball of light's glow was completely dispersed. Brother Immortal Sword, how is it? Tao Lord Cloud Rain said with a hint of anxiousness in his tone. At this moment, he was no longer as composed and laid back as he was initially. Although Fairy Snowdrift still looked aloof, she also looked much more battered. The two of them were struggling to defend against the full-powered counterattacks of the 6 overlords and could be suppressed at any moment. Fellow Taoists, hang on for a little more. Tao Lord Immortal Sword's voice was steady and his gaze became incomparably scorching as he glared at the ball of light right before him that was turning dimmer. He was about to get his hands on the heaven-slaying sword art. He was not going to allow any accidents. As Tao Lord Immortal Sword looked at Tao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift who were being pushed back, a cold glint flashed through his eyes. He slapped his storage bag and withdrew a gray item before tossing it outside. The item fluttered and hovered above the heads of the demons in midair as it spread slowly. The demon ceiling diagram. How is that treasure in his possession? Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind with a hint of shock. What? Su Zimo asked with a voice transmission. Tao Lord Extreme Fire replied, that demon ceiling diagram is a Dharma treasure created by a mighty figure of the ancient era. Although it's useless against human cultivators, it's extremely powerful against demons. Su Zimo nodded. In other words, this was a treasure targeted at demons, similar to the demon-revealing mirror. Before long, Tao Lord Extreme Fire seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed softly in an enlightened manner. That demon ceiling diagram is already damaged. There's no wonder why he's willing to take it out. Su Zimo focused his gaze. Although the demon ceiling diagram was called a diagram, it was made from an unknown beast's hide with some fur on it and an ancient aura. It was obvious that a large portion of the beast hide was missing with jagged edges. An extremely powerful force must have ripped it apart. The moment the demon ceiling diagram descended, a horrific might spread everywhere. Within the battlefield, all the high-level fiend demons, the 6 overlords included, seemed to be restrained by an invisible force where they could not break free. Roar! The old ape growled deeply and was not willing to give up. His bones cracked wildly as though his skeleton was about to fall apart. The overlord of Thousand Snake Island was the weakest in physique and she coughed a small mouthful of blood with a pale expression. If this was the case for overlords, it was even worse for the other fiend demons. Su Zimo was alarmed and secretly dumbfounded. If this was the strength of a damaged Dharma treasure, how powerful would a complete demon ceiling diagram be? The sinister thing was that the demon ceiling diagram only targeted the fiend demons present. It was clear that Tao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift were unaffected by the shroud of the demon ceiling diagram and could finally catch a breather. Suddenly, Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. There was only a single decisive word. Attack! To begin with, Tao Lord Extreme Fire was a Dharma characteristic cultivator. He was more experienced than anyone else towards a fight of this level and could seize the best opportunities. Su Zimo's attention was focused a long time ago. The moment he heard Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice, he did not hesitate and pushed his feet off the ground right away, turning into a streak of light that burst towards the ball of light at the center of the battlefield. This was a form of trust. He trusted Tao Lord Extreme Fire completely. After Su Zimo made his move, he gradually realized the current situation of the battlefield. At this moment, all the fiend demons, the 6 overlords included, were suppressed by the demon ceiling diagram and could not break free right away. Although the demon ceiling diagram was powerful, it was damaged at the end of the day with more than half torn. Although it could suppress the demons present, it would not be able to maintain it for long. At that moment, Tao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift were almost completely exhausted. The moment they took the breather, that was when they relaxed their minds. The only person Su Zimo had to truly face was only Tao Lord Immortal Sword. Even so, it was still extremely difficult and treacherous for him to snatch away the heaven-slaying sword art. Monkey and the others kept watch on Su Zimo the entire time. The group of them sensed it the moment he made his move. Hurry, look! First made his move. Young master, be careful. Little Fox held her hands before her chest and watched unblinkingly with a worried expression. On the battlefield in the voids, the 6 overlords and many high-level fiend demons were rooted on the spot by the demon ceiling diagram and could barely move an inch. The sudden appearance of a figure became extremely striking. The demons watching at the sidelines noticed the intruder and exclaimed as well. "Who is that? He must have a death wish to try and enter the battlefield at this moment. I've never seen him before. Is that a fiend demon or human cultivator? That person's cultivation realm doesn't seem high. What is he trying to do?" By now, Su Zimo had already altered his appearance, and the black-haired essence spirit presided over his consciousness. His initially scarlet hair had faded as well. Apart from Monkey and the others, nobody present could recognize him at all. Under normal circumstances, Dharma characteristic experts could break through his disguise with a casual glance. However, when two spirit consciousnesses swept over, they were blocked by an invisible force. They could not uncover Su Zimo's background at all. That was the power of the Mingwang prayer beads. In truth, even if Su Zimo fused his two essence spirits, he was still unable to unleash the true power of the Mingwang prayer beads. It was even more impossible for him to block the detection of Dharma characteristic experts. However, Tao Lord Extreme Fire was hidden within the Mingwang prayer beads. At that moment, the person channeling the Mingwang prayer beads from the shadows was not Su Zimo, but Tao Lord Extreme Fire. Tao Lord Extreme Fire was also a Dharma characteristic expert. Although he lost his physical body, his essence spirit had already recovered more than half its strength. With him channeling a treasure that was once the foundation of Daming Monastery, it was rare for anyone of the same level to be able to see through Su Zimo's disguise unless they had any divine techniques. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived at the center of the battlefield. He had to pass through the 6 overlords and many high-level fiend demons to get to the ball of light. This area was also the region engulfed by the demon ceiling diagram. Although the demon ceiling diagram restricted fiend demons greatly, it had no effect on Su Zimo. Right now, the black-haired essence spirit presided over his spirit consciousness. This essence spirit cultivated 2 top-tier spirit refinement techniques of the Buddhist and Immortal Taoists, and was extremely pure. There was no hint of demonic chi on it at all. The demons could only watch with widened eyes as Su Zimo brushed past them. Another human cultivator. A thought crossed the minds of the demons. Only a human cultivator could pass through the power of the demon ceiling diagram with such ease. Tao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift noticed Su Zimo as well. However, as the helpers of Tao Lord Immortal Sword, they had to stop this intruder no matter if he was a demon or a human cultivator. At that moment, it was clear that Tao Lord Immortal Sword was about to succeed. All they had to do was defend for a while more. At that thought, Tao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift exchanged decisive glances. Both of them channeled their dermic powers and attacked at the same time. Bang! 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 3 gigantic palm prints crushed over in an engulfing manner. Although it was clear that the dermic power was weaker, they were still not to be underestimated. Crack! 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 Fairy Snowdrift waved her fair hand, and a gigantic ice wall rose from the ground to block Su Zimo's path. No matter how weak Tao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift were currently, they were still top-tier Dharma characteristic experts who could kill anyone of the same level with ease. A low-level fiend demon like Su Zimo stood no chance at all. Given his strength, it was definitely not enough to take on the 2 Tao Lords. The suppression of the Dharma characteristic realm alone was not something he could endure. All of a sudden, raging flames engulfed Su Zimo's body, and he seemed to have turned into a gigantic fireball that could incinerate all beings. Even the dermic power around him was boiling. The fireball charged to the front. Boom! A series of explosions could be heard when the gigantic fireball collided against the 3 palm prints. The flames on the fireball diminished significantly. Immediately after, the gigantic fireball slammed onto the ice wall. The ice on the surface melted rapidly. Right as the fireball was about to penetrate, a sword light slashed over at an extremely fast speed and descended upon the fireball. More than half the flames on the fireball were already extinguished before the sword light even arrived. Lifeless sword art. This terrifying sword art of sword sect had descended once again, and lifelessness ensued from the sword. This single sword seemed like it was going to sever all life inside and out of the fireball. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes with a tense expression. At this moment, he could not be considered as the one in combat. Tao Lord Extremefire was the one borrowing Su Zimo's body with his essence spirit to fight against the three Tao Lords. Buzz! The four Tao imprints on the Mingwang prayer beads on Su Zimo's left wrist suddenly released a blinding radiance. The four Tao imprints seemed to have fused into one as an illusory phantom appeared behind Su Zimo, assuming a lotus position with a dignified appearance. There seemed to be countless mysterious runes etched on his body. Sanskrit echoed all over. Clang! The sword light slashed against the phantom with a jarring sound. The phantom swayed and gradually dispersed. This sword strike that could sever life force had not managed to do anything at all. This was the first time that blood had not been spilled after Tao Lord Immortal Sword released his lifeless sword art. Although Tao Lord Extremefire did not say anything, Su Zimo could sense that the current situation had already surpassed Tao Lord Extremefire's initial expectations. They did not manage to break through the obstructions of Tao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift right away, but were in a stalemate here. The longer things dragged on, the more things could change. Be it against the six overlords or the three Tao Lords, they were the weakest and could not afford any change in the situation. This is bad. Prepare to retreat. Tao Lord Extremefire's voice sounded, filled with indignance and some bitterness. The three Tao Lords were more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Although the heaven-slaying sword art was right before them, they could only return fruitless. However, Tao Lord Extremefire had no other choice but to make that decision. If he was alone, he might have been able to take the gamble with his life. However, Su Zimo was here with him, and he could not afford to let the former die here. More importantly, he lost his physical body and only had an essence spirit remaining. As such, the skills he could use were limited and he could not release many powerful dermic arts. If they continued to linger here, it would only bring harm upon Su Zimo. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Although he did not really have much to do with this fight as an outsider, he saw things clearer. He could notice some opportunities in the situation. The demons were suppressed, so Tao Lord Cloud Rain's group was only focused on him alone. If he could remove the seal on the demons, he would not be the first person targeted after the six overlords and fiend demons were freed. Tao Lord Cloud Rain's group would be. Su Zimo jerked his head up and glared at the old beast hide hovering in midair not far away with a divine glint in his eyes. You're intending to? Tao Lord Extremefire noticed Su Zimo's gaze and said hurriedly, realizing something. Although the demon sealing diagram is damaged, it still has power remaining and can suppress all the demons. The bloodline in your body does not belong to the human race, and you will definitely be injured by this treasure if you touch it. Right now, the black-haired essence spirit presided over Su Zimo's consciousness, and the demon sealing diagram did not create any restriction on him. However, if he were to reach out and make flesh contact, the demon sealing diagram would definitely release power to suppress him once it senses the aura of his bloodline. Suppress all the demons? Su Zimo murmured softly. That's not for sure. Before his sentence was completed, Su Zimo had already soared into the air and charged towards the demon sealing diagram. Initially, Tao Lord Immortal Sword was worried that something might happen with the intrusion of an unknown human cultivator. When he saw that, he sneered and relaxed. Although the demon sealing diagram did not possess much killing power, it was Tao Lord Immortal Sword's treasure after all and contained his spirit consciousness imprint. It was impossible for that intruder to remove the restrictions of the demon sealing diagram within a short period of time. Tao Lord Immortal Sword focused his gaze onto the ball of light and slashed down once again. Boom! The ball of light shuddered and its glow dimmed considerably. Its sword chi was no longer as sharp as it was initially also. Tao Lord Immortal Sword took a step forward and attempted to barge into the ball of light. However, his robes were sliced by sword chi before he could even approach the ball of light. He frowned. He was still a little off. On the other side, Su Zimo had already arrived beside the demon sealing diagram. He reached out for the damaged beast hide in midair with his right hand without hesitation. Although the demon sealing diagram was damaged and incomplete, it still exuded waves of terrifying ancient auras. The moment Su Zimo gripped the demon sealing diagram in his palm, It released an extremely frightening burst of power. When he was engulfed by that power, Su Zimo's bloodline seemed like it was frozen and stopped circulating. A tremendous might blanketed down and his bones and tendons cracked as though they could not withstand the burden. Su Zimo finally experienced what the 6 overlords and many fiend demons felt against the demon sealing diagram. It was as though his bloodline was sealed by an invisible power. Naturally, the first target from the burst power of the demon sealing diagram was Su Zimo's right hand. That was also the hand with the divine phoenix bone. Swoosh! A scarlet flame soared into the air. Su Zimo's right hand showed signs of transforming into a divine phoenix's claw. Right then, as though it could sense the aura of the divine phoenix bone, the demon sealing diagram shuddered and the power it released dissipated instantly. No matter how strong the demon sealing diagram and how many demons it could suppress, it could not take down the divine phoenix. The divine phoenix was an entity comparable to a deity. Su Zimo gripped the demon sealing diagram tightly, and the flames released by the divine phoenix bone on his right hand spread towards the demon sealing diagram, erasing Dao Lord Immortal Sword's spirit consciousness imprint on it. Su Zimo retracted his palm and tapped his storage bag. The demon sealing diagram vanished, put away by him. Su Zimo's heart pounded furiously. That was a treasure. Even if he was not fated to get his hands on the heaven-slaying sword art, this trip was not wasted with the demon sealing diagram now in his possession. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. The group of demons merely saw Su Zimo charge into midair, grab the demon sealing diagram and stuff it into his storage bag. The demon sealing diagram merely gave a symbolic struggle for a brief moment before it was snatched away. Dao Lord Immortal Sword's expression changed. His connection to the demon sealing diagram was lost. Damn it! He cursed internally. Roar! Groar! Without the suppression of the demon sealing diagram, the situation on the battlefield changed. Instantly, a series of earth-shaking howls that were filled with rage echoed everywhere. You guys have a death wish. The old ape's eyes widened with sharp killing intent. He raised Imminent with both hands, strode forward and smashed it violently towards Dao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift in an engulfing manner. The other 5 overlords and many other high-level fiend demons attacked as well. As Su Zimo had expected, the demons were filled with extreme hatred towards the 3 Dao Lords by this point of the battle, with many fiend demons on the side of Thousand Demon Valley dead. Furthermore, the demons were just suppressed by the demon sealing diagram and had a belly full of pent-up frustration. The demon sealing diagram hovered high above earlier. If Su Zimo had not appeared all of a sudden to fight against the 3 Dao Lords, how many more demons would have fallen? Could the 6 overlords have even survived? From that perspective, Su Zimo saved them. Furthermore, all the demons witnessed the moment Su Zimo snatched the demon sealing diagram. The demon sealing diagram seemed like it wanted to suppress this man as well. In other words, there was a high chance that this was a demon. The moment they realized that, the demons attacked and merely targeted Dao Lord Cloud Rain's group. No fiend demon came after Su Zimo. Su Zimo took advantage of the chaos to escape and dash towards the ball of light not far away. In a flash, he arrived close to it before long. It worked! He was already more than halfway to success at this point. Right now, the only one in his way was Dao Lord Immortal Sword. Leave it to me. Dao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded with a deep confidence. I don't care if you're a human or demon, die. Dao Lord Immortal Sword revealed a deep killing intent in his eyes, and his hands conjured seals. He was about to release the lifeless sword art once again. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying spirit consciousness shockwave burst forth from Su Zimo's left wrist. A scarlet beam of light burst forth and transformed into a soaring serpent the thickness of an arm in midair. It was engulfed in blazing flames and lunged towards Dao Lord Immortal Sword. It was an essence spirit secret skill. Although Dao Lord Extreme Fire had lost his physical body and he could not release most of his methods and dermic arts easily, there was a trump card he could use. Essence Spirit Secret Skills. The reason why he did not release his Essence Spirit Secret skill earlier on against the 3 Tao Lords was because his Essence Spirit Secret skill could only target a single person. Even if he released it and pushed back one of the 3 Tao Lords, he still had to deal with the other 2. However, the situation was different now. They could get their hands on the heaven-slaying sword art as long as Tao Lord Immortal Sword was pushed back. This soaring serpent flame deity was an Essence Spirit Secret skill that Tao Lord Extreme Fire cultivated in the past, and was renowned throughout the entire cultivation world. Tao Lord Immortal Sword's expression stiffened. His sword art had just been conjured in his hands, but it could not continue further. The lifeless sword art was a dermic art and could not defend against an Essence Spirit Secret skill. If he wanted to defend against an Essence Spirit Secret skill, he would have to rely on the power of his spirit consciousness or an Essence Spirit dermic weapon. Although he could kill this man before him if he released the lifeless sword art, he would be destroyed by the soaring serpent flame deity, and he would lose his chance to obtain the heaven-slaying sword art forever. Tao Lord Immortal Sword could not afford to lose. With no other choice, Tao Lord Immortal Sword channeled his spirit consciousness and conjured an Essence Spirit Secret skill. His glabella shone and a sword shimmering with a cold light burst forth. The sword that was conjured by the spirit consciousness was a legacy Essence Spirit Secret skill of Sword Sect, the Spirit Slaying Sword. When cultivated to its limits, a single sword strike could slay the opponent's Essence Spirit. Legend has it that back in the ancient era, humans fought in order to break free from their fates as slaves. They fought valiantly against the primordial 9 races who led the 100 races in a massive battle. The Sword Emperor overwhelmed everything in his path using his Essence Spirit Secret skill. With the Spirit-slaying sword alone, he slew countless experts of the 100 races and shocked the entire world. Everybody from the 100 races were scared out of their wits and nobody dared to go against him. Right now, the person Tao Lord Immortal Sword was fighting against was Tao Lord Extreme Fire. Although Su Zimo was not directly involved, he could still sense an extremely sharp aura surging his way. The spirit-slaying sword did not even touch him, but he felt waves of pain in his essence spirit. Within his consciousness, the creation green lotus swiveled slowly and petals blossomed layer by layer with a resplendent light. 45 lotus seeds burst forth from the lotus platform and circled around the black-haired essence spirit, protecting the latter within it. Quite a bit of power from the spirit-slaying sword was deflected. The sensation of pain vanished and the black-haired essence spirit returned to normal. Swiftly, the soaring serpent released by Tao Lord Extreme Fire that was blazing with raging flames in midair had already clashed against the incoming sword. The spirit consciousnesses weaved against one another in silence. The void around the collision point of the two spirit consciousnesses became distorted and released a shuddering might. Su Zimo focused keenly, prepared to deal with any change that might happen. This was a fight between essence spirits and was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, they were dealing with a topmost Dharma characteristic expert in Tianhuang mainland. The number one of the previous Dharma characteristic ranking. The sword fought against the soaring serpent in midair. The sword slashed down and countless scarlet scales were sliced off the soaring serpent. However, the soaring serpent chomped down on the sword and the blade's glow dimmed considerably as well. The two spirit consciousnesses fought in midair and it was a stalemate. Tao Lord Immortal Sword's expression was grim. He had not expected that this cultivator who barged midway into the battlefield would be so troublesome to deal with. Of course, he had not lost yet. The seal on the ball of light was still present and the sword chi around it was extremely sharp. If even he did not dare to advance, other Dharma characteristic experts would not dare to either. Right then, as the two spirit consciousnesses fought in midair in a stalemate, Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded. Zimo, enter the tripod and smash inside. This was part of their two-men plan. Su Zimo did not hesitate at all and his glabella, revealing a bronze square tripod. He curled his body and leaped into the tripod, smashing it fiercely towards the ball of light. Tao Lord Immortal Sword scoffed coldly when he saw that. The sword chi released by the ball of light was extremely sharp and even a connate Tao Lord Dermic weapon might not be able to withstand it, let alone this battered, cracked bronze square tripod. Cling! Clang! When it sensed an external entity approaching, The ball of light released waves of sword chi one after another. They struck the bronze square tripod and the sound of metal clanging echoed. However, none of those sword chi managed to pierce the bronze square tripod. Before long, the bronze square tripod smashed into the ball of light and vanished in front of everyone's eyes. All the demons were in an uproar. Up till this point of the massive battle, nobody expected such a change to happen. The most bewildering thing was that neither the faction of Thousand Demon Valley nor the side of the three Tao Lords knew who the intruder was. In fact, they did not even know if he was a human cultivator or demon. He could have been a human cultivator. After all, he managed to pass through the engulfment of the demon ceiling diagram freely. However, it made sense to say that he was a fiend demon as well. Ever since this person appeared, he fought against the three Tao Lords and even snatched away the demon ceiling diagram, saving the demons in a sense. Tao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift frowned deeply. In that moment of distraction, they were encircled by the 6 overlords and nearly killed. Tao Lord Immortal Sword had a cold expression and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, please hold on a while longer and leave things here to me. Don't worry. There's so many of us here. There's no way he can escape." To Tao Lord Immortal Sword, even though Su Zimo could enter the ball of light, the latter wouldn't be able to obtain the heaven-slaying sword art. The ball of light was wrapped by boundless sword chi both inside and outside. Hidden within the tripod, unwilling to expose his appearance, Su Zimo was like a blind person that was rummaging wildly within. There was no way he would be able to obtain the heaven-slaying sword art. Tao Lord Immortal Sword composed himself and his eyes shone with a cold glint. He conjured hand seals once more and created a gigantic long sword that slashed viciously at the ball of light. "I've got to destroy the seal as soon as possible," he lamented internally. Although he was not worried of Su Zimo obtaining the heaven-slaying sword art, he still felt uneasy. He had a feeling that an even greater change was about to happen. The moment the bronze square tripod entered the ball of light, Su Zimo knew that the heaven-slaying sword art was within his grasp. Tao Lord Immortal Sword was not wrong in his assumption. Under normal circumstances, by hiding in the bronze square tripod and not showing himself, Su Zimo was equivalent to being blinded. It was almost impossible for him to want to locate the heaven-slaying sword art within that ocean of boundless sword chi. If he released his spirit consciousness, it would be shredded into atoms instantly. However, in reality, Su Zimo had already located the heaven-slaying sword art before he entered the ball of light with his illumination dragon eye. This was something that none of the Dharma characteristic experts present could do. Therefore, although he was hidden within the bronze square tripod, Su Zimo was still able to speed towards the direction of the heaven-slaying sword art. Cling! Clang! The sound of sword chi striking the surface of the tripod echoed incessantly in a jarring manner. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If not for the bronze square tripod, his physical body would have been riddled with holes by the endless sword chi. Although the bronze square tripod was already extremely battered, it helped him tide through countless crises ever since he obtained it. "We should be reaching it soon." Right then, the voice of Tao Lord Extreme Fire sounded. "How do you know, Senior?" Su Zimo could not help but ask out of curiosity. Although he had seen the location of the heaven-slaying sword art, Tao Lord Extreme Fire had not. Tao Lord Extreme Fire replied, "Listen carefully. It's clear that the sword chi around here is weaker. In other words, it means that we're about to close in to the ancient sword art." Su Zimo listened intently. Indeed, the sound of the sword chi striking the tripod decreased in volume and intensity. Before long, it was silent outside the tripod. Su Zimo guessed that they were close to the location of the heaven-slaying sword art and sent his spirit consciousness out to scan. Bingo! The area around them was peaceful without any sword chi at all. There was only a yellowed old scroll that hovered quietly in midair. Su Zimo put away the bronze square tripod and surveyed his surroundings in awe. 10 feet away from the ancient scroll, sword chi surged wild and rampantly like an ocean. It possessed a chilling, killing intent that seemed bent on destroying the entire world. Yet, everything was tranquil without any hint of animosity within 10 feet of the ancient scroll. There was an extreme difference between the two sceneries. Su Zimo took a few steps and gazed at the ancient scroll that was within his reach with a surreal feeling. If he did not know beforehand or witness it personally right now, he would not have believed that this ancient scroll before him was one of the 3 legendary ancient sword arts. The ancient scroll looked ordinary with a yellowish tinge, not unlike the books he had read back when he studied diligently in Pingyang Town. Su Zimo reached out and gripped the ancient scroll. Boom! Another sword strike slashed down and the ball of light quivered. Tao Lord Immortal Sword's eyes lit up as he channeled his blood chi and dermic powers. He was prepared to charge in and get his hands on the heaven-slaying sword art. Right then, the ball of light in midair suddenly dimmed and sword chi was dissipating. In the blink of an eye, everything vanished without a trace. The ball of light was gone. Right in front of everyone. The ball of light dispersed and disappeared. The stars that were originally moving with a chaotic trajectory up in the skies faded as well. Everyone within the battlefield was stunned. Even Tao Lord Cloud Rain, Fairy Snowdrift and the 6 overlords who were initially in an intense fight stopped for a brief moment, gazing over with astounded expressions. Instinctively, Tao Lord Cloud Rain and Fairy Snowdrift turned towards Tao Lord Immortal Sword. After all, Tao Lord Immortal Sword was the last to strike the ball of light with his sword before it disappeared. Did that mean that Tao Lord Immortal Sword got his hands on it? However, at that moment, Tao Lord Immortal Sword's expression was extremely grim. Naturally, he knew that the disappearance of the ball of light had nothing to do with his sword slash. There was only a single possibility for the disappearance of the ball of light. The reason why it vanished without a trace was because someone managed to get his hands on the heaven-slaying sword art. Right in front of him and the noses of many Dharma characteristic experts, someone managed to get hold of the heaven-slaying sword art. Was it that person in the bronze square tripod? But how was that possible? Even if that person could locate the heaven-slaying sword art within the boundless sword chi ocean, how did he manage to vanish without a trace? A concealment technique. A thought crossed the mind of Tao Lord Immortal Sword. This person must have cultivated some sort of a concealment technique. Within the cultivation world, there were sects that specialized in concealment techniques. The sect that was the best in them was one of the 7 fiend sects, Hidden Death Sect. In fact, when cultivated to their peak, these concealment techniques can create a divine power. Invisibility. Legend has it that there is even a greater invisibility technique above invisibility that was considered as a supreme divine power. In fact, it was unfathomable and could even hide from the detection of a Mahayana patriarch. Within the world of demons, there were also some fiend demons that specialized in concealment techniques. The innate divine power of some high-level fiend demons was concealment itself. Although concealment techniques were mystifying, they had a weakness. One is not able to move too quickly or they will reveal openings and expose their location. In other words, the person that took away the heaven-slaying sword art must still be in the vicinity. At that thought, Tao Lord Immortal Sword released his massive spirit consciousness and scanned his surroundings continuously, trying to look for clues. Right then, something weird happened. A dark rift split open in the skies with a terrifying might. Complete silence engulfed the entire place as all the demons kept quiet out of fear. The expressions of the 6 overlords changed, and they were even trembling slightly against the envelopment of that aura. The 3 Tao lords looked stricken and were motionless with ashen expressions. That was the aura of a grand demon. Great demons were equivalent to conjoint bodies, mighty figures of the human race. The commotion of this place caught the attention of a grand demon in Thousand Demon Valley at the end of the day. Grand demons could shake heaven and earth with a single lift of their hands. In the face of a grand demon, the 6 overlords and 3 Tao lords were nothing but ants that could be killed with a single squash. Suddenly, 2 bright lights burst forth from the rift that opened up in midair and shone down on the area. It scanned the place back and forth like a pair of ice-cold eyes. A grand demon was using a divine method to scan this area. Snap! On the other side, a rift opened up in the skies once again with a ghastly glow within. Another grand demon had appeared. Swoosh! Yet another terrifying spirit consciousness descended upon the area. Against the spirit consciousnesses, the Dharma characteristic experts present were like infants. They were scanned from head to toe and were read like books. It was another grand demon. 3 grand demons had appeared in succession. Tao Lord Immortal Sword was not the only one. The 3 grand demons thought of the same possibility as well, that the person who got his hands on the heaven-slaying sword art must have released some sort of concealment technique and was still in the vicinity. However, a while later, the 3 grand demons found nothing still. Tao Lord Immortal Sword frowned to himself. He exchanged blows with the person before, and the latter's cultivation was only at the Dharma characteristic realm at best. There was no way a concealment technique cultivated by a Dharma characteristic expert could avoid the detection of a grand demon. In other words, that person was not hiding in the vicinity with a concealment technique. There was a high chance that person was already gone. Another guess crossed Tao Lord Immortal Sword's mind. Suddenly, he recalled something. When the ball of light vanished earlier on, a momentary rift seemed to have opened up in the void where the ball of light was originally and closed swiftly after. That rift? Tao Lord Immortal Sword murmured softly. Could it be transference? Talisman. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from above the firmaments. It was chilling to the bones and contained a boundless wrath. It was the same as Tao Lord Immortal Sword thought. This grand demon had arrived at the same conclusion. The wrath of a grand demon could shake heaven and earth. The 3 Tao Lords exchanged glances with dim gazes as they shook their heads. The 3 of them were going to be the first ones to suffer from the wrath of a grand demon. 5,000 kilometers away, 2 spirit demons were engaged in a fight within the forest and were injured from head to toe. All of a sudden, a sinister rift opened up beside the 2 spirit demons. Unable to dodge in time, the spirit demons were sucked in by the rift. On the other hand, a figure drenched in sweat leaped out, panting heavily. This figure was none other than Su Zimo, who had just obtained the heaven-slaying sword art. Tao Lord Immortal Sword's guess was not wrong. The reason why Su Zimo was able to escape from under everyone's nose was because of the minor transference talisman. The tear of a minor transference talisman could teleport a cultivator 5,000 kilometers away in a random direction. Su Zimo had just arrived in the forest, but he could already sense a shuddering aura coming from the end of the horizon far away. What sort of aura was this frightening? A grand demon has appeared. Before Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor, Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded with a hint of anxiousness as he said hurriedly, "Hurry, hurry! Revert to your demon state and original appearance. Compose your aura and calm down. You must not expose yourself." Su Zimo did not hesitate, and the black-haired essence spirit retreated from his consciousness right away, allowing the scarlet-haired Een spirit to take over the center spot. In the blink of an eye, his black hair turned red as blood. The muscles on his face twitched, and he regained his original appearance before long. With his refined features, he donned a new set of green robes and threw the ancient scroll in his hands towards his storage bag. However, immediately after, Su Zimo froze up. He was unable to put the heaven-slaying sword art into his storage bag. What's going on? Su Zimo was stumped. This was the first time he encountered something as such. Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, "The heaven-slaying sword art is one of the 3 great ancient sword arts and has an immense killing aura. Although it is not revealed, your storage bag is unable to accommodate it. Even his storage bag could not accommodate it. Keep it hidden under your robes first and don't panic," Tao Lord Extreme Fire said in a deep voice. "Nobody has seen the heaven-slaying sword art before. Even a grand demon won't be able to recognize it, even if he discovers it." Su Zimo nodded and stuffed the heaven-slaying sword art into his robes. He took a deep breath and strode forward with one hand behind his back. The moment he did that, an extremely terrifying spirit consciousness spread over and engulfed the entire forest rapidly, Su Zimo included. Immediately after, 2 similarly terrifying spirit consciousnesses extended and descended as well. The grand demons appeared immediately after like shadows and had already chased here. Su Zimo had not expected the 3 grand demons to catch up so quickly. However, in hindsight, The tear of the minor transference talisman was bound to leave behind traces of aura. Given the capabilities of grand demons, it was only logical that they could track down the remnant aura to this area. Previously, when he escaped from Dragonbone Valley with Lin Xuanji, they were hunted down by a divine dragon. Thankfully, a mysterious elderly man from Enigma Palace stood out. Otherwise, he would have been dead. It was also understandable why the spirit consciousness of a grand demon could catch up so quickly. For nascent souls, the range of their spirit consciousness was between 5 to 50 kilometers. The range of a void reversion's spirit consciousness was at least 50 kilometers. The range of a Dharma characteristic spirit consciousness was at least 500 kilometers. As for grand demons that were the same as conjoint bodies, the range of their spirit consciousnesses could extend to 5,000 kilometers. In other words, although Su Zimo crushed the minor transference talisman and was teleported 5,000 kilometers away, grand demons could arrive instantly with their spirit consciousnesses. Su Zimo was long prepared for this and traveled through the forest casually with a calm expression. When he sensed the descent of a grand demon's spirit consciousness, he pretended to be horrified as well and paused in his tracks. He kept mum out of fear, as though he was crippled by fear. The fear in his eyes was not completely faked either. Su Zimo was clear that if any of the 3 grand demons discovered that he was the one who took the heaven-slaying sword art, he would definitely be killed. 3 spirit consciousnesses scanned back and forth the forest for a long time. Within the forest, the atmosphere was extremely repressed. There was silence and a hint of spookiness. Even the sound of crickets had vanished entirely. Su Zimo did not even dare to take deep breaths. If Dao Lord Extreme Fire had not warned him earlier on, he would have been exposed right away. At that moment, Dao Lord Extreme Fire was silent as well. He had not said anything after the spirit consciousness of a grand demon descended. His essence spirit was hidden in the depths of the Mingwang prayer beads, and his aura was removed completely. Dao Lord Extreme Fire understood the capabilities of a grand demon. They could catch him if even a trickle of his aura seeped out, let alone if he sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. The 3 spirit consciousnesses descended upon Su Zimo and scanned, but to no avail as well. Right now, Su Zimo's hair was completely scarlet and he wore green robes. He had refined features that were in no way similar to how he looked when he snatched the heaven-slaying sword art. The only similarity was that they were both in human form. However, there were many fiend demons in human form within this forest and Su Zimo did not stand out. A long time later, the 3 terrifying spirit consciousnesses continued in their advance and vanished. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and continued forward at a normal speed. Although he had many questions in his mind, he did not call out to Dao Lord Extreme Fire proactively. Dao Lord Extreme Fire did not speak either. Su Zimo had an odd expression. On the surface, the 3 grand demons seemed like they had already departed. However, Su Zimo still had a tingly sense in his spirit perception. Not far away, a figure soared into the air and sped into the distance in a seemingly hurried manner. The moment that figure moved, it exploded into a mist of blood by a stream of power, and his physical and essence spirit was destroyed completely. The storage bag of that mid-level fiend demon spilled open, revealing many treasures on the ground. The 3 frightening spirit consciousnesses returned instantaneously after their departure. True enough, the 3 grand demons only pretended to leave, but they were still lingering, watching slyly from the depths. The mid-level fiend demon that had just fallen died a rather wrongful death. If Su Zimo had interacted with Dao Lord Extreme Fire earlier on, he would have been discovered by the 3 grand demons instantly and would have died as well. Although the period of the 3 dozen breaths seemed short, they were filled with extreme danger. Su Zimo and Dao Lord Extreme Fire were in a psychological warfare with the 3 grand demons. The spirit consciousnesses of the 3 grand demons scanned through the forest once more but to no avail. Eventually, they retreated reluctantly. The tingly feeling vanished as well. It's fine now. Dao Lord Extreme Fire heaved a deep breath of relief and sent a spirit consciousness voice transmission. Are the 3 of them going to come back again? Su Zimo was still worried. No, Dao Lord Extreme Fire replied. Actually, Even the 3 grand demons can't verify that you're here in this area. After all, they deduced that you used a transference talisman. However, they can't tell whether you used a major or minor transference talisman. Su Zimo nodded silently. The major and minor transference talismans were different and their teleportation venues were worlds apart. Su Zimo looked back in the direction of where they came from and said, "With the arrival of grand demons, the 3 Tao lords that ventured deep into the 1,000-demon valley to snatch the treasure must have already fallen. The 3 Tao lords are so frightening in combat, and all of them are titular disciples with dignified statuses as well. To think that they would end up buried in a demon region with a single mistake." Su Zimo lamented with a hint of sadness. To be honest, he still had some doubts in his mind. However, he could not pinpoint the exact issue. He just felt that something was amiss. Hee. Right then, as though he read Su Zimo's mind, Tao Lord Extreme Fire gave a strange chuckle. He asked, "Are you thinking that it's too easy for the 3 Tao lords who are so famous to die just like that?" Su Zimo pondered for a moment and nodded. "Indeed, that's the feeling I have. Logically, the 3 of them are the most important disciples of their respective sects. Since they chose to venture deep into somewhere as dangerous as the 1,000-demon valley, how could there be no mighty figure of their sects protecting them from the shadows? Furthermore, the 3 Tao lords—" Su Zimo hesitated but did not continue. Tao Lord Extreme Fire laughed and continued, "Furthermore, their capabilities and treasures seemed lackluster?" "Yes, that's how it felt like." Su Zimo nodded. "That's because the 3 Tao lords you're seeing are merely external clones they cultivated." Although it was a simple statement from Tao Lord Extreme Fire, it was earth-shaking. Su Zimo froze on the spot, dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with disbelief and there was only a single thought in his mind. The 3 Tao lords with torrential combat strength that fought against the 6 overlords and all the demons were merely clones. If their clones were already this frightening, how strong were the 3 Tao lords themselves? It was no wonder why, although Tao Lord Cloud Rain was a titular disciple and was the number 2 of the Dharma characteristic ranking 5,000 years ago, he only used a single perfect Tao Lord dermic weapon. At the same time, Fairy Snowdrift did not bring out any dermic weapons for the entire battle. At that thought, the fact that Tao Lord's Immortal Sword and Cloud Rain could be equipped with treasures such as a Tao Lord dermic weapon and the demon ceiling diagram was a sign of how extravagant their fortunes were. "Senior, how could you tell?" Su Zimo could not help but ask. Without replying him, Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked instead, "Do you know why our cultivation realm is referred to as the Dharma characteristic realm?" Su Zimo blurted a reply. "It's because at that realm, cultivators are able to conjure supreme heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, considered as the strongest method available to Dharma characteristic cultivators. They can go against the innate divine powers of high-level fiend demons." Suddenly, Su Zimo stopped speaking. In hindsight, the 3 Tao lords had not released any heaven and earth Dharma characteristics the entire time. Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, "Although their clones look exactly the same as their original bodies and can release dermic arts, secret skills, and make use of dermic weapons, in reality, there is only a stream of purely condensed spirit consciousness within their clones. Without a true essence spirit, they are unable to release their heaven and earth Dharma characteristics." Su Zimo was shocked and needed some time to absorb the information. Even without their heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, they are able to fight against so many demons and even suppress the 6 overlords with just their clones. These 3 Tao lords truly live up to their reputation. Tao Lord Extreme Fire seemed indifferent towards Su Zimo's praises and said, "Don't forget, before the 3 of them came, the 6 overlords were already in a massive battle and had less than half their stamina remaining, as well as diminished combat strength. Furthermore, the 3 of them returned fruitless after this venture into the 1,000-demon valley with their clones destroyed. It's a great blow to their strength. Do you think that it's simple to cultivate a corporeal clone?" Tao Lord Extreme Fire continued. "To begin with, cloning techniques are extremely rare. Even if a cloning technique, a clone can't be created without anything less than 1,000 years of dedicated cultivation. In that case, the 3 Tao lords have suffered immense losses," Su Zimo murmured softly. Dao Lord Extreme Fire nodded. Dao Lord Immortal Sword was the one who suffered the greatest losses. He lost out on everything completely. Not only did he lose his demon ceiling diagram and clone, he even promised great benefits to Cloud Rain and Snowdrift. This is a deep grudge sowed. However, you don't have to worry either. First, he doesn't know who took away the heaven-slaying sword art. Second, it doesn't matter even if he knows who you are. An ancient secret skill of this level has no master and is open to everyone. At the same time, Middle Continent, Sword Sect, Immortal Sword's Dao residence, damn it! A maddened roar sounded from the Dao residence and caused many Sword Sect cultivators in the vicinity to pause in their tracks and look over. What happened to senior brother Immortal Sword? I've got no idea. A couple of days ago, he entered seclusion in his Dao residence with 2 other titular disciples, and they have never appeared since. Senior brother Immortal Sword's friends must also be paragons and monster incarnates of Tianhuang mainland. How amazing is that? Strange, senior brother Immortal Sword has always been mature and composed. Why did he suddenly look his cool? As everyone discussed, a sword light that resembled limpid autumn waters rippled over from the distance. The expressions of everyone changed. Senior Sister Qin. Greetings, Senior Sister Qin. All the sword cultivators bowed hurriedly with shimmering gazes, as though they were fearful of the newcomer. The newcomer wore a white dress that fluttered as her long hair fell across her face. With a sword behind her back, she was dainty like a fairy that descended upon the mortal realm. This Senior Sister Qin did not look old and was graceful. Her complexion was smooth, her eyes were bright and watery, and her long brows were slightly raised with a hint of elegance. She swept her gaze across and furrowed her brows slightly. With a hint of anger, she chided in a stern manner. Why are you guys gossiping here instead of cultivating and sparring? Is senior brother Immortal Sword someone that you guys can gossip about? Why yes, you are right in disciplining us, Senior Sister Qin. We know our mistakes now. We'll go and cultivate diligently right away. Nobody dared to raise their heads and acknowledge their mistakes right away as they bowed and left. When they were far away, everyone looked around and gossiped once again when they were sure that the coast was clear. What's the relationship between Senior Sister Qin and senior brother Immortal Sword? Why is she so defensive towards him? I heard that the 2 of them joined the sect at the same time and cultivated together. They can be considered as childhood sweethearts. Furthermore, senior brother Immortal Sword is so outstanding. Even any other girl in our sect or the fairies of other sects in Tianhuang mainland would be charmed by his talents, let alone Senior Sister Qin. That's right. I heard that Fairy Snowdrift is even accompanying senior brother Immortal Sword in his seclusion this time round. On the other side, Senior Sister Qin had already arrived before the Dao residence. She had a hesitant expression and wanted to knock on the door, but did not know if she should. A moment later, she made up her mind and knocked gently, asking in a soft voice, Senior Brother Chan, are you all right? Dao Lord Immortal Sword's surname was initially Chan. However, he was already the titular disciple of Sword Sect for more than 1,000 years now. Apart from those that joined the sect earlier on, nobody else knew about it. It was silent within the cave abode. Senior Sister Qin waited for a moment, and a look of disappointment filled her face. Right as she was about to leave, a voice sounded from within. Pian Ran? I caused you worry. I'm fine, Dao Lord Immortal Sword's voice sounded. It was calm, as though he had already regained his cool. However, Qin Pian Ran could hear a hint of indifference in his tone. She hesitated for a long time before asking, Senior Brother Chan, I heard that Fairy Snowdrift is in your residence. Is it true? Pian Ran, there's nothing much. You can head back first. Dao Lord Immortal Sword's voice sounded and interrupted Qin Pian Ran outright. It was clearly cold now. Qin Pian Ran bit her cherry lips gently and her eyes reddened. She stomped her feet and turned to leave. Within the cave abode, the lights were dim and 3 figures were illuminated faintly. Dao Lord Cloud Rain curled his lips and brushed his gaze across Dao Lord Immortal Sword and Fairy Snowdrift. He said idly with a hint of playfulness, To think that you're such a Casanova, Brother Immortal Sword. Tao Lord Immortal Sword had a calm expression and replied indifferently, Ran is merely my junior sister. There's nothing between us. You don't have to think too much about it, Snowdrift. Fairy Snowdrift remained silent. A moment later, she changed the topic and asked, Did you guys manage to discover the identity of the person that stole the treasure? I don't know. Tao Lord Cloud Rain pouted his lips. That person did not make use of any symbolic methods or dermic arts. I can't tell his background at all. Fairy Snowdrift nodded in agreement. She did not even know whether this was a demon or human, let alone uncover his background. However, suddenly, Tao Lord Cloud Rain spoke and paused, as though he recalled something. Could you have any reservations, Brother Cloud Rain? Tao Lord Immortal Sword frowned gently. Not really, Tao Lord Cloud Rain chuckled. Actually, that essence spirit secret skill reminded me of an old friend. However, that old friend was a Tao Lord from 5,000 years ago and have already fallen. Who is it? Tao Lord Immortal Sword pressed further. Tao Lord Cloud Rain said nonchalantly. His Tao title is Extreme Fire. Tao Lord Extreme Fire does sound familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Fairy Snowdrift frowned in deep thoughts. Slowly, Tao Lord Cloud Rain said, I was number 2 on the Dharma characteristic ranking 5,000 years ago. Tao Lord Extreme Fire was number 1. It's him. The hearts of Tao Lord Immortal Sword and Fairy Snowdrift skipped a beat. Tao Lord Extreme Fire was renowned in the cultivation world back then. From 100 Refinement Sect, he was not only the top weapon refinement grandmaster, his combat strength surpassed his peers as well, and he was the number 1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Lauded as the number 1 fire tamer in 10,000 years, his reputation shook the entire world. Fairy Snowdrift shook her head. Can't be him. He has been missing for 5,000 years and should have fallen a long time ago. Furthermore, even if it was him, why would he need to take so long to deal with our clones given his strength? Tao Lord Cloud Rain shrugged. I know it can't be him either. That's why it was just a casual remark. Tao Lord Immortal Sword rose with a murderous look on his face as he said icily with a cold gaze. I don't care who he is. If I find out who he is, I'm going to hunt him to the depths of the world and kill him. I'm going to let him regret everything he did in Thousand Demon Valley. Tao Lord Cloud Rain narrowed his eyes and asked, Immortal Sword, even at this moment, you're not going to tell us what was within the ball of light. This matter is a secret pertaining to my sect. Sorry? Tao Lord Immortal Sword rejected the question with a casual statement. A month later, the storm at the Thousand Demon Meet had gradually subsided. During this period of time, the most discussed matter by all demons was not the Blood Sea cultivation trip, but the earth-shaking battle caused by the stars in daylight phenomenon. The fiend demons lucky enough to witness that battle were all extremely excited as they returned to their respective communities with pride on their faces. After all, it was a battle between top-tier Dharma characteristic demons and human cultivators. In the end, even the grand demons appeared. This was not something that everybody could get a chance to experience. For most fiend demons in Thousand Demon Valley, they might never even get to see a grand demon once in their lifetime. It was even more impossible for them to witness a grand demon in action. For the demons, an experience as such was an irreplaceable wealth. Naturally, some fiend demons were able to make use of their comprehensions from this encounter and advance further in their cultivations. Howling Moon Mountain. After the Thousand Demon Meet, a piece of news was spread. One of Howling Moon Mountain's 5 territorial lords was of the same race as Ape Chatter Ridge's overlord and was placed in high regard. The status of Howling Moon Mountain was naturally elevated as well. Initially, there were some demon regions in the vicinity that harbored designs on Howling Moon Mountain. However, they gave up on their plans later on. Naturally, there was a lively celebration by the demons for the return of Monkey and the others, and everyone enjoyed themselves. Nighttime. The spirit tiger hugged Monkey by the shoulder and rambled nonsense in a drunken state. He talked about how he was going to stay in this mountain with Ching Ching in the future and give birth to many children together. Ching Ching glared at the spirit tiger. However, she did not get angered when she saw how intoxicated he was. Monkey and Solitary Cloud drank heartily with large bowls. Both of them were untamed by nature and did not hold back at all. Little Fox propped up a wine glass with both hands and sipped occasionally with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. "You're still worried about First?" Ching Ching was sensitive and could naturally tell that Little Fox was distracted. She consoled the latter. "Don't worry, Foxy. First is capable with many tricks up his sleeves. Hasn't he already escaped? He will definitely be fine." "Yes." Little Fox nodded but sighed again. "However, those are grand demons. Is young master able to escape from the detection of grand demons?" Suddenly, a voice sounded in the minds of the 5 people. "All of you, come to my cave abode. Don't make a fuss." Little Fox spun around and her sorrow turned into joy immediately. She could not help but smile. "It's First." The spirit tiger shuddered and sobered up as well. The drunkenness in his eyes was already gone. Without hesitation, Monkey and the others rose and headed towards Su Zimo's cave abode at the top of the mountain. Before they could knock, the door of the cave abode already opened up. None of them were surprised as they swarmed in. Although the cave abode was dimly lit, the 5 of them were unaffected. At the front was a green figure with shoulder-length scarlet hair and refined features. He was none other than Su Zimo, who was looking at everyone with a smile. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had already infiltrated this place stealthily without anyone knowing. "Young master," Little Fox called softly, and she could not help herself but lunge forward into Su Zimo's embrace. "I'm fine. I've caused everyone to worry." Su Zimo smiled as he patted Little Fox on the shoulder. Monkey and the others exchanged glances and burst into laughter when they saw this. Ching Ching teased, "We haven't been worried." But there was indeed a Little Fox who could not eat or sleep every day with her thoughts wandering everywhere. Little Fox felt her cheeks blush and her ears turning red at those words. She whimpered and reverted into her true form before darting into Su Zimo's embrace. She tugged at his robes with her tiny paws and only exposed a pair of gigantic black eyes, looking and blinking at everyone. Everyone laughed even more wildly. Their laughter and smiles came from the bottom of their hearts and were pure and innocent. Apart from the joy of teasing Little Fox, they were also delighted at the sight of Su Zimo safe and sound. Initially, Su Zimo wanted to say something to everyone. However, he could not bring himself to do it when he saw their smiles. "How have you guys been for the past month?" A moment later, Su Zimo asked, "Has there been anyone who came in search of me?" "No," the spirit tiger waved it off casually and said in a nonchalant manner. "Too many things happened at the 1,000 Demon Meet. Nobody is even bothered about you anymore. First, do you know that the overlord of Levitating Goat Peak who hunted you down was killed?" The spirit tiger said in a mysterious manner with a gloating expression. Solitary Cloud nodded as well. Levitating Goat Peak is in chaos with everyone fighting for the status of the overlord. There are also many fiend demons creating a fuss saying that they want to head to the cultivation world and seek revenge for their fallen overlord. Revenge in the cultivation world? Su Zimo raised his brows perplexedly. "That's right," the spirit tiger replied. "The demons claim that the overlord of Levitating Goat Peak was killed by the 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords." "Ha ha!" Su Zimo could not help but laugh. His amusement was understandable. The arrival of the 3 Tao Lords was way too coincidental and they took the blame for him. After all, even if anybody racked their minds, none of them would have expected an overlord to die in the hands of a low-leveled fiend demon. Coincidentally, the 3 Tao Lords appeared in Thousand Demon Valley to vie for the treasure and even fought against all the demons. It was clear who the killers were. Even if Su Zimo were to come clean right now, nobody would believe him. Everyone would merely think that he was trying to brag with nonsensical claims. The 6 of them conversed for a long time, but there was a strange feeling in the air. There was a hint of departure sorrow amidst their joyful chatter. Gradually, everyone went silent. Finally, Monkey was the first to break the silence and asked, "You're going to leave?" "Yes." Su Zimo did not hide the fact and nodded. "I've got kin and old friends back in the cultivation world. I've stayed here for 100 years and I've missed them, so I want to visit them. Furthermore, there's something that I have to do." The thing that Su Zimo was referring to was escorting Dao Lord Extreme Fire back to 100 Refinement Sect safely. Dao Lord Extreme Fire saved Su Zimo's life twice and imparted immense knowledge to the latter. To Su Zimo, Dao Lord Extreme Fire was like a teacher and a friend. This was something that he had to do no matter what. Monkey and the others did not object. They knew that Su Zimo would not change his mind once he decided on something. The spirit tiger patted his chest. First, we're brothers and we shall stick together. We'll follow you everywhere. At the most, you can tell everyone that we're your spirit beast pets. Monkey nodded as well. Life is only enjoyable when we are together. Otherwise, it's meaningless even if we rule over this mountain. Ching Ching and Little Fox nodded in agreement as well. Su Zimo felt his nose turn stuffy when he looked at everyone. In fact, his eyes reddened also. Fiend demons were faced with immense danger within the cultivation world. The spirit tiger knew that fact as well. However, he did not hesitate and was even willing to lower his status to be referred to as a spirit beast pet. Monkey's dream had always been to become the king of a mountain and rule over it completely. Right now, he had accomplished it. However, for the sake of their brotherhood, he was willing to give that up. Although Su Zimo had many thoughts on his mind, he could not bring himself to say them. A sigh sounded within the Mingwang prayer beads. Even Dao Lord Extreme Fire could not help but acknowledge that although they were of different races, these demons were true and sincere. These were truly relationships worth keeping and fighting to the death for. A long silence later, Su Zimo finally spoke. I'm going to return to the cultivation world alone this time round. None of you are to follow me. Right as Monkey, the spirit tiger and everyone else wanted to speak, Su Zimo waved it off and interrupted. Listen to me first. Apart from visiting old friends, I've got an important matter to attend to in the cultivation world. It's inconvenient for me to reveal my identity or travel with you guys. No matter what, Su Zimo's identity was still way too sensitive. 100 Refinement Sect was within the Middle Continent. The Middle Continent was a great region where the culture of cultivation was the most advanced in Tianhuang mainland. There were countless sects and experts. Xiaoning was in Elixir Yang sect, Lengro was in Thousand Crane sect, and the 4 unorthodox groups were in the Middle Continent as well. Su Zimo had deep feuds with Chaos Essence sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace, and both of them were in the Middle Continent too. Super sects had strong foundations and many ears and eyes. Su Zimo did not mind being targeted by those super sects if he had returned to the Middle Continent alone. However, it would be too late for regrets if Dao Lord Extreme Fire was implicated. Therefore, it was inconvenient for him to expose his identity before Dao Lord Extreme Fire was escorted back to 100 Refinement Sect safely. The battle in Myriad Phenomenon City shocked the entire cultivation world, and it was no secret that he was sworn siblings with Monkey and the others. If he traveled with Monkey and the others, their presence would be obvious. If they were spotted, it would be easy to expose his identity even if he altered his appearance. Master, I'll follow you, Solitary Cloud said. The human cultivators out there have never seen me before. I can help to ensure your safety when I'm by your side too. It's fine. Su Zimo shook his head. I'm a little worried about things here after I leave. You can help to hold the fort by staying behind. Monkey and the others were still low-level fiend demons, and it was inevitable that others would harbor designs on their positions as territorial lords. Although they had the backing of Ape Chatter Ridge's overlord, there was no guarantee that there won't be a lunatic attempting anything crazy. After all, Howling Moon Mountain's territory had expanded rapidly for 100 years and many demons were killed. It was only normal for them to have foes. Solitary Cloud's eyes dimmed with a hint of disappointment. He agreed to be Su Zimo's mount wholeheartedly, wanting to grow with the latter and eventually evolve into a true dragon. But now, with Su Zimo's departure, his cultivation was going to be bottlenecked once again. Su Zimo noticed Solitary Cloud's expression and said after a brief silence, once Monkey and the others break through to become mid-level fiend demons and are able to solidify their positions as territorial lords, you can come and look for me at that time if you still wish to do so. Actually, Su Zimo's decision was also an option for Solitary Cloud to leave if the latter wanted to. After all, he was not really a dragon. Although Solitary Cloud put down his dignity to follow Su Zimo, There was no guarantee that he would be able to evolve into a true dragon. Solitary Cloud could understand what Su Zimo was implying and fell into deep thoughts. Finally, Su Zimo rose after leaving a few more reminders. I'll be leaving now. There's no need to send me off. Although he finished his sentence, he stood motionlessly on the spot, as though he was waiting for something. A moment later, there was still no activity. Su Zimo smiled exasperatedly and caressed the tiny head tucked in his robes in front of his chest gently. How long more are you going to pretend to be asleep? You're still not coming out. Humph! Little Fox harumphed dejectedly and shrugged her head, glaring at Su Zimo begrudgingly. Young master, just let me follow you. I guarantee that no one will recognize me in this form. No can do, come out. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. His tone was resolute, filled with disappointment. Little Fox crawled out from Su Zimo's robes reluctantly and moved extremely slowly bit by bit. Su Zimo blinked and said, "Hurry and come out. I've got a gift for you." "What is it?" Knowing that she was unable to make Su Zimo stay, Little Fox was sad and asked absent-mindedly. Su Zimo tapped his storage bag and a beast hide appeared on his palm. The beast hide was rolled up and it looked old. It was incomplete with fur on its surface. What's this? Unable to contain her curiosity, Little Fox closed in and reached out to touch it cautiously with her tiny paws. The beast hide that was initially rolled up gradually opened. There were mysterious symbols etched on it that bewildered anyone who set their eyes on them. A unique aura was instantly released the moment the beast hide was unrolled. Everyone, Solitary Cloud included, felt restricted by a mysterious power and could not move at all. It's that dermic weapon, the demon sealing diagram. Solitary Cloud recalled that apocalyptic fight and exclaimed, "Yes, this is the diagram." Su Zimo rolled up the demon sealing diagram once again with a single thought, and the mysterious power vanished instantly. He tucked the demon sealing diagram into Little Fox's embrace and smiled. "Don't be angry anymore. This is for you." Solitary Cloud's eyes were filled with envy. All the demons present witnessed the might of that diagram in that apocalyptic battle. To think that Su Zimo would give away a treasure like that so easily. This can't do. Little Fox only snapped out of her stupor a moment later and shook her head hurriedly. "Young master, you have to keep this incredible treasure for your own use. I've got brothers Monkey, Tiger, and sister Ching Ching to protect me. I'll be fine." Su Zimo smiled. "Keep it. This item has no use for me. I'm going to return to the cultivation world where there aren't many fiend demons I can use on. Furthermore, I'm the strongest fiend demon among everyone of the same cultivation realm. There's no fiend demon that's a match for me." Su Zimo was not exaggerating. Given his physique, he could overwhelm all demons domineeringly without the use of dermic powers or secret skills. Of course, apart from that, Su Zimo had another intention. Previously, the old fox at the bottom of the Great Chen Palace left something for Little Fox. However, it was taken away by Dao Bing Xianyu because she tried to save Su Zimo. Because of that, Su Zimo had always felt guilty. Little Fox held the demon sealing diagram and pursed her lips tightly in deep thoughts. Her eyes reddened and bead-sized teardrops welled up in her eyes but refused to fall. Su Zimo knew that Little Fox must be thinking of the item left to her by her mother. "Don't worry. I'll definitely get that treasure back for you personally." Su Zimo's tone was resolute and carried a hint of killing intent. Previously, he was helpless against the pursuit of Dao Bing Xianyu. His wrist was severed, his cultivation was crippled, and he fell to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Right now, Su Zimo believed that he stood a fighting chance if he were to meet Dao Bing Xianyu again. If he encountered Dao Bing Xianyu again, he was going to get revenge for everything that happened on that fateful day. Su Zimo rubbed Little Fox's head and said tenderly, "Don't cry. Who knows? With this demon sealing diagram, your brothers Monkey, Tiger, and sister Ching Ching may even need your help protecting them." His joke made her smile from her tears. Blushing, she said in a bashful manner, "That won't ever happen. All right, I'll be leaving now." Su Zimo took a deep breath and made up his mind. Turning to leave, He waved goodbye with his back facing everyone and vanished into the night skies before long. Wind howled beside his ears and the shadows of trees passed him by rapidly. Su Zimo gazed into the distance with a firm gaze and murmured softly, "Cultivation world. Su Zimo is coming back. My friends, my foes, how are all of you doing?" Within the Thousand Demon Valley, a green-robed figure with scarlet hair sped with a rumbling demonic chi. His eyes resembled lightning. It was none other than Su Zimo who had left the Howling Moon Mountain. On the surface, Su Zimo seemed like he was traveling with his eyes and ears fully focused on all activity within the forest. However, in reality, there was another essence spirit that was cultivating within his consciousness. This was even more advanced than multitasking. A cultivator's attention had to be divided evenly to multitask. However, Su Zimo's scarlet-haired Yin spirit and black-haired essence spirit could focus on their own activities without interrupting the other. At that moment, the scarlet-haired Yin spirit was traveling while the black-haired essence spirit was cultivating. It was not cultivating anything it had learned in the past, but a brand new cultivation technique, the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra. Tao Lord Extreme Fire imparted this cultivation technique to Su Zimo after he left Howling Moon Mountain. According to Tao Lord Extreme Fire, he obtained this cultivation technique in an ancient ruin. Although he did not know its grade, it was extremely powerful and was the #1 cultivation technique used to tame fire. Although Su Zimo had been on the road for the past few days, his cultivation of the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra had not been affected. With a Dharma characteristic expert like Tao Lord Extreme Fire by his side, Su Zimo could get the answers to any doubts right away. Furthermore, Su Zimo was a weapon refinement master to begin with and felt closer to the Tao of Flames. The sacred item of the Buddhist sects, the Siraka flower, had a fire attribute to begin with and was already fused into his essence spirit. As such, he had a greater affinity towards the Tao of Flames. With those 3 boosters, Su Zimo took less than a month to see progress and his foundation of the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra was formed. Thereafter, as long as he cultivated diligently and attained greater mastery of the cultivation technique, he would naturally be able to release its power. Tao Lord Extreme Fire was relieved when he saw that Su Zimo was on the right track. When he obtained the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra, there was only a single sentence on the first chapter of the cultivation technique. The cultivation of this technique is extremely dangerous, and a single misstep would lead to chi deviation where one can burn to death from a surge of their internal flame. Later on, he tried to impart this cultivation technique to a few disciples. However, only one of them managed to attain lesser mastery. The others nearly died or had their cultivations crippled. "Zimo, take a break first," Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded. "I'll impart you some other things today." Su Zimo nodded and his black-haired essence spirit stopped cultivating. He opened his eyes and listened intently. Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, "The reason why I'm called Extreme Fire is because I've got some slight accomplishments in the Tao of the Flame." In reality, Tao Lord Extreme Fire was being extremely humble. If Su Zimo knew Tao Lord Extreme Fire's title 5,000 years ago, his jaws would have dropped apart from the shock. Tao Lord Extreme Fire continued, "The main reason for my Extreme Fire Tao title is the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra. However, the most important thing is to know how to tame fire and release the power of the Tao of the Flames to its limits. The method of cultivating my essence spirit secret skill, the Soaring Serpent Flame Deity, can be found within the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra. You can cultivate that on your own in the future." Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, "Now, I'm going to impart to you some insights I have towards taming fire and my ultimate killing move." It was commonly said that one's Tao should not be imparted casually. Be it one's insights towards cultivating or ultimate killing moves, one would usually not impart it to others easily. But now, Tao Lord Extreme Fire had no reservations at all. Although he knew that Su Zimo possessed an essence spirit of the demon race and had deep feuds with many super sects, Tao Lord Extreme Fire was not bothered in the slightest bit. "Senior, I am immensely indebted to you. To me, you are no different from my master." In his consciousness, Su Zimo performed the formalities of a disciple induction ceremony and bowed deeply. During this period of time, Tao Lord Extreme Fire treated Su Zimo like his personal disciple and imparted his life's teachings to the latter. It was not only for matters related to cultivation, even explained many weapon refinement techniques in careful detail as well. When he saw Su Zimo perform the disciple induction ceremony, Tao Lord Extreme Fire reminisced emotionally with a hint of sorrow. I once had 7 disciples, and they were all rare paragons and talents of Tianhuang mainland. Now that 5,000 years have passed, I wonder how they are now and if they're fine. Su Zimo remained silent. 5,000 years was a long time, and nobody could predict what would happen with the changes of the world. A moment later, Tao Lord Extreme Fire composed himself and said, "Actually, Zimo, with your potential and personality, your achievements will definitely surpass mine in the future. Today, I'm taking you in as a disciple. However, I might be the one benefiting from your repute in the future." Su Zimo replied indifferently, "There's no use to fame. It can't win against the sands of time, and everything ends with death eventually." "Well said," Tao Lord Extreme Fire praised. "It's truly rare for someone your age to possess wisdom of that level." He took a deep breath and said, "The most powerful dermic art I possessed in the past was the Samadhi Dao Fire." "Samadhi Dao Fire?" Frowning slightly, Su Zimo murmured. He had heard of the Samadhi True Fire before, but he did not know what the Samadhi Dao Fire was. As though he could understand Su Zimo's confusion, Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, "The Samadhi True Fire is a flame tamed by golden cores. However, the Samadhi Dao Fire is a level beyond and is a fire that can only be tamed by void reversions and dharma characteristics." Tao Lord Extreme Fire continued, "Of course, given the strength of your essence spirit currently, you should be able to try and conjure the Samadhi Dao Fire as well. However," he paused for a moment at the back. "However?" Su Zimo asked. Tao Lord Extreme Fire explained, "Samadhi refers to the creation of the 3 Dao fires, the essence, chi, and spirit fires. By fusing the essence fire created by one's spirit consciousness together with the chi and spirit fires, the Samadhi Dao Fire will be formed." Su Zimo nodded silently. The Dao Fire created by the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra was frighteningly powerful to begin with. If he were to fuse 3 Dao Fires as one, it was not hard to imagine how much killing power the Samadhi Dao Fire would possess. Tao Lord Extreme Fire shook his head. "This dermic art can be considered as my most powerful killing move. However, it's not easy to cultivate it. Without 1,000 years of effort, it's almost impossible to cultivate the essence, chi, and spirit fires." Su Zimo frowned in deep thoughts. "Samadhi, Samadhi," he murmured repeatedly, as though he was troubled by something that he could not find the answer to. "Why? Is there any problem?" Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked. Su Zimo asked deeply, "Apart from the essence, chi, and spirit, what else can be used to describe the meaning of Samadhi?" Tao Lord Extreme Fire froze momentarily. "There's nothing else. Throughout history, this has been the only way to describe Samadhi." Thereafter, Tao Lord Extreme Fire chuckled. "Why? You've got another way of looking at it." It was merely a casual question from Tao Lord Extreme Fire. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo nodded. "I wonder if Samadhi can also refer to the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Daos. The Samadhi Dao Fire is actually the convergence of the 3 different Dao Fires." Tao Lord Extreme Fire was stunned when he heard that, as though he was struck by a bolt of thunder. Although he was a dharma characteristic that had cultivated for several thousand years, he had never heard that description of Samadhi. Furthermore, Tao Lord Extreme Fire could not help but acknowledge that the grandeur of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Daos was much greater than the essence, chi, and spirit. He was almost certain that if this method worked out, the power of the Samadhi Dao Fire would definitely reach an unimaginable level. Su Zimo would also create a brand new chapter in the Dao of Fire. The more Tao Lord Extreme Fire thought about what Su Zimo said, the more excited he was. Samadhi referred to the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Daos. This was a different level, a different perspective. This was boldness. In truth, it was understandable how Su Zimo could come to that conclusion and comprehension level at the nascent soul realm. In the past, nobody, Tao Lord Extreme Fire included, had any doubts or made any changes towards the explanation of Samadhi because all of them merely focused on cultivating a single Tao. However, Su Zimo's situation was unique. He was already cultivating the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taos before he became a nascent soul. After he advanced to the nascent soul realm, his spirit refinement was also supported by 2 heaven-grade cultivation techniques of the immortal and Buddhist Taos. Furthermore, he had also been cultivating the demonic Tao the entire time. That was the reason why he could attain this level of perspective. This was something that nobody in the past dared to even imagine. More importantly, for 100 years, Su Zimo had been researching many ancient books and cultivation techniques with great effort because he wanted to establish a Tao. As such, his comprehension level was far beyond the nascent soul realm. That was the reason why he could speak of something so groundbreaking. He was also the only one who could say something as such. Tao Lord Extreme Fire could not help but say, "If your method works, the Samadhi Tao fire won't even be the endpoint. You cultivate the demonic Tao and possess the divine phoenix bone as well. If you're able to condense the demonic Tao fire and fuse it together, that will become the unprecedented Kacharati Tao fire." Tao Lord Extreme Fire was extremely worked up and seemed like he was unable to contain his excitement. Su Zimo seemed to be in deep thought and murmured to himself, "Kacharati Tao fire might not be the endpoint either." Tao Lord Extreme Fire's mouth fell agape slightly. He was in so much shock that he was no longer able to speak. Kacharati was not the endpoint? What other groundbreaking thought was in the mind of this lad? This was the first time that Tao Lord Extreme Fire realized he was unable to read Su Zimo completely. Su Zimo wanted to establish a Tao. This was something that Tao Lord Extreme Fire knew well. He had witnessed all the effort Su Zimo put in the entire time. He admired Su Zimo's persistence. However, he did not agree with Su Zimo entirely in his heart. That was because Tao Lord Extreme Fire knew that establishing a Tao so that all mortals could cultivate and become incredible was something even more difficult than ascending the heavens to become an immortal. It was completely unrealistic for Su Zimo to achieve it single-handedly. But today, Tao Lord Extreme Fire realized that he was wrong. He seemed to be able to see an unprecedented glorious era exuding from Su Zimo's figure. It was a great era that everyone could cultivate and alter their fates even if they did not possess spirit roots. Everyone was incredible and could not trample on others. It was the true rise of the human race. Tao Lord Extreme Fire lamented to himself internally, "I'm lucky to be able to live till this era. I hope to be able to witness the arrival of that glorious era personally." For the period of time thereafter, Tao Lord Extreme Fire merely focused on imparting techniques. The time he spent clarifying doubts had lessened. That was because he knew that Su Zimo would possess his own unique understanding of many dharmic Taos. He hoped that Su Zimo would be able to create his own Tao. He believed firmly in that hope. Another month passed before Su Zimo truly left the territory of the demon region. The Thousand Demon Valley was extremely vast. Even though Su Zimo did not rest and journeyed relentlessly on foot, it took him 2 whole months before he got out. However, the Thousand Demon Valley was only a part of the Middle Continent. It was easy to imagine how vast and boundless the Middle Continent was. Su Zimo had never been to the Middle Continent and knew nothing about its geography. Tao Lord Extreme Fire was the one who took out a map of the Middle Continent and handed it to Su Zimo. Su Zimo carried Tao Lord Extreme Fire's storage bag with him the entire time. However, he could never open it because Tao Lord Extreme Fire's spirit consciousness imprint was on it. Later on, when Su Zimo knew that Tao Lord Extreme Fire was still alive, he naturally returned the storage bag completely untouched to the latter. Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, "This map was from 5,000 years ago. However, I reckon that the locations of some major sects and factions should not have changed much." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded as he gazed at the map on his palm and sent his spirit consciousness into it. Unlike previously, this map did not seem large on the surface. However, as long as one sent their spirit consciousness within, their perspective would open up in a vast manner. Any name that was called out mentally would cause the corresponding region to light up. It was extremely mysterious. A moment later, when Tao Lord Extreme Fire saw Su Zimo's silence, he thought that the latter was worried about his kin and said, "There's no hurry to return to 100 Refinement Sect right away. How about we head over to Elixir Yang Sect and take a look first?" Xiaoning was a cultivator of Elixir Yang Sect. When they bid farewell at Myriad Phenomenon City, she said that she wanted to return to the North region to pay their elder brother, Su Hong, a visit. She should have returned to Elixir Yang Sect now that it was 100 years later. Su Zimo shook his head. "There's no need for that. Since we've already arrived in the Middle Continent, there's no rush to meet with them. We should head to 100 Refinement Sect first." The four unorthodox groups were located in the Middle Continent and were not far from one another. Be it Xiaoning or old friends from ethereal peak such as Ji Chengtian and Leng Ro, it was convenient to visit them all. Su Zimo was not worried about Xiaoning with Night Spirit by her side. His only worry was for Ji Chengtian, Leng Ro and the others. Diyin once declared that he not only wanted to kill Su Zimo, but also everyone close to the latter. That was precisely the reason why Su Zimo decided to kill Diyin and engaged in a life and death battle with the latter. Unfortunately, the eventual arrival of the Rakshasa and God race allowed Diyin to escape. Diyin had a vengeful nature and would definitely harbor a grudge. It was possible for him to resort to any means. "I wonder how you're doing now that 100 years have passed," Su Zimo muttered under his breath with a cold glint in his eyes. Diyin was blessed with fortune and possessed frightening talent. He had also inherited the legacy of the human emperor and created the unprecedented Chaos Green Lotus that was a mark in history. Throughout his cultivation path, he had only lost to a single opponent, Su Zimo. Su Zimo believed that even with the defeat, Diyin was not going to relegate into depression and vanish into the common crowd. Up till now, even with the Rakshasa and God race included, Diyin was an unprecedented strong foe in Su Zimo's life. That was precisely the reason why Su Zimo knew very well that Ji Chengtian, Little Fatty and the others were definitely no match for Diyin. Su Zimo decided that he would head towards Elixir Yang Sect after he escorted Tao Lord Extreme Fire back to 100 Refinement Sect. At that thought, he took a mental note of the location of 100 Refinement Sect and continued speeding forward after putting away the map. After he left the Thousand Demon Valley, he traveled for another 3 days and nights before there was a hint of human activity. Everywhere he looked, there were small villages with smoke spiraling from kitchen chimneys. In fact, Su Zimo had a surreal feeling as though he was out of the world. After speeding for another half a day, a city could be seen in the front. There were carriages, horses, flying swords and cultivators everywhere in a bustling manner. It was no wonder why the Middle Continent was the most advanced region in the cultivation world. The fact that such a flourishing scene could be seen right at the borders was truly rare. After he left the Thousand Demon Valley, Su Zimo had already changed back to his black hair and green robes. He altered his appearance as well and was now a burly man. Of course, Su Zimo rode with the wind at an extremely fast speed. For many cultivators on the ground, he was only a streak of light that couldn't be seen clearly. Su Zimo's stamina was robust, and no matter how far he traveled, all he needed was a full night's rest to recover completely. Another 3 months passed, and he was finally close to arriving at the location of 100 Refinement Sect. During this period of time, Tao Lord Extreme Fire had quietened down instead. Su Zimo knew that it was a complex feeling. It was a sense of uneasiness that stemmed from prolonged homesickness, worried that something bad might have happened. After all, 5,000 years had passed and it was a long time. Nobody knew how 100 Refinement Sect was right now and if Tao Lord Extreme Fire's old friends were doing well. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's ears twitched and he vaguely heard the sound of weapons clashing. There were heated voices mixed within. Killing and fighting was commonplace around the cultivation world. Furthermore, the Middle Continent was a great region with an advanced and flourished cultivation culture. Along the way, Su Zimo encountered many similar fights. However, he had never appeared to interfere. If he did so for every single encounter he came across, he might not be able to arrive at 100 Refinement Sect even after dozens of years on the road. Moreover, there were a lot of killing and fights within the cultivation world where it was difficult to tell who was in the right or wrong. Many times, the clashes could have started with a single disagreement or over certain treasures. Su Zimo could not be bothered with all of them. Now, even when he heard the fighting sounds in the distance, he merely paused for a brief moment and continued forward. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. We are now extremely close to 100 Refinement Sect, and this area is also a part of the sect's territory. Let's go check it out. All right. Su Zimo nodded and sped towards the area of the clash in a flash. This time round, Su Zimo released lightning escape right away. He transformed into a streak of lightning and arrived before long. Su Zimo looked over. Both sides that were fighting were nascent souls and dermic arts collided one against another in the voids. Flying swords and dermic weapons streaked everywhere while lights flashed and dermic powers surged. It was extremely intense. On one side, there were one man and two women. They looked young and were all at early stage. It was clear that they had all just advanced to the nascent soul realm not long ago. On the other side, there were 10 nascent souls with their faces masked. However, their cultivation realms were profound and most of them were at late stage. One of their dermic art was domineering and the power of the spirit consciousness contained a trace of pure yang. It was clear that this person was at the perfected nascent soul realm. Once the opportunity was present, this person could advance to the void reversion realm. It was clear that the side with 3 people was disadvantaged. There were dozens of flags planted in the ground around the 3 people. They seemed to be set up in an obscure manner and formed a massive formation. Every single flagpole was etched with complicated formation patterns. Black smoke rumbled around the place where the dozens of flags were planted and isolated the people within from the rest of the world. Under normal circumstances, the black smoke could not only isolate the vision of external cultivators, it could even block their spirit consciousnesses. However, for Su Zimo, who had cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the black smoke seemed like it was nothing more than a thin veil that was almost transparent. The man and 2 women were trapped within the formation and were struggling to defend. Although the 2 female cultivators were extremely beautiful, they were drenched in sweat and looked wretched. Their robes were torn in some places and revealed their fair skin partially in a charming manner. Although the man and 2 women were all early-stage nascent souls, the difference between their combat strength was great. The 2 female cultivators could be considered as ordinary nascent souls and were orderly in the way they fought. However, it was extremely different for the man. With Su Zimo's experience, he could tell that the man could be considered as a paragon. It was good enough that he was able to contend against 10 late-stage and perfected nascent souls despite the terrain disadvantage after they fell into the formation. If not for this man's bitter struggles, the 3 of them might have been defeated and captured a long time ago. Su Zimo did not recognize either of the factions. He shifted his gaze towards the sleeves of the cultivators on both sides. Normally, the emblems of sects would mostly be imprinted on either the waist or sleeve area of one's robes. On the sleeves of the side with 10 nascent souls, there was a dark flame imprinted. It was extremely sinister and gave off an eerie aura. On the sleeves of the other side with the man and 2 women, there was a gigantic ancient tripod imprinted. This tripod? Su Zimo murmured softly, and there was a reminiscent look on his face. The emblem looked familiar and he had seen it before somewhere. This tripod is the emblem of 100 Refinement Sect. Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded, and Su Zimo was enlightened. When he saw this emblem previously, it was on Tao Lord Extreme Fire's body beneath the cold lake in Songlang Mountain Range. Nan Gong Ling stopped struggling. The only perfected nascent soul within the formation smiled smugly and said in a carefree manner, "If not for the fact that I dote on our 2 junior sisters, Han Yen and Ru Xian, you would have died a long time ago. Ha 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 ha." The remaining 9 nascent souls burst into laughter and roved their eyes around the 2 female cultivators brazenly. The clothes of the 2 female cultivators were partially torn. Now that they were glared at by so many gazes in such a brazen manner, their embarrassment turned into anger and they lost their composures. The dermic powers they released almost dispersed and they were nearly captured. When Nangong Ling saw this, he said hurriedly, "Junior sisters, don't fall for the trick. Wu Yuan is just playing mind games with us. We're not far away from the sect. As long as our sect mates pass by and report this to the sect, we'll be saved. Indeed, the two female cultivators became much calmer upon hearing that, and their gazes turned firm. Fufu. Wu Yuan sneered with killing intent churning in his eyes. Nangong Ling, I don't mind telling you that this is the Hellfire Formation. Right now, I'm merely activating the first level of the formation, Black Smoke. Once I activate the second level Hellfire, the three of you will turn into ashes in less than 10 breaths. Nangong Ling's expression changed. He knew that Wu Yuan was not boasting. They would definitely not be able to defend against the Hellfire Formation once it was activated properly. Even now, the rumbling black smoke in the formation was choking. It was difficult for them to stop breathing entirely during the fight, and they sniffed in some of it inevitably. The 10 people on the other side covered their noses with special veils and were completely unaffected. As time passed by, the amount of black smoke they took in would only increase and their combat strength would diminish. There was no chance for them to escape alive. Nangong Ling shouted, Wu Yuan, you can come at me alone for any grudges. Why must you make things difficult for the two of them? I'll let you capture me without a fight. Let the two of them go. Ha 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 ha. As though he had heard the greatest joke in the world, Wu Yuan laughed. Nangong Ling, you've got no rights to negotiate with me. Your death today is certain. He swept his gaze towards the petite, curvy bodies of the two female cultivators and smacked his lips with a menacing laughter. I don't only want the two items in their possession, I want their bodies as well. Nangong Ling, at that time, I'll accord you the mercy to watch from the sidelines. Ha ha ha. Wu Yuan's words were extremely vile. Nangong Ling had a grim expression as he hopped on the spot and howled with all his might. Wu Yuan, you dog. I'll fuck all 18 generations of your ancestors. Come fight me alone if you've got the balls. I'll wallop the shit out of you with a single hand. Even the two female cultivators were dumbfounded, let alone Wu Yuan and the others. Nangong Ling's behavior did not resemble the righteousness of an immortal cultivator. He was more like a hooligan in the marketplace. Ouch! Nangong Ling was distracted by his outburst, and a gash appeared on his body with fresh blood oozing out. Fuck your mother! He glared at the cultivator that injured him and cursed. Since I'm going to die, I'll scold you all I want first. Wu Yuan frowned before asking with a fake smile. You're trying to let people in the vicinity hear you shouting from the top of your lungs? I'll advise you to give up hope. This formation can block the detection of a spirit consciousness, let alone sound itself. To be honest, let me tell you, the communication Dao talisman you guys sneakily released earlier on was long devoured by the Hellfire Formation. The expressions of Nangong Ling's group changed. Wu Yuan said coldly, furthermore, even if anyone passed by, they wouldn't know what was going on here. Why would any busybody get themselves involved in any trouble? The moment Wu Yuan said that, another voice sounded from outside the formation. I've always loved being a busybody. The cultivators in the formation were stunned. None of them expected a voice to sound from outside the Hellfire Formation that could block spirit consciousness transmissions after Wu Yuan's statement. It was rather ironic. To Nangong Ling's group's delight, the intruder seemed to be on their side. As the one in control of the Hellfire Formation, Wu Yuan could naturally see through the black smoke and know what was happening outside. He took a glance and saw that there was only a single person out there. When he saw that this was a late-stage nascent soul, he was relieved. A nascent soul at the side revealed killing intent and looked towards Wu Yuan menacingly. He gestured with his hand that he wanted to behead the person outside. Wu Yuan shook his head. For some unknown reason, he felt an odd, indescribable feeling towards this intruder. He did not wish to create unnecessary trouble and merely wanted this person to leave as soon as possible. Fellow Taoist, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be a busybody. This isn't something you can afford to get involved with, Wu Yuan said coldly with a threatening tone. Fellow Taoist, we are disciples of 100 Refinement Sect. Please hurry and head to 100 Refinement Sect to seek reinforcements. I will definitely be immensely indebted to you and will repay you greatly in the future. Nangong Ling yelled hurriedly. Wu Yuan sneered. I've already told you. Your voice can't be sent outside. He can't hear you. I can hear. The voice from outside sounded once more with a hint of mockery. Impossible. Wu Yuan's expression changed and he frowned. This person could not only send his voice into the formation, he could also hear everything that was happening within. In that case, what could the Hellfire formation hide from this man? Right then, the intruder outside smiled gently and said in an indifferent manner, "This so-called formation of yours is filled with openings. To me, it's no different from being transparent." The moment he said that, the intruder reached out and grabbed a flag that was planted onto the ground. He exerted strength slightly and uprooted it instantly. The dozens of flags were only able to create the formation because they were planted at designated locations. Naturally, the formation was dispersed with any one of them removed. With a single gust of wind, the rumbling smoke vanished in the blink of an eye. Nan Gongling and the others turned over and saw a figure not far away. He had black hair, green robes, a boorish appearance and looked well worn, as though he had just traveled a long journey. This green-robed burly man was only a late-stage nascent soul. He did not look special and there were no emblems of major sects or factions on his sleeves either. Nan Gongling's group was slightly disappointed. One of the women was slightly anxious as she shouted while defending against flying swords and dermic weapons around her. "My name is Ru Xian, remember that? Hurry and go seek help from 100 Refinement Sect." When she saw the green-robed burly man standing motionlessly, she could not help but urge again, "Hurry, go! What are you standing there like a fool for? A while more and you won't be able to escape as well." Wu Yuan had a dark expression. Now that the Hellfire formation was dispelled and Nan Gongling's group was free once again, many variables were added to the situation. Hurry and take care of them, be it dead or alive. A resolute glint flashed through Wu Yuan's eyes. At the same time, he released a spirit consciousness transmission to ask one of the nascent souls to block the green-robed burly man who was not far away. "Kill!" Wu Yuan led 8 nascent souls and encircled Nan Gongling's group, prepared to go all out and kill the 3 of them here lest there were any other changes. On the other side, a nascent soul strode towards the green-robed burly man expressionlessly. He conjured hand seals secretly and was prepared to kill the green-robed burly man right away. The green-robed burly man smiled gently to the man. Right as the man was about to strike, his vision blurred and a green shadow flashed. A suffocating aura surged towards him. "You!" The person managed to utter a single word before his vision darkened. He felt a sharp pain in his mind before his consciousness sank and vanished. With a thud, a lifeless corpse collapsed onto a puddle of blood. "Ah!" One of the female cultivators could not help but shriek when she saw that. Wu Yuan turned around slowly, and his pupils constricted when he caught sight of the corpse on the ground. It was too fast. They had just surrounded Nan Gongling's group, but the fight on the other side had already ended before they even attacked. There were no complicated moves. The green-robed burly man merely strode forward and smashed his opponent's head with a single slap. It was simple, clean, and clear-cut. Suddenly, Wu Yuan realized that this intruder was extremely troublesome to deal with. There was a high possibility that they would suffer an immense loss if they did not deal with this properly. He raised his head slightly and gestured for the remaining 8 nascent souls to encircle Nan Gongling's group and settle them as soon as possible. With a single thought of his spirit consciousness, he retrieved the dozens of flags that were planted on the ground. "Friend, you can't blame me since you chose to come knocking on death's door." Wu Yuan's glabella shone and his massive spirit consciousness surged into the flags as he waved his hand. Dozens of flags streaked through the air and the runes etched on them shone with sinister glows in a mysterious manner. With a whoosh, the flagpoles were engulfed in flames. The flames shone with a dark light as though they were hellfire from the purgatory. Although they were burning, they emitted a chilling aura. "Hellfire spear!" Nan Gongling's expression changed as he exclaimed. Another female cultivator that had not said anything the entire time frowned gently. With a worried expression, she could not help but remind, "Fellow Taoist, be careful. This dermic art is extremely powerful and must not be taken head-on. The woman's voice was extremely sweet and pleasing to the ears. Fufu. It's too late to remind him now. Wu Yuan sneered and conjured his dermic art as he yelled, "Converge!" Swoosh. The dozens of flags converged in front of the green-robed burly man swiftly. As though they were fused together, a gigantic spear that blazed with hellfire streaked through the air. The green-robed burly man gazed at the incoming spear and slanted his head slightly. His gaze shone and he seemed slightly distracted, as though he was thinking about something. It's over. Nangong Ling's heart sank completely at the sight of that. They had finally come across a cultivator. To think that it was a brute that did not comprehend danger at all. This brute is way too careless. Ru Xian grumbled. Who the hell gets distracted in a fight? How did this man manage to cultivate to the nascent soul realm? The gigantic hellfire spear was about to pierce the green-robed burly man's head. Sigh! The woman with the sweet voice sighed gently and turned to the side, unwilling to continue watching. Right then, the green-robed burly man seemed to have snapped out of his stupor. He extended his palm all of a sudden and flicked out his finger. Swoosh! A ball of golden flames burst forth from the green-robed man's fingertip. The ball of golden flames was only the size of a fist. However, it gave off a flawless divine aura. The moment it was released, it purged away all the coldness in the air. The green-robed burly man seemed delighted at the sight of the golden ball of flames on his fingertip and grinned before flicking gently. The golden ball of flames floated forward and collided against the hellfire spear. Shing! The hellfire blazing on the spear was extinguished almost immediately. Of course, the golden flame dissipated as well. Wu Yuan was shocked. What was that flame? How could a small ball of flame extinguish the blazing fire on his spear? The eyes of Nangong Ling and the other two were filled with shock and surprise. The golden flame of the green-robed burly man was extremely divine and was distinctly different from the flames they had cultivated. However, they felt a resonance to his flame. It was a resonance that could only be felt by cultivators of 100 Refinement sect that cultivated that cultivation technique. That cultivation technique was something that could not be imparted to anyone outside the sect. Although the hellfire on the gigantic spear was extinguished by the golden flames, the power of the spear that was created with dozens of flags was still present and it continued advancing. Anyone that was struck by this gigantic spear would be split into parts instantly without a corpse remaining. The green-robed burly man did not panic or get flustered. He reached out with outstretched fingers as dermic power surged and he grabbed the incoming spear. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The world seemed to have gone silent. The green-robed burly man managed to stop the spear that was larger than his body in midair with his bare hands without budging a single inch. Wu Yuan's expression looked extremely terrible by now. The two female cultivators watched with widened eyes and their mouths agape. They did not even realize that they lost their composure. That was the full-powered attack of a perfected nascent soul. Furthermore, the power of dozens of flags with countless runes was included within as well. Although Nangong Ling felt that he was a paragon of the current era with combat strength that surpassed his peers, he would not dare to take this attack head-on and would have to avoid it as well. To think that this unknown green-robed burly man could devour the hellfire on the spears by throwing out a casual ball of flame. Thereafter, he stopped the gigantic spear in a seemingly effortless manner. He did not seem as though he had used his full strength. More importantly, this man was only at late-stage nascent soul as well. Right then, the green-robed burly man smiled gently to Wu Yuan. Time for you to take an attack of mine too. Before his sentence ended, the green-robed burly man swept his robes and coiled the spear that was in midair, tossing it back towards Wu Yuan's group. The moment the spear left his hand, it dispersed into dozens of flags once again. Ooh, ooh. The flags streaked through the air and transformed into dozens of black streaks of light that rang in a shuddering manner. The expressions of Wu Yuan and the 8 nascent souls behind him changed and their eyes were filled with fright. Everywhere the dozens of flags passed, the mud was overturned as gravel and sand flew. Dozens of flags shooting over at the same time was frightening, and even the weather changed. Instantly, Wu Yuan's group felt as though the skies had darkened. Their visions were completely filled with the black streaks of light that were absolutely unavoidable. Heavens! Ru Xian's cherry-red lips were agape as she murmured with looks of disbelief. Is this really the work of man? Everyone could see clearly that the green-robed burly man merely tossed back the spear. He did not conjure any dermic arts or secret skills. This was a pure burst of his physical strength. Under normal circumstances, cultivators that were not at the conjoint body realm were relatively weak physically. Ru Xian had never seen anyone with such frightening physical strength. Even void reversions might not be able to reach this level, let alone the nascent souls of her sect. In the blink of an eye, the color of the entire world changed. Apart from the terrifying burst power, Nangong Ling noticed something even more frightening in the green-robed burly man's attack. The precision of the trajectory and targets. The dozens of flags were not tossed randomly. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the trajectory and target of each and every flag was extremely precise. Although they were tossed at the same time, they did not move together and varied in speed. However, not only did they miss Nangong Ling's group of 3 perfectly, the spears even sealed the retreat paths of Wu Yuan's group completely. If Nangong Ling was the one who attacked, he could perform this feat with a moment of inspection as well. However, the green-robed burly man's instantaneous judgment right in the midst of a battle had surpassed Nangong Ling's expectations completely. Could it have been a mere coincidence? If it was not a coincidence, how precise did his judgment have to be? His control of the combat situation was extremely conscientious and was at an extraordinary level. Everyone's myriad of thoughts raced through their minds. In a flash, the dozens of flags arrived with apocalyptic auras. Run. That was the only thought that remained in everyone's minds, Wu Yuan included. The only thing they could do against such a terrifying attack was to retreat. The nascent souls with swift reactions fled from their original spots. Those with slower reactions had their bodies punctured by the flagpoles. A tremendous amount of power surged into their bodies and caused them to split into pieces. The nascent souls that fled at the start barely managed to escape the flags. However, before they could rejoice, their bodies were pierced by something sharp and they were yanked away from the spot. Poof! 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 The formation flags blanketed the skies and descended as blood mists spewed everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the 8 nascent souls were dead. At the nascent soul realm, the essence spirit was extremely fragile. Even if an essence spirit could escape from the body, the moment it was exposed to the outside world, it could not even withstand the murderous aura or a single gust of wind. It did not take long for the essence spirits to disperse into the world. The only person who managed to survive was Wu Yuan, the cultivator with the highest cultivation realm on the battlefield. He was the first to react and released his movement techniques one after another. By now, he had already avoided 3 flags. However, there were dozens of flags. It was impossible for him to escape from the range of the flags. Instantly, Wu Yuan realized that fact as well. His gaze shimmered and he slapped his storage bag, retrieving a black shield. Wu Yuan bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a stream of essence blood. His expression instantly turned much paler. A mouthful of essence blood was extremely precious for a cultivator and contained up to 100 years' worth of cultivation effort. This was something they would not sacrifice unless they had no other choice. The essence blood splashed onto the black shield and sizzled. Swoosh! Instantly, the black shield expanded rapidly with dark, cold flames blazing on its surface. Wu Yuan grit his teeth and curled himself into a ball as he hid behind the black shield. The moment he did that, the flag descended and smashed violently against the black shield. Boom! A loud sound exploded in Wu Yuan's ears and he shuddered. More than half the flames on the black shield were extinguished. Wu Yuan's arms that were used to prop up the shield were completely numb by now. Swoosh! He heaved a deep sigh of relief. No matter what, he managed to endure the attack. I can't linger here. I've got to hurry and escape. The moment that thought crossed Wu Yuan's mind and he was about to get up, He was scared out of his wits when he caught something from the corner of his eyes. Unknowingly, the green-robed burly man who was not far away had already arrived before him. The distance between the two of them was extremely close. The green-robed burly man looked at him with a fake smile. Slowly, the former raised his palm and pummeled down with a punch. Wu Yuan's mind went blank, and without time to think, he raised the black shield that burned with hellfire to defend himself. Boom! There was yet another explosion that was even more frightening than the one earlier. The ground shook. Nangong Ling's group shuddered in fright from that explosion. A figure was sent flying and rolled on the ground hundreds of feet away. He laid there motionlessly with blood and mud all over his body. Wu Yuan's face was frightfully pale and his gaze was dim as he coughed out blood endlessly. It was a horrific sight. The black shield fell to the side. The dark flames on its surface were long extinguished. Crack, crack, crack. Apart from the coughing sounds, there were strange sounds that sent chills down one's spine echoing from Wu Yuan's body. Nangong Ling and the others gulped. They could hear that it was the sound of bones cracking. Even the black shield could not defend against that single punch. The power penetrated the shield and smashed all the bones in Wu Yuan's body. A single punch had contained such terrifying might. Nangong Ling's group knew that although Wu Yuan was still breathing for the moment, he was definitely going to die. Not good. Right then, Ru Xian's expression changed and she exclaimed, "The hellfire on the black shield hasn't disappeared even when the brute attacked. His punch must have been tainted by the hellfire." Nangong Ling was shocked as well. He knew the power of the hellfire. As long as the body was tainted by it, there was no way to purge it. Hellfire was pervasive and could even penetrate deep into the bones, burning cultivators from the inside out. Furthermore, the entire process was extremely painful. Most of the time, there would be cultivators who could not withstand it and would reach out to grab it, only to end up with injuries all over their bodies. Nangong Ling and Ru Xian looked at the green-robed burly man's right hand instinctively. Both of them were stunned. The green-robed man's right hand was fair and slender with long fingers. There were no scars or burn marks on it. Strange. The two of them exchanged puzzled glances. The other female cultivator beside him, Lu Hanyen, lowered her head in silence. However, she would raise her head from time to time and steal a glance at the green-robed man with a curious gaze. Nangong Ling and Ru Xian did not notice it. However, she clearly saw that the green-robed man's fist had indeed touched the black shield and his hand was tainted with a wisp of hellfire. However, the hellfire did not seep into the green-robed man's flesh and bones to burn as they had expected. On the contrary, the hellfire stuck to the green-robed man's palm, flickering as though it could extinguish at any moment. The green-robed man did not mind and waved it off casually as well. The wisp of hellfire was strangely extinguished. What was this? Lu Hanyen nearly bit her tongue when she saw that. This ability was completely beyond her knowledge. A nascent soul's body could ignore the hellfire? Nangong Ling and the other two were troubled. There was no longer a need to salvage Wu Yuan's broken body. An essence spirit floated out from Wu Yuan's glabella with a flustered expression. His eyes were filled with fear as he fled into the distance. Not good, he's trying to escape. Nangong Ling noticed this and chased after him hurriedly. However, Nangong Ling gave up after a few steps. To begin with, the speed of an essence spirit was faster than his physical body. Furthermore, the two of them were dozens of feet apart and Wu Yuan's essence spirit was the first to escape. It was already impossible for him to catch up. Ugh! Nangong Ling sighed with a vexed expression. However, it was not his fault either. He had not expected Wu Yuan's essence spirit to be able to escape outside. Normally speaking, a nascent soul's essence spirit was extremely fragile and feared too many things. Be it the scorching sun or the cold wind outside, they could destroy nascent souls. However, Wu Yuan was already at perfected nascent soul realm and his essence spirit was wrapped with a trace of pure yang qi that could protect him for a long time outside. At the very least, escaping back to the sect was not a problem. When she saw that, Ru Xian understood as well. Rolling her eyes at the green-robed man, she muttered softly. Indeed, you're a brute. Who asked you to use so much strength to send someone flying so far away? Great. Now he gets a chance to return home. Lu Hanyan frowned slightly and shouted with a stern gaze, Ru Xian! No matter what, the green-robed man was their savior. How could she say that? Ru Xian knew that she was not in the right as well and stuck out her tongue without saying anything more. Lu Hanyan turned around and bowed to the green-robed man, saying apologetically, Junior Sister Ru Xian said it unintentionally. Please don't take offense. The green-robed man smiled indifferently and looked at Wu Yuan's essence spirit that was fleeing into the distance. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and uttered a strange word. OM. The entire void seemed to tremble. In that short period of time, Wu Yuan had already fled hundreds of feet away. The joy of surviving a calamity surged in his heart as a voice sounded by his ears. It was majestic and divine, like a gigantic bell that shook one's mind. The voice seemed to echo through the world endlessly. Wu Yuan's essence spirit shuddered, and the wisp of pure yang qi that was wrapped around his essence spirit was instantly shattered by the sound. Without the protection of the pure yang qi, Wu Yuan's essence spirit was exposed to the outside world. It flickered in the cold wind and his aura turned extremely weak as he fell from midair. When Ru Xian saw that, she opened her mouth uncontrollably, as though she could stuff a duck egg inside. Even though the green-robed man did not look like he was anything special, he had done shocking things repeatedly. It was the same for this move as well. An essence spirit had fallen because of a roar. Nangong Ling's knowledge seemed to surpass the two female cultivators as he said in a deep voice, This is the Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries. The green-robed man glanced at him and nodded. Nangong Ling frowned and pondered. Sound domain secret skills were extremely rare, and even he had never cultivated them despite his background. As for the sound secret skills of the Buddhist sects, the most famous was Diamond Monastery's lion roar. However, the Sanskrit sound earlier on was strong and sacred, clearly different from the ferocious lion roar. Although he could recognize that it was the Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries, he could not identify which Buddhist sect's sound domain secret skill it was. The green-robed man moved and was already walking towards Wu Yuan's essence spirit in the distance. He was not worried that Wu Yuan would escape. The pure yang qi outside Wu Yuan's essence spirit had already been shattered by Sanskrit. Even if he did not attack, Wu Yuan would not be able to hold out for long and would die outside. Nangong Ling, Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian followed hurriedly. Pursing her lips, Ru Xian harumphed and whispered, Seriously, why didn't you release your sound domain secret skill earlier? You made me misunderstand you earlier on. The green-robed man did not reply. Ru Xian rolled her eyes and came over with a grin. Hey, are you trying to show off your skills in front of us two beauties to attract our attention? Initially, Nangong Ling was deep in thought. When he heard that, he raised his head and looked at the green-robed man with a hint of hostility. He even stood in front of Lu Hanyan intentionally, separating her from the green-robed man. The green-robed man remained silent and continued forward with his hands behind his back, as though he could not be bothered. However, Ru Xian was relentless and chased after him. If you don't say anything, you're admitting to it, right? Tell me, have you taken a liking to me or do you like senior sister Lu? Ru Xian. Lu Hanyan berated with a helpless expression. Right then, the four of them arrived before Wu Yuan's essence spirit. In that short period of time, the aura of Wu Yuan's essence spirit was extremely weak after it was exposed to the outside world, as though he could die at any moment. When he saw Ru Xian approach, the green-robed man said slowly, I want him alive. I want to ask him something. I didn't release the Sanskrit immediately because I was afraid that he would die from the shock. Ru Xian was stunned. Although the green-robed man's tone was calm, there was a domineering aura that seeped into his bones. Furthermore, she could not refute him at all. Wu Yuan's essence spirit had already escaped hundreds of feet away and was reduced to this state by the roar. It was not hard to imagine that Wu Yuan's essence spirit would have perished on the spot if the green-robed man had used a sound domain secret skill right after he escaped. The green-robed man was none other than Su Zimo, who had changed his appearance. Unless one's spirit consciousness surpassed his significantly, they would not be able to detect his disguise, let alone see his true appearance. Tao Lord Extreme Fire was the one who wanted to keep Wu Yuan alive. Although Tao Lord Extreme Fire had only said that sentence ever since he attacked, Su Zimo could sense the anger in his tone. 5,000 years later, 100 Refinement Sect was bullied and even witnessed by Tao Lord Extreme Fire. He had to get to the bottom of this. Ru Xian closed in and grabbed Wu Yuan's essence spirit before Su Zimo could. All of a sudden, Su Zimo sensed something and pulled Ru Xian back. "What are you?" Ru Xian frowned and shouted. Before she could finish, she stopped. She saw Wu Yuan's essence spirit ignite in a sinister manner with dark flames flickering. Ru Xian's face turned pale. She could imagine that if Su Zimo had not held her back earlier on, her hands would have been stained with the hellfire. In the worst-case scenario, she might lose an arm or even die. "Don't worry, I won't die for nothing. The experts of Hellfire Hall will definitely come and seek revenge for me." Wu Yuan's voice sounded from the raging flames with endless hatred. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. None of you will be able to escape. Your 100 Refinement Sect can wait for our revenge." Piak. Su Zimo flicked his sleeves and a dermic power seal smashed down, shattering Wu Yuan's essence spirit. This was clearly Wu Yuan's means of self-destruction, and there was no way to save him. He might as well kill Wu Yuan and save them some peace. Su Zimo moved his spirit consciousness and collected the storage bags of Wu Yuan and the others. He took a casual glance and did not find anything valuable. Su Zimo picked up the black shield again. The black shield could withstand his strength without shattering and was considered a treasure. Of course, to Su Zimo that was not something he cared a lot for. He had gained quite a bit from the few battles in the 1,000 Demon Meat. He had the storage bag of the Overlord of Levitating Goat Peak. Right then, Lu Hanyan arrived in front of Su Zimo and bowed deeply, saying sincerely, "I am Lu Hanyan of 100 Refinement Sect. Thank you for saving our lives, fellow Taoist." Nangong Ling could sense that Lu Hanyan was looking at Su Zimo with a different meaning. He could not help but feel a little jealous and sent a voice transmission hurriedly. "Hanyan, be careful. This person's identity is unknown, and he seems to know the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra. Let's ask him about his background first. That's for later." Lu Hanyan shook her head slightly and sent a voice transmission. "No matter what, it's a fact that this fellow Taoist saved us. If not for him, the three of us would have been captured by Wu Yuan long ago. We don't know what sort of humiliation we would have to endure right now." Nangong Ling could not refute her. Lu Hanyan nudged Ru Xian gently and sent a voice transmission. "Hurry up and thank him. He saved you twice." Ru Xian pouted and bowed towards Su Zimo. "Brute. My name is Ru Xian and I'm also from 100 Refinement Sect. Thank you for today." Nangong Ling was a little reluctant as well. However, he still cupped his fists and bowed towards Su Zimo, saying deeply, "I'm Nangong Ling of 100 Refinement Sect. Thank you, fellow Taoist." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Although the three of them were from the same sect, their personalities were different. Lu Hanyan was calm and polite. She had the bearing of a disciple of a major sect. Ru Xian appeared carefree and straightforward. As for Nangong Ling, apart from the aura of a major sect, there was also a pride in his bones, as though he came from an extraordinary background. The three of them gave Su Zimo a good feeling. At the very least, they did not have bad natures and were filled with vigor and courage. "Hey, haven't you heard of Senior Brother Nangong's name?" When she saw that Su Zimo had no reaction after Nangong Ling introduced her, Ru Xian could not help but ask. Su Zimo recalled carefully before shaking his head. I've never heard of it." Ru Xian immediately revealed a look of disdain. "Have you heard of the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking?" Ru Xian asked. "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. Rubbing her puffed-up chest, Ru Xian heaved a sigh of relief. "Not bad. You even know about the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking. That saves me the trouble of explaining." Pausing for a moment, Ru Xian took a deep breath and said slowly, "Listen up. Senior Brother Nangong is ranked 83 on the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking this time round. Su Zimo was stunned. It was not because he was shocked. He was once the top of the phenomenon ranking and 8-3 was nothing in his eyes. He was stunned because on the one hand, he was lamenting the passage of time. 100 years had passed and the phenomenon ranking had already changed. On the other hand, he was filled with emotions as he recalled everything that happened in the ancient battlefield 100 years ago. Nangong Ling stood at the side and raised his chin proudly with a hint of pride in his eyes. He glanced at Lu Hanyen from time to time, as though he was silently showing off. Although he looked calm on the surface, he could not conceal his delight. He was very satisfied with Su Zimo's reaction. Anyone who saw a cultivator ranked 83 on the phenomenon ranking would be shocked and fearful. At that moment, Nangong Ling felt as though he was the only existence in the world as his entire body shone. Lu Hanyen rubbed her forehead helplessly. He. When Ru Xian saw Su Zimo's dazed expression, she could not help but laugh. She waved her palm in front of Su Zimo's eyes. Are you scared out of your wits? Hey, wake up. Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and chuckled as well, seemingly with a deeper meaning. However, at that moment, neither Nangong Ling or Ru Xian realized it. Not long later, when they truly understood the meaning behind Su Zimo's smile, they were so embarrassed that they nearly dug a hole to hide in. What are you laughing foolishly about? Ru Xian hammered Su Zimo's chest without any malice. Ru Xian, stop fooling around. Lu Hanyen could not stand it any longer and said, There's always someone better than you. I admire senior brother Nangong's strength as well, but he has 82 paragons ahead of him. Furthermore, there's also the paragons of the previous phenomenon ranking and the previous phenomenon ranking. Ru Xian shook her head. You can't say that. We're cultivators of 100 Refinement sect, one of the 4 unorthodox groups. We can't compare to the Immortal, Fiend, and Buddhist sections. It's almost impossible for us 100 Refinement sect cultivators to get a spot on the phenomenon ranking. The last time we got a spot on the phenomenon ranking was thousands of years ago. Ru Xian was not wrong. It was difficult for the disciples of the 4 unorthodox groups to leave their names on the phenomenon ranking. Among the 4 unorthodox groups of the previous phenomenon ranking, only Ji Chengtian of Elixir Yang sect was ranked. Even then, he was lower than the top 100. Therefore, it was rather rare for Nangong Ling to be ranked 83 on the phenomenon ranking. That was easy to understand. Be it the 100 Refinement sect or the other 4 unorthodox groups, they had different cultivation tendencies. For example, 100 Refinement sect valued weapon refinement more than anything else. However, a person's energy was limited. If one wanted to attain success in weapon refinement, they would have to expend a tremendous amount of mental energy. As such, his combat strength would naturally be weaker. Throughout history, there were very few cultivators in 100 Refinement sect who were renowned for their accomplishments in weapon refinement and combat strength. Ru Xian continued smugly, Let me tell you, it's not just senior brother Nangong. Sister Hanyen and I entered the ancient battlefield and arrived at Myriad Phenomenon City, in the end to witness the unprecedented battle for the phenomenon ranking. Such an experience was indeed rare and was something worth bragging about. After all, there were very few golden cores in Tianhuang mainland who were qualified to enter the ancient battlefield. In the end, there were even fewer who could reach Myriad Phenomenon City. Su Zimo sighed internally. It was a pity that the previous phenomenon ranking battle was not an honor for the paragons of Myriad Phenomenon City. It was a catastrophe. Ru Xian continued, The number 1 of the phenomenon ranking this time round is extremely impressive. He created an unprecedented golden core phenomenon that swept through all his peers with unparalleled might. He's an unprecedented monster incarnate. That's right. He even left his name on the ancient phenomenon stele. The tides were turbulent and in 100 years, countless paragons would rise and shine. Su Zimo's expression was calm and his eyes flashed with a glint. He wondered how many people still remembered him after 100 years have passed. Even though Yi Tiansheng is powerful, he is not unprecedented. Lu Hanyen shook her head. I heard that the previous phenomenon rankings top and second place both created a new phenomenon. Furthermore, There are many legends about the previous phenomenon rankings number 1. He seems to be even stronger than Yi Tiansheng. Tisk! Ru Xian pouted in disdain. Sister, you said it yourself. The previous phenomenon rankings number 1 was a legend. What's a legend? It's fake. The more rumors spread, the more fake they become. Nangong Ling nodded as well. We've never seen what the top of the previous phenomenon ranking looked like, and we don't know how fake the stories are either. However, we witnessed the combat strength of Yi Tiansheng with our own eyes. It's truly unprecedented. We've all entered nascent soul realm. He must have entered nascent soul realm long ago as well. Given his combat strength, he will definitely be able to sweep through all perfected lords and be invincible in the nascent soul realm. From the looks of it, Nangong Ling and the other two clearly knew nothing about what happened in Myriad Phenomenon City 100 years ago. Or rather, even if they knew, they only knew a limited amount and thought that it was just a legend. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with mockery. He could understand that. After all, the major sects and factions of Myriad Phenomenon City were massacred by the foreign races 100 years ago. Countless paragons were killed, and almost all of them were wiped out. In the end, he was the one who saved everyone. Furthermore, in the eyes of everyone, he was of a different race. This was a disgraceful matter. In fact, it could even be said that the major sects and factions lost all face in front of the Rakshasa and God race. After returning to Tianhuang mainland, it was only logical for them to keep this a secret. Because of that, the truth was concealed. That was merely 100 years. If it was 500 years later or 1,000 years later, who would remember that there was a figure in Myriad Phenomenon City who fought to the death and protected the last bit of dignity of the human race without retreating at all? Who would remember that there was once a person who managed to turn the tides single-handedly? Who would remember that there was once a figure that stood on the corpse of an alien race with an unparalleled aura and let out a heroic roar? The emperors are not here, but I am. As time passed, everything would eventually be buried until there were no traces left. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "You guys seem to look down on the previous phenomenon rankings top spot?" "That's normal." Ru Xian shrugged. "There's only two possibilities if there's no news of that person within 100 years. First, he's already dead. Furthermore, he died silently. It's clear that he's nothing much. The paragons that died prematurely would eventually be forgotten without exception." Su Zimo asked, "What's the second possibility?" Ru Xian said, "Second, he's timid as a mouse and has already gone into hiding." Su Zimo frowned, not really understanding what she was saying. Ru Xian continued, 80 years ago, Di'in, who was ranked second on the previous phenomenon ranking, declared that he wanted to engage in a life and death battle with this man. However, he did not respond at all. Later on, Dean made a move and I heard that he nearly beat that person's best friend to death. Even then, that person did not even show himself. If he's not as cowardly as a rat, what is he? As she spoke, she shuddered and could not continue. Instinctively, she raised her head and saw a cold gaze and expression on Su Zimo's face. He exuded a shuddering aura that was indescribably terrifying. Su Zimo's hands were stained with the blood of paragons and monster incarnates. It was definitely not a fluke that he had accumulated corpses along the way. He even dared to kill an overlord. How could someone as strong as Ru Xian withstand his wrath? When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. Ah! Ru Xian shrieked in shock and retreated a few steps. Nangong Ling and Lu Hanyan's expressions changed drastically as well. They felt their hearts skip a beat as though a catastrophe was about to befall them. Nangong Ling slapped his storage bag and pulled out a long saber with a clang, waiting intently. Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and knew that he had lost his composure. He retracted his killing intent and that shuddering aura vanished as well. Ru Xian and the other two were stunned. In the blink of an eye, the green-robed man had returned to his normal self. That sense of trepidation earlier on seemed like an illusion. Feeling aggrieved, Ru Xian came before Su Zimo and hollered, "Why are you glaring at me? Why are you being so fierce to me?" Su Zimo was silent for a moment before saying, I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else and lost my composure. Humph. Ruxian rolled her eyes, seemingly unappreciative. Su Zimo did not console her either and asked, May I ask who Dean injured? I don't know. Ruxian snapped and turned away. Lu Hanyan saw that the situation was a little tense and hurriedly continued. I heard that Tumsek's successor was injured along with a fellow Taoist surnamed Ji from Elixir Yang sect. Lu Hanyan stole a glance. When she saw Su Zimo's expressionless face, she continued, that fellow Taoist surnamed Ji was saved by Elixir Yang sect's elixir and did not die. I heard that the fellow Taoist of Tum sect escaped as well. However, his whereabouts are unknown and his fate is unknown. Lu Hanyan thought for a moment and probed, Fellow Taoist, you know them? Su Zimo remained silent and did not reply. Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded in his mind. Don't worry, if your friend were to obtain Tumsek's true inheritance, he wouldn't die so easily. Furthermore, after those two incidents, the others will definitely be locked up by their sex. No matter how strong Dean is, he wouldn't dare to kill in the territory of those major sections. When Lu Hanyan saw that Su Zimo did not reply, she did not get angry and continued. I heard that Dean wanted to kill a few more people initially. However, they were locked up by their sex and Dean lost his chance. Su Zimo finally relaxed. As long as his old friends were fine, his return was not too late. After a moment of silence, Lu Hanyan smiled gently and looked up at Su Zimo with watery eyes. We've digressed. We still don't know your name, fellow Taoist. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. My name is Mo Ling. That was a name that he used back when he was a weapon refinement master and was famous in the capital of Great Zhou. Now that he was about to arrive at the largest weapon refinement sect in Tianhuang mainland and was using that name, it was rather interesting. Mo Ling. Both Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian thought to themselves but realized that they had never heard of it before. Back then, Mo Ling had only made a name for himself in the Great Zhou dynasty. Even the cultivators of the North region had not heard of him, let alone the cultivators of the Middle Continent. 100 years later, there were even fewer people who could link Su Zimo and Mo Ling together. Nangong Ling's gaze flickered and he asked in a seemingly casual manner, Fellow Taoist, you don't seem weak. Which sect are you from? Su Zimo could tell that Nangong Ling was testing him. However, he was prepared and replied indifferently with a calm expression. I'm an itinerant cultivator without any sect or faction. Nangong Ling frowned. There's something odd about his identity. He's definitely not telling the truth. Nangong Ling secretly sent a voice transmission to Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian. Ru Xian replied hurriedly, I had the same feeling. How could he know about our secret Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra if he's not from any sect or faction? The Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra was no casual cultivation technique. There were many lineages within 100 Refinement sect, but they were the only ones qualified to cultivate. Not to mention itinerant cultivators from other sects, even cultivators from other factions were not qualified to cultivate. Although there were not many cultivators in Nangong Ling's lineage, their status in 100 Refinement sect was extremely high. The reason why their lineage was called Extreme Fire was to commemorate their Grandmaster. The Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra was passed down by their founder master and was not to be underestimated. Even if a cultivator could obtain the mental cultivation technique, few of them would be able to cultivate it successfully. How could Nangong Ling and the other two not be shocked when they met an unknown cultivator outside the sect who knew the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra? At the same time, Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Ask them about Hellfire Hall. Su Zimo coughed gently and asked, I heard that man mention that he was from Hellfire Hall. What's their background? Nangong Ling and the other two were surprised when they heard that question. Ru Xian was straightforward and glared at him. You've never even heard of Hellfire Hall? I'm not a cultivator of the Middle Continent and am from another region. I really don't know the name of Hellfire Hall. Su Zimo raised his brow and said deliberately, Why? Is Hellfire Hall famous and more powerful than 100 Refinement sect? As though someone had stepped on her tail, Ru Xian jumped and shouted, How is that possible? she said in a huff. Hellfire Hall is a traitor of our 100 Refinement sect. They've only made a name for themselves in recent years. How can they compare to us? Traitor? Su Zimo asked. Who betrayed 100 Refinement sect? This question was naturally asked by Dao Lord Extreme Fire. Nangong Ling and the other two were stunned by the question, and a hint of confusion flashed through their eyes. It was clear that they did not know much about this. Ru Xian gritted her teeth. In any case, he's definitely a traitor. I heard that the capabilities of the Master of Hellfire Hall were learned from our 100 Refinement sect. When Su Zimo saw that Nangong Ling and the other two were young and probably did not know about these ancient secrets, he did not continue asking. Su Zimo thought for a moment and asked again, "Why did that cultivator of Hellfire Hall chase you here despite the dangers?" "It's naturally because—" Ru Xian was about to reply when a deep voice sounded in her mind. Interrupting her, Nangong Ling hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "We don't know his identity and background. Don't tell him everything. You can't judge a book by its cover. In the cultivation world, sinister and cunning people are everywhere. We have to be careful and not get betrayed without knowing." Ru Xian stuck out her tongue and looked at Su Zimo warily with a guarded expression. Su Zimo smiled nonchalantly. "It's fine if it's inconvenient to talk about it." For some reason, Lu Hanyan had an indescribable trust in Su Zimo in her heart. This man had a rough appearance and could not be considered handsome. However, he was open and honest. Every single move he made exuded an unrestrained aura. Furthermore, that person had just saved them. The reason why the people of Hellfire Hall are chasing us is because of the 2 items we just obtained. Lu Hanyan ignored Nangong Ling's gaze and said, "Meteorite and malevolent earth black bronze. These were 2 top-grade materials for refining dermic weapons." After Dao Lord Extreme Fire's intense revision during this period of time, the origin of the 2 materials flashed through his mind. As the name suggested, meteorites were stars that fell from the skies. The stars in the heavens were massive, and every single one of them possessed an extremely terrifying power. According to the ancient records, there were ancient emperors who used supreme divine powers to pluck the stars. Under the vast night sky, the Dao fire burned with an emperor weapon as tribute, causing the world to tremble. After the death of the star, its power weakened continuously. By the time it fell to the ground, there was barely any power left, be it in terms of size or power. Even so, the heaven and earth powers contained within the meteorites were extremely pure and were still top-grade materials for refining dermic weapons. Dao Lord Extreme Fire had once mentioned to Su Zimo that if he used meteorites to refine dermic weapons, he might even have a chance of creating a connate dermic weapon with 6 dermic patterns. As for the malevolent earth black bronze, it was also a top-grade treasure with rich heaven and earth powers. Black bronze was a rare spirit material to begin with. If he wanted to condense a small piece of malevolent earth black bronze, he would have to nourish it for 10,000 years in a place surrounded by malevolent earth. It could be said that the 2 materials were priceless, and the appearance of the 2 materials alone would attract many experts to fight for them. Lu Hanyan seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of worry between her brows. After some time, our 100 Refinement sect will have a weapon refinement battle with Hellfire Hall. At that time, all the major sects will be present, and 100 Refinement sect won't be able to afford to lose. Su Zimo nodded. Hellfire Hall had mobilized a large force to kill Nangong Ling and the other 2 and snatch away the 2 top-grade spirit materials, so that they would gain a slight advantage in the upcoming weapon refinement competition. Noticing the worry in Lu Hanyan's eyes, Su Zimo could not help but ask, "You've already saved the 2 spirit materials. Are you still worried?" Lu Hanyan nodded and said, "The person that Hellfire Hall sent out for the competition is a genius in weapon refinement. He once forged a connate perfected Lord Dermic weapon personally. I can't compare to him in that aspect. It was way too difficult to refine connate dermic weapons. Prior to this, even with his spirit perception, Su Zimo could only create perfect-grade spirit weapons. Some of his connate spirit weapons were repaired using damaged ones. It was much less difficult than creating a connate dermic weapon." Su Zimo asked, "What happens if you lose?" Lu Hanyan pursed her lips and remained silent for a long time before saying bitterly, "Among the 4 unorthodox groups, 100 Refinement sect might be replaced. How dare he?" A furious voice sounded from the Mingwang prayer bead. Immediately after, a scorching aura spread out as though it wanted to incinerate the heavens. Nangong Ling and the other 2 were shocked by the sudden aura and voice. The Mingwang prayer beads were hung on Su Zimo's wrist and hidden within his sleeves. Therefore, Nangong Ling and the other 2 instinctively thought that Su Zimo was the one who gave off that terrifying heat. However, the 3 of them felt that something was amiss. His voice earlier on sounded old and was clearly different from Su Zimo's. Furthermore, his voice was filled with endless rage. What did this man have to do with the issues of 100 Refinement sect? Why was he so angry? It was ridiculous. Right then, an extremely terrifying spirit consciousness descended from afar. Su Zimo had experienced the power of a spirit consciousness of this level many times in the Thousand Demon Valley. That was the spirit consciousness of a Dharma characteristic. Immediately after, a howl sounded, approaching from afar at a shocking speed. As expected, it was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Su Zimo noticed that the intruder was coming from the direction of 100 Refinement sect and felt slightly relieved. On the other side, Nangong Ling and the other 2 were delighted when they heard the howl. Nangong Ling said in a deep voice, "It's Master. Master is here to pick us up." Ruxian clapped happily. Lu Hanyan turned to Su Zimo and whispered, "This is our master and his Tao title is Scarlet Star. He's a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord." Su Zimo nodded. In the blink of an eye, a tall and strong figure descended. The intruder was a head taller than Su Zimo, wearing a scarlet Taoist robe with fiery patterns that looked as though they were about to burn. He strode majestically. "Master!" Nangong Ling and Lu Hanyan bowed. Ruxian leaned forward with a grin and shook the person's arm, saying coquettishly, "Master, why are you here?" Tao Lord Scarlet Star swept his gaze and harumphed in a domineering manner. Frightened, Ruxian retracted her arm hurriedly and bowed in a solemn manner. "Greetings, Master," Tao Lord Scarlet Star said in a deep voice. "I was about to enter seclusion, but I sensed something on a whim. Not long after I left the sect, I sensed a fight here and hurried over." Pausing for a moment, he surveyed his surroundings and looked at the corpses on the ground. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Zimo. "Seems like I'm late." Su Zimo cupped his fists and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Mo Ling. Were you the one who saved my 3 good-for-nothing disciples?" Tao Lord Scarlet Star asked slowly with a suppressive aura. Against the might of Tao Lord Scarlet Star, Su Zimo was indifferent and replied with a calm expression. "I happened to pass by and helped out of convenience." "All right," Tao Lord Scarlet Star praised internally. It was truly rare for a nascent soul to be able to remain calm and composed under his suppressive aura. Tao Lord Scarlet Star retracted his pressure and asked in a much friendlier manner, "My young friend, you've helped me out of justice and saved my 3 useless disciples. What do you want as a reward? If it's within my capabilities, I won't decline." Just as Su Zimo was about to decline, Nangong Ling shouted anxiously, "Master!" Tao Lord Scarlet Star frowned and glanced sideways. Even though Nangong Ling did not say anything, it was clear that he was using his spirit consciousness to send voice transmissions. Tao Lord Scarlet Star's expression changed and his eyes shone with a divine light as his Tao Lord's aura descended once more. He narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Lu Hanyan and Ruxian, asking in a deep voice, "Is what Linger said true?" Ruxian nodded. Lu Hanyan looked at Su Zimo worriedly and nodded as well. Suddenly, Tao Lord Scarlet Star turned around and walked towards Su Zimo with a scorching aura, his gaze cold. "Speak. Where did you learn the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra? Who are you?" Tao Lord Scarlet Star had an intimidating aura and a burning gaze, as though he wanted to incinerate Su Zimo. "Master," Lu Hanyan replied hurriedly. "This fellow Taoist did save the 3 of us without any ill intentions. Please show mercy, Master." Humph! Without turning back, Dao Lord Scarlet Star glared at Su Zimo and said coldly, "That depends on whether he's honest or not, and if he can give me a good reason not to kill him. The three of you should know that the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra is passed down by our Grandmaster and is the foundation of our faction. We must not allow it to be leaked. If he doesn't explain himself, he won't be able to escape death today." Dao Lord Scarlet Star's tone was murderous without any room for negotiation. Suddenly, a sigh sounded in his mind. That sigh carried an indescribable sadness and vicissitude. "Your little tiger?" Right after, a question sounded in Dao Lord Scarlet Star's mind, as though unable to confirm. Dao Lord Scarlet Star's expression changed, and he could not help but stagger 2 steps in retreat. He looked at Su Zimo as though he had seen a ghost. "Master, what's wrong?" Nangong Ling and the other 2 were even more confused when they saw how odd Dao Lord Scarlet Star's reaction was as they closed in and asked anxiously. Dao Lord Scarlet Star's reaction was intense as he pushed Nangong Ling and the other 2 away and hollered, "Go away!" He glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away, with a bewildered expression. Nobody could understand the fear he felt at that moment. His real name was Lin Hu, and he joined the 100 Refinement sect 5,000 years ago. Ever since he entered the Void Reversion realm, he had established his Dao title as Scarlet Star. Apart from a few Grand Elders who had not left the sect for a long time, no one knew his real name. As for the term Little Tiger, it was only used 5,000 years ago when he first joined the sect and was still a child. At that time, he was strong-headed and clumsy in everything he did. However, his master and grandmaster loved and took care of him. In the past, apart from his master, his martial uncles and that grandmaster whose name shook the entire Tianhuang mainland were the only ones who called him that. After so many years, when he heard the term again, Lin Hu, also the current Dao Lord Scarlet Star, was stunned. It was as though time had reversed and he had returned to the past. "Who are you?" Dao Lord Scarlet Star asked the same question once more. However, he was no longer as aggressive and murderous as before. Instead, there was a hint of trepidation and anticipation. "Sigh." A sigh sounded in his mind once more. Initially, Dao Lord Extreme Fire was unsure. After all, when he disappeared, Dao Lord Scarlet Star was still a child and his name was not Scarlet Star. However, Dao Lord Extreme Fire no longer had any doubts after seeing Dao Lord Scarlet Star's reaction. Dao Lord Extreme Fire released a spirit consciousness that formed a scorching red barrier that isolated Nangong Ling and the other 2. Thereafter, a scarlet essence spirit floated out from Su Zimo's left wrist. Standing in midair, it looked at Dao Lord Scarlet Star with a sorrowful and compassionate gaze. Dao Lord Scarlet Star was instantly stunned. He looked at the essence spirit not far away with disbelief in his eyes. Subsequently, it was ecstasy, followed by sorrow and finally endless grievance. The Dharma characteristic expert knelt on the ground with a thud, his lips trembling like a child reuniting with his kin. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented, "Grandmaster!" Dao Lord Extreme Fire was emotional when he heard the term Grandmaster and nodded repeatedly. "Good child, you've cultivated to this stage as well. Very good, well done. Hurry and get up." Although Dao Lord Scarlet Star's clothes were drenched in tears, he merely shook his head and knelt down. An ominous feeling surged through Dao Lord Extreme Fire as he took a few deep breaths before asking, "Is your master, Tianxin, doing well?" Dao being Tianxin was Dao Lord Extreme Fire's eldest disciple, and the only one among his 7 disciples who had cultivated the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra. After Dao Lord Extreme Fire went missing, it was all thanks to Dao being Tianxin that the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra was passed down. Upon hearing Dao Lord Extreme Fire's question, Dao Lord Scarlet Star cried with a pained expression, "Master is already dead." "Ah!" Even though Dao Lord Extreme Fire was prepared, he let out a low cry and his eyes revealed an irreparable pain. After a long silence, Dao Lord Extreme Fire could not help but ask, "Your martial uncles, Shiryu, Chonghai and Luo Ling?" Dao Lord Extreme Fire could not continue. Dao Lord Scarlet Star lowered his head and pursed his lips, sobbing softly with his shoulders moving. The few of them did not manage to advance to the Dharma characteristic and their lifespans ended. They have already passed away. Eventually, Tao Lord Scarlet Star spoke with difficulty. Sigh. At that point, Su Zimo sighed internally. He suddenly felt pity for Tao Lord Extreme Fire. Time was merciless. Without reaching Dharma characteristic realm, one's lifespan would not exceed 5,000 years. To think that by the time Tao Lord Extreme Fire returned, all 7 of his disciples were already dead. 5,000 years had gone by, and the saddest thing was that things had changed. Tao Lord Extreme Fire remained silent and closed his eyes with a sorrowful expression, as though he had aged considerably in an instant. The figures of the 7 disciples flashed through his mind. The laughter of the 7 disciples seemed to echo in his ears. When he left, those disciples were not old and were no more than 1,000 years old. The youngest, Shiryu, was only a little over 100 years old. In Tao Lord Extreme Fire's eyes, he was like a child. Yet, by the time he returned, he could no longer see them again. Su Zimo stood silently at the side, not knowing how to console Tao Lord Extreme Fire. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Apart from the fights between cultivators, races, good and evil, immortals and fiends, time was like a knife that hung at the back of their necks. If one were to stop on the path of cultivation, the saber would slash down. No one was spared. All of a sudden, as though he thought of something, Tao Lord Extreme Fire opened his eyes and they seemed to burn with flames. It can't be. Tao Lord Extreme Fire shook his head. It's understandable that Luoling, Shiryu and the others haven't cultivated the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra and haven't reached the Dharma characteristic realm. However, your master Tianxin clearly cultivated the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra. Furthermore, he was already at the perfected void reversion realm when I left and could step into the Dharma characteristic realm at any moment. How could he have passed away? At that point, Tao Lord Extreme Fire suddenly recalled that Tao Lord Scarlet Star had said that his master had died and not passed away. Generally speaking, the word die was not used to describe cultivators who had passed on peacefully. What happened to Tianxin? Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked slowly. Tao Lord Scarlet Star had already stopped crying. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, his eyes were filled with hatred. It's the master of Hellfire Hall. Who is he? Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked. I heard that he's a traitor of 100 Refinement sect? Tao Lord Scarlet Star nodded and looked up at Tao Lord Extreme Fire with a conflicted expression. His Tao title is Purple Flame. He was my senior brother. Tao Lord Extreme Fire connected the sentence calmly. Su Zimo was shocked. To think that the master of Hellfire Hall was an expert of Tao Lord Extreme Fire's generation, and was even his senior brother. Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked, what happened exactly? About 4,000 years ago, the master of Hellfire Hall betrayed the sect and established his own sect, creating Hellfire Hall. Tao Lord Scarlet Star said, he's extremely ambitious. The moment he established Hellfire Hall, he wanted to replace 100 Refinement sect. What are the Grand Elders of the sect doing? They allowed Hellfire Hall to exist till now. Tao Lord Extreme Fire frowned. Tao Lord Scarlet Star said bitterly. It's said that there's a super sect backing Hellfire Hall and the sect doesn't dare to act rashly. Tao Lord Extreme Fire said indifferently. His accomplishments in weapon refinement are not inferior to mine. Coupled with the support of a super sect, he must be developing rapidly. That's right, Tao Lord Scarlet Star said. The elders of the sect saw that the rise of Hellfire Hall was inevitable and could only give up. They just hope that the two sects can coexist peacefully. However, the winds don't stop blowing even when the trees want peace. Not only does Hellfire Hall want to replace 100 Refinement sect, they also want the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra. The flames in Tao Lord Extreme Fire's eyes burned brighter. Tao Lord Scarlet Star continued. Master had already reached the Dharma characteristic realm a long time ago. However, he fell into a trap of the Master of Hellfire Hall and was captured alive. He spent so much effort to whip and torment Master's essence spirit in an attempt to force out the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra. However, Master refused to say a single word even at death's door, and his soul was ripped apart, resulting in his death. Su Zimo was enraged when he heard that. That was way too vicious. No matter what, the master of Hellfire Hall was once a disciple of 100 Refinement sect. Yet, he was so cruel to his former fellow sect mates. Even ghosts wouldn't be able to tolerate his behavior. Senior Brother Purple Flames, when my body recovers, I'll definitely pay you a visit and retrieve your soul to refine it in front of my disciple's grave for 3 days and nights. The flames in Tao Lord Extreme Fire's eyes burned brightly, as though they were 2 gigantic fireballs that wanted to incinerate all living beings in the world with torrential killing intent. Grandmaster, don't be rash, Tao Lord Scarlet Star said hurriedly. The master of Hellfire Hall is no longer the same as before. He has long entered the conjoint body realm. Don't take the risk, Grandmaster. Above the Dharma characteristic realm was the conjoint body realm and could be considered as a mighty figure. It was an omnipotent intent. In the past 5,000 years, Tao Lord Extreme Fire had struggled between life and death. It was already extremely fortunate that he was still alive. However, the cultivation of the Master of Hellfire Hall did not fall. Instead, his cultivation improved day by day, and he had already attained the title of a mighty figure. The gap between them had already widened. Tao Lord Extreme Fire was not afraid at all and merely sneered. A conjoint body mighty figure? Very well. If he was still a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, it would be boring even if I killed him. Su Zimo's eyelids twitched when he heard that bold statement. Tao Lord Scarlet Star could not help but ask, Grandmaster, where have you been all these years? Your body? It's a long story, Tao Lord Extreme Fire said. My body has already been destroyed. The reason why I've returned is to reconstruct my body. Don't worry, Grandmaster. Tao Lord Scarlet Star clearly had some understanding of the ancient technique of forging a body as well. He hurriedly said, the sect has quite a number of top-grade materials for forging bones. If you need anything else, I'll definitely do my best to get it for you. Grandmaster, please hurry back to the sect with me. Tao Lord Scarlet Star continued. If those old fogies in the sect knew that you were still alive, they would definitely faint from laughter. I can't reveal the news of my return for now, Tao Lord Extreme Fire said in a deep voice. Apart from some old fogies in the sect, don't tell anyone else, including your 3 disciples. Don't worry, Grandmaster. Tao Lord Scarlet Star patted his chest and guaranteed. I'm the most tight-lipped. If Nangong Ling and the other 2 saw this, their jaws would probably drop. Their usually stern master, who did not smile much, revealed a hint of childishness in the face of Tao Lord Extreme Fire. Tao Lord Extreme Fire thought for a moment and asked, earlier on, I heard that 100 Refinement sect is going to have a weapon refinement competition with Hellfire Hall. When will that be? 3 months later, at the 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet. At the mention of that, Tao Lord Scarlet Star revealed a worried expression. Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked again, what 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet? Why haven't I heard of it before? Tao Lord Scarlet Star replied, around 3,000 years ago, a mystic tea tree was discovered in a valley under 1,000 Crane Sect's jurisdiction. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. In the ancient books at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, there were some records of the mystic tea tree. The mystic tea tree was a variant of the primordial era and had long gone extinct. It was said that the tree was extremely magical and its leaves would only mature once every 1,000 years. Furthermore, the leaves would wither within a day after maturing. The essence spirit of a nascent soul would receive unimaginable nourishment if they drank the tea that was brewed with spirit spring water within that single day. Drinking a cup of mystic tea would help cultivators purge the impurities in their essence spirits and allow them to advance to the void reversion realm faster. The effect was shocking. The leaves of the mystic tea tree can't be stored and it's a waste. 1,000 Crane Sect doesn't have that many nascent souls. Tao Lord Scarlet Star said, therefore, on this day, 1,000 Crane Sect will invite the nascent souls of the Middle Continent here to have a friendly chat. The 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet is held once every 1,000 years, and it's a rare opportunity. Apart from the immortal and Buddhist sects, the major sects and aristocratic families will send cultivators as well. If I can get myself a cup of mystic tea, it would be worth it even more than cultivating in seclusion for hundreds of years. Su Zimo understood. In other words, the Thousand Crane Tea Banquet was a rare event in the cultivation world. Although it could not compare to the fight for the phenomenon ranking, it was still highly anticipated. At that time, all the major sects and clans would appear. The fight for weapon refinement between 100 Refinement Sect and Hellfire Hall was perfect for this tea banquet. It would attract the attention of countless cultivators. Dao Lord Scarlet Star said worriedly, "If we lose this match, our 100 Refinement Sect's reputation will be tarnished and Hellfire Hall will definitely not let go of this opportunity. At that time, if the super sect behind Hellfire Hall takes the opportunity to step in and support them, they might replace 100 Refinement Sect." Su Zimo was not bothered by the fight for weapon refinement. After all, he could not help much in this matter. The only thing he paid attention to was the Thousand Crane Tea Banquet. Since all the major factions were gathered at this tea session, it was unknown if Dean would appear. If Dean appeared, he could find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future troubles. Dao Lord Extreme Fire frowned and asked, "Are you not confident of winning this weapon refinement competition?" "No." Dao Lord Scarlet Star shook his head. "Among my 3 disciples, Lu Hanyan is the one with the highest attainments in weapon refinement. However, she's still slightly inferior compared to that genius from Hellfire Hall." Dao Lord Extreme Fire frowned. If he could recover his body, he could naturally step in and start a new fight as a weapon refinement grandmaster. However, 3 months was too short and he had yet to reconstruct his body. Dao Lord Extreme Fire looked at Su Zimo instinctively. At that moment, Su Zimo's mind was filled with thoughts of how to kill Dean, and he did not notice Dao Lord Extreme Fire's gaze. Dao Lord Extreme Fire glanced at Su Zimo before shaking his head with a bitter smile as he thought to himself, "Zimo has just started refining dermic weapons not long ago and hasn't even refined a single dermic weapon yet. How can he compare to Lu Hanyan?" While Dao Lord Extreme Fire was looking at Su Zimo, Dao Lord Scarlet Star was also sizing him up, trying to guess his background. Initially, he thought that Su Zimo was just an ordinary nascent soul. Now that he saw how much Dao Lord Extreme Fire trusted Su Zimo, he could not help but wonder what their relationship was. Dao Lord Extreme Fire pondered for a long time without any clues and said, "We'll talk about this in the future. Who's the current sect master?" "It's senior brother White Flames," Dao Lord Scarlet Star replied. Dao Lord Extreme Fire smiled faintly. "So it's him. He was also a brat when I left. I'll head back to the sect to take a look. Take care of Mo Ling first." Dao Lord Extreme Fire reminded him before turning to Su Zimo. "The Thousand Crane Tea Banquet is in 3 months. If you're not in a hurry, you can stay in 100 Refinement Sect for a period of time and attend the tea banquet with them." "All right." Su Zimo nodded in agreement. Now that he knew that Ji Chengtian, Lung Ro and the others were fine, he was in no hurry to meet his old friends. The Thousand Crane Tea Banquet was in 3 months and he would naturally be able to meet everyone then. Dao Lord Extreme Fire had yet to gather all the materials for forging his bones and body. Su Zimo might be of some help if he stayed in 100 Refinement Sect. Frowning slightly, Dao Lord Scarlet Star pointed at Su Zimo and could not help but ask, "Grandmaster, who is that little fellow? Why do I have to make arrangements for him personally?" In Dao Lord Crimson Star's opinion, he was a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord after all. How could he be reduced to arranging a place for a little nascent soul? Dao Lord Extreme Fire said indifferently, "You can call him Uncle Master." With that said, Dao Lord Extreme Fire put away the surrounding flame barrier and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the void instantly. "What?" Dao Lord Scarlet Star was stunned. "Uncle, Master?" Dao Lord Scarlet Star glared at Su Zimo unblinkingly, as though he wanted to devour the latter. Su Zimo coughed gently in embarrassment as well. He had just joined Dao Lord Extreme Fire as a disciple and was indeed a little young. He was not used to suddenly having a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord's disciple nephew. Nangong Ling and the other 2 discussed softly on the spot, speculating about various possibilities. Before they realized it, the flame barrier beside them disappeared and a red light flashed before their eyes. None of them paid attention to it. Immediately after, the three of them saw their master standing face to face with the unknown nascent soul. Both of them were silent and the atmosphere was strange. What had just happened? Nangong Ling and the other two were confused. "Master!" Nangong Ling called softly. Dao Lord Scarlet Star frowned and felt that something was amiss. The little fellow before him was only at nascent soul realm at more than 100 years old. Yet, a 5,000-year-old monster like him had to address this little fellow as Uncle Master? How was that possible? Grandmaster must have said something wrong in confusion. However, I seem to have heard the words Senior Uncle. Dao Lord Scarlet Star was conflicted. Right then, his eyes lit up when he heard Nangong Ling's voice. He slapped his forehead in realization. Grandmaster did not ask me to address this man as Uncle Master. Instead, he wanted my 3 disciples to address him as Uncle Master. In that case, Mo Ling is my junior brother. Yes, that must be the case. Dao Lord Scarlet Star sorted out his thoughts and was delighted. Dao Lord Scarlet Star was frowning a moment earlier and was now laughing to himself foolishly as he rubbed his head. Nangong Ling shuddered at the sight of that and could not help but ask, "Master, who is this Mo Ling?" Dao Lord Scarlet Star waved his hand. "You guys can call him Uncle Master." "Ah?" Nangong Ling and the other two looked confused as well. How did someone appear out of nowhere and become their Uncle Master? Could it be any more perfunctory? Nangong Ling scratched his head and laughed dryly. "Master, can we not joke around? Who is this fellow Taoist? How does he know the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra? Who's joking with you?" Dao Lord Scarlet Star rolled his eyes and pointed at Su Zimo. "He knows the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra because he's my junior brother." Nangong Ling and the other two were dumbfounded. They were not fools. It was clear from the way Dao Lord Scarlet Star and Su Zimo behaved that they did not know each other previously. How did they become fellow disciples in the blink of an eye? Ruxian leaned forward and chuckled. "Master, stop fooling around. You're already at the Dharma characteristic realm and your junior brother is only at the nascent soul realm. Who would believe that?" Dao Lord Scarlet Star was stunned as well. Immediately, he glared at Ruxian and berated, "Stop being cheeky." Ruxian pouted and retreated. With a stern expression, Dao Lord Scarlet Star said in a deep voice, "It's normal that junior brother's cultivation realm isn't high because he hasn't cultivated for long. This junior brother of mine is only in his 140s. He's younger than all of you." Although Ruxian and the others could not tell Su Zimo's age, Dao Lord Scarlet Star could. Nangong Ling and the other two were dumbfounded. They had seen that Su Zimo had a boorish appearance and was steady in his actions. No matter what, he should be several hundred years old. To think that he was only more than 100 years old. 100 years old seemed very old. However, nascent souls had a lifespan of 1,000 years. If compared to the lifespan of a mortal at 100 years, Su Zimo would be equivalent to a teenager who was younger than 20 years old. A 100-year-old nascent soul was equivalent to a young expert in the mortal realm. Furthermore, Su Zimo was already at late-stage nascent soul. His cultivation speed was terrifying. Nangong Ling and the other two were over 200 years old and were older than Su Zimo. They were considered rare paragons, although they had only cultivated to early-stage nascent soul. Among them, Nangong Ling was ranked 83rd on the phenomenon ranking. Prior to this, although Su Zimo had displayed powerful methods, Nangong Ling did not think much of it. In his opinion, as long as he could cultivate to late-stage nascent soul realm, he would definitely be stronger than Su Zimo. To think that he had already lost. What Nangong Ling and the other two, including Dao Lord Scarlet Star, did not know was that the reason why Su Zimo could only reach late-stage nascent soul realm after cultivating for more than 100 years was because he had cultivated 2 essence spirits. Furthermore, the black-haired essence spirit had to cultivate the top 2 cultivation techniques of the Immortal and Buddhist sects. Although the cultivation technique was powerful, it consumed twice as much time. Furthermore, at least half of the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was used to nourish the creation Green Lotus during this period of time. The speed at which his cultivation was raised had slowed down significantly unknowingly. Otherwise, he might have reached his current cultivation realm before he was even 100 years old. In reality, based on seniority, Su Zimo was Tao Lord Extreme Fire's disciple. So he was the junior brother of Tao Lord Tianxin, who was the master of Tao Lord Scarlet Star. In that case, he was indeed Tao Lord Scarlet Star's uncle master. Su Zimo smiled and watched everything quietly without correcting them. Tao Lord Scarlet Star had lived for more than 5,000 years, and the connection might not have been difficult for him to make. However, he might have just found it hard to accept right away. After all, he had a noble status in 100 Refinement sect and was considered the master of the Extreme Fire lineage. Su Zimo was more than 100 years old. In Tao Lord Scarlet Star's eyes, he was still a wet behind-the-ears child. Now that this little child had suddenly appeared and became his uncle master, how was he going to survive in the sect? Every time he saw Su Zimo, he would have to bow to him and address him as uncle master. The thought of that was enough to drive him crazy. Su Zimo did not expose Tao Lord Scarlet Star for pretending to be ignorant for the moment. After all, he was indifferent towards seniority and had a carefree personality without much regard for the rules. Furthermore, he was indeed too young. If a 5,000-year-old old monster like Tao Lord Scarlet Star were to bow to him every day and address him as Uncle Master, he would feel embarrassed. Only more than 100 years old? Wuxia circled around Su Zimo and exclaimed, "Why do I feel like he's an old man around 700 to 800 years old?" Su Zimo smiled calmly without retorting. Now that he had changed his appearance, he indeed looked much more mature. Lu Hanyan, on the other hand, did not say anything. She merely stole occasional glances at Su Zimo with curiosity in her eyes. When Nangong Ling noticed this, he was even more anxious. He had a crush on Lu Hanyan and was even willing to join 100 Refinement sect with her. Nangong Ling felt that he had lost face in front of his beloved, and his limelight was stolen by this unknown person for everything that happened today. That was the reason why Nangong Ling targeted Su Zimo. However, he did not have any ill intentions. Initially, Nangong Ling was still thinking about how he should impress Lu Hanyan in the future and compete against Mo Ling. But great, this person had suddenly become their uncle master all of a sudden. How am I going to compete? Nangong Ling grumbled internally. The difference in seniority is too great. Nangong Ling could not help but feel upset when he thought about how he had to address Mo Ling as Uncle Master respectfully every single time they met. Furthermore, this Uncle Master was younger than him. There was something amiss about this matter no matter how he thought about it. If this person was Tao Lord Scarlet Star's junior brother, who was his master? One had to know that their powerful grandmaster and martial uncle seniors were long dead. Nangong Ling asked carefully, "Master, why haven't you mentioned having a junior brother before? Do I have to tell you kids everything about me?" Tao Lord Scarlet Star looked askance at Nangong Ling and pointed at Su Zimo. "This is my long-lost junior brother. Why? Is there anything wrong?" "And nothing," Nangong Ling hurriedly echoed with a smile. Immediately, he rolled his eyes and asked, "Uncle Master Mo Ling's master is?" Nangong Ling was prepared to get to the bottom of things. However, before he could finish, he was glared at by Tao Lord Scarlet Star. With a stern expression, Tao Lord Scarlet Star said in a deep voice, "All right, stop asking. All you have to remember is that Mo Ling is your uncle master. The three of you help him settle down and accompany him around the sect when you're free. I'll be leaving first." Tao Lord Scarlet Star had a headache from the questions and was afraid that he might spill the beans. Like Tao Lord Extreme Fire, he turned and fled, leaving Nangong Ling and the other two looking at one another. Nangong Ling was filled with questions and did not say anything in a huff, merely looking at Su Zimo with an indignant expression. Wuxia's eyes darted around, seemingly plotting something. Lu Hanyan was still the most respectful. She smiled and came before Su Zimo, bowing slightly. Lu Hanyan of the Extreme Fire lineage greets Uncle Master Mo Ling. "Yes." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Slapping his storage bag, he took out a rusty flying sword and handed it over. "It's a small gift. Take it." Tisk! When Nangong Ling saw that the flying sword was ordinary and battered, he could not help but purse his lips and grumble. "Using a lousy flying sword to fool people? What kind of Uncle Master is this?" Lu Hanyen did not reply. She took the flying sword and injected dermic powers. Buzz! The flying sword quivered gently as though it was alive, and its sword chi was sharp. The rust peeled off layer by layer, and 5 bedazzling lights shone from the sword, almost blinding Nangong Ling. 5 dermic patterns and perfect grade. A perfected Lord dermic weapon. Holy! Nangong Ling's lips quivered and he almost bit his tongue. This was way too generous. No matter what, perfect grade dermic weapons were extremely rare. Although they were disciples of the largest weapon refinement sect in Tianhuang mainland and were experienced and knowledgeable, they had never seen anyone who could give away perfect dermic weapons so casually. His expression and casualness were akin to throwing a cabbage by the roadside. Ru Xian's reaction was even more intense. She jumped up from her spot and ran to Su Zimo's side. Before Su Zimo could react, Ru Xian had already tugged at his sleeves and shouted sweetly, "Little Uncle Master, little Uncle Master, little Uncle Master." It seemed like she was not going to stop until Su Zimo took out his gift. Su Zimo flipped his palm and waved it in front of Ru Xian. Ru Xian's eyes widened instantly. It was a scarlet pearl with a cloud-like pattern on it, looking extremely mystical. Although the bead was not a dermic weapon, both Nangong Ling and Lu Hanyen looked envious. This was a fire cloud bead. When carried by cultivators who cultivated fire elemental cultivation techniques, it would have the efforts required by them to do anything. Fire cloud beads were extremely rare and were consumables. If they were placed in an auction house, the price would not be lower than a perfected Lord dermic weapon. "Thank you, little Uncle Master." Ru Xian took the fire cloud bead over hurriedly and excitedly as she exclaimed in joy. Ru Xian had already thought things through. In any case, she had to acknowledge this Uncle Master sooner or later. It wasn't as though she would die just by addressing him as Uncle Master. Most importantly, there were treasures to be gained. Furthermore, this Uncle Master seemed to be very generous and foolish. If she were to fool him more in the future, she might be able to obtain more treasures. There was no way she could know that Su Zimo truly did not care to give away those 2 items. He had many treasures on him, and he had quite a few more perfect-grade perfected Lord dermic weapons as such. Most importantly, he was no longer interested in treasures of this level. Although perfect-grade perfected Lord dermic weapons were rare, Su Zimo could crush them easily with the Creation Green Lotus. The power of the Creation Green Lotus was comparable to a Khanate Dao being dermic weapon. Nangong Ling's eyes turned red when he saw both Lu Hanyen and Ru Xian holding their treasures. He could not stay still any longer. They had just entered the nascent soul realm and did not have perfect-grade perfected Lord dermic weapons. Furthermore, naturally, it was better if they had more of such treasures. An additional perfected Lord dermic weapon would raise his combat strength by a level. Nangong Ling was a little embarrassed as he came before Su Zimo reluctantly. He turned her head and called out softly, "Little Uncle Master." Su Zimo pretended not to hear him and asked with a fake smile, "What did you say?" Nangong Ling was furious internally and grit his teeth. Ru Xian, who was at the side, could not stop laughing gloatingly, as though she wanted nothing more than to wreak havoc in the world. A man knows when to bow and submit. "I'll endure it," Nangong Ling lamented internally. "When my cultivation and strength surpass yours in the future, let's see how you're going to be my Uncle Master." At that thought, Nangong Ling straightened his neck and said loudly with a reckless expression, "I'm Nangong Ling. Greetings, little Uncle Master. Please give me a gift." Nangong Ling thought that since he was going to be shameless, he might as well go all the way and brazenly ask for something. Furthermore, he had other intentions. The reason why he addressed Su Zimo as Little Uncle Master was to remind the latter that he was too young and not qualified. Su Zimo looked at Nangong Ling meaningfully, as though he had read the latter's mind. Su Zimo nodded with a smile. "Good disciple nephew, how obedient." Nan Gongling nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. As Su Zimo spoke, he took out a black object from his storage bag and handed it to Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling fixed his gaze and his eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. That black object was the black shield that Wu Yuan used to defend against Su Zimo. Nan Gongling saw with his own eyes how the black shield was sent flying by Su Zimo's bare hand, shaking Wu Yuan half dead from the shock. From this, it could be seen that the black shield was useless and was merely trash. Humph! What kind of an uncle master is this? All you know is how to tease others. Nan Gongling received the black shield and mumbled indignantly. Su Zimo replied indifferently, "If you don't like it, I'll change it for you." "There's no need." Nan Gongling shook his head hurriedly when he heard Su Zimo's words. If it was another one, it might not even be comparable to the black shield. Nan Gongling took another look at the black shield and exclaimed softly. Gradually, he realized something strange. The shield was not a dermic weapon but the bones of some demon beast. That was why there were no dermic patterns. Nan Gongling knocked some more and his eyes lit up. If he was not wrong, the black shield should have been made from the bones of a mid-level fiend demon. Its defense was definitely comparable to a perfected Lord dermic weapon. This was a great gain. Nan Gongling was delighted and accepted the black shield hurriedly. In reality, Nan Gongling did not know the power of Su Zimo's punch. Although Su Zimo did not use his full strength, the shield was considered a treasure to be able to withstand a single punch from him without shattering. The three of them were naturally delighted after obtaining their treasures. Ru Xian rushed to speak. "Little Uncle Master, let's return to the sect. I'll show you around." "All right." Su Zimo nodded. With Ru Xian leading the way, Su Zimo followed behind. Lu Hanyan was half a body behind with Nan Gongling by her side. "Hanyan, it's all Wu Yuan's fault for summoning that formation." Nan Gongling sent a voice transmission secretly. "If not for the restriction of the formation, I'll definitely be able to kill my way out with you guys. Hanyan, Little Uncle Master, only has a higher cultivation realm advantage. When I reach late-stage nascent soul, I'll definitely be stronger than him." Along the way, Nan Gongling pestered Lu Hanyan to prove himself. Lu Hanyan smiled without saying anything. On the other side, Ru Xian was focused on Su Zimo completely. "Little Uncle Master, where are you from?" "Someone from the Middle Continent." "Little Uncle Master, you're lying. You clearly said that you're from another region." "Oh, is that so? Then I'm someone from another region." "Uncle Master, you're patronizing me." Ru Xian expressed her immense curiosity towards Su Zimo and could not wait to interrogate his entire lineage up till all 18 generations of his ancestors. However, Su Zimo was distracted and merely replied in a casual manner. "Little Uncle Master, what was with that golden flame you condensed earlier on?" Ru Xian could not help but ask. "We both cultivate the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra. Why is your flame golden and much stronger?" This time round, even Nan Gongling and Lu Hanyan turned around and listened intently. The golden flame that Su Zimo released earlier on was way too shocking. It was only the size of a fist, but it suppressed the raging hellfire instantly. Furthermore, the golden flames were sacred and flawless, completely different from the Tao fire aura they cultivated. At that moment, Su Zimo was deep in thought as well, recalling the fight earlier on. The reason why the golden flames were different from Nan Gongling and the other two was because the golden flames were one of the Samadhi Tao flames that he had cultivated, the Buddhist Tao fire. Ever since he thought of the Samadhi Tao fire of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend, Su Zimo had already begun to cultivate in that direction and comprehend it. Although the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra was an Immortal sect cultivation technique, the first thing Su Zimo comprehended was the Tao fire of Buddhism. That was only logical. The black-haired essence spirit was infused with the sacred item of the Buddhist monasteries, the Siraka flower. As for the Siraka flower, it was a flower of flames to begin with. Coupled with the fact that Su Zimo cultivated the top cultivation techniques of the Buddhist monasteries, be it the Mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra or the Great Day Rulai Sutra, they were all supreme secret manuals of the Buddhist monasteries. At the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Su Zimo comprehended Zen and chanted sutras for 20 years. accumulating a solid foundation. It was only logical that he could condense a Buddhist Tao fire. The scene that Nangong Ling and the other two saw was only Su Zimo exchanging blows with Wu Yuan. With a casual flick of his finger, the Tao fire of the Buddhist monasteries was formed and it looked casual. What the three of them could not see was a black-haired essence spirit chanting sutras in Su Zimo's consciousness. The illusory image of a great Buddha appeared and the sound of Sanskrit filled the air. It was vast and sacred, lasting and deafening. The black-haired essence spirit had already deduced the immortal sex cultivation technique to its limits before condensing that golden Buddhist Tao fire. The hellfire that Wu Yuan cultivated leaned towards sinister darkness. Legend has it that the hellfire originated from the sinister purgatory beneath the 9 hells. It was truly difficult to tell who would be the victor if an immortal Tao fire was used to fight the hellfire. On the other hand, the Tao fire of the Buddhist monasteries was sacred and flawless. It was vast and could suppress the 9 hells and transcend the netherworld. It was a natural counter to the hellfire. Therefore, the moment the hellfire and Buddhist Tao fire clashed, the hellfire was suppressed. While chatting idly with Ru Xian, the 4 of them arrived at 100 Refinement Sect unknowingly. At the entrance stood a gigantic tripod that was dozens of feet tall. It looked majestic and magnificent. Su Zimo's group of 4 arrived at the entrance of the mountain and looked up at the gigantic tripod. All of them could feel how insignificant they were. There were many hundred Refinement Sect cultivators guarding the entrance. Most of them were at Foundation Establishment realm and there were even 2 or 3 golden cores. When they saw Nangong Ling and the other 2, the cultivators revealed respectful expressions and greeted them with cupped fists. Greetings, Senior Brother Nangong, Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Ru Xian. Seniors, you have returned. How was your trip? Ru Xian chattered like a child in front of Su Zimo. However, in front of these sect disciples, she was still more normal and restrained. You guys can leave. There's nothing much. Ru Xian put on the airs of a senior sister and waved her sleeves with an indifferent expression. Everyone obeyed. One of the golden cores glanced at Su Zimo curiously and asked instinctively, Fellow Taoist, you are? Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian did not react much. However, Nangong Ling looked embarrassed. He was already extremely unwilling to acknowledge Su Zimo as his uncle master to begin with and was even more afraid that others would know about it. Nangong Ling's face darkened when he heard that person's question and snapped, Why are you asking so much? Go back and guard the sect properly. The person was lambasted for nothing and had a confused expression, not knowing what mistake he had made. When Nangong Ling saw that the person was not leaving, he glared and said coldly, Why? Do I even have to inform you about somebody I brought back? And no. The person shrank his neck and retreated hurriedly. Su Zimo found it funny and did not interfere. After the 4 of them entered the 100 Refinement Sect, Nangong Ling was afraid that he would meet someone he knew and ask him the same question. Therefore, he found an excuse and fled far away. With the accompaniment Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian, the 3 of them traveled smoothly. However, during this period of time, many cultivators looked over with envious gazes. 100 Refinement Sect was unlike Elixir Yang Sect or Thousand Crane Sect. 100 Refinement Sect specialized in weapon refinement and they had to go through a lot of tempering. As such, most of the people in the sect were men and there were very few women. However, Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian were rare beauties. Be it the junior or senior brothers, many of them admired the both of them. When they saw the 2 of them accompanying a burly man to tour the sect, everyone felt like they were looking at a bull trampling on peonies. Who is that? I've never seen him before. He looks unfamiliar. I don't know why, but I feel like beating him up just by looking at him. Although their discussions were soft, Su Zimo heard them clearly. He merely smiled indifferently. He had already completed his mission by sending Tao Lord Extreme Fire safely. 3 months later, he would be attending the 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet and would not be able to stay in 100 Refinement Sect for long. Even if people were dissatisfied, there would be no conflict. It was no wonder why 100 Refinement Sect was a major sect with a long history. Its foundation far surpassed Ethereal Peak. Immortal mountains towered within the sect and green water surrounded them. The buildings were grand and ancient. Every single tile and brick was made with extreme precision and could be considered as divine workmanship. Within the sect, there were all sorts of buildings that gave off a metallic feel. Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian brought Su Zimo to circle around before settling down in a cave abode. For the following period of time, Su Zimo rarely left his cave abode. He merely took out the heaven-slaying sword art and tried to comprehend it daily. This sword art was not to be underestimated. If he could comprehend it as soon as possible, it would be a huge boost to his combat strength. Although he rarely left his cave abode, Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian visited him frequently. Su Zimo could sense that the two women were extremely curious about him. Only, Ru Xian's curiosity was fully expressed up front. However, Lu Hanyan kept it in her heart in secret. During this period of time, through casual chats with the two women, Su Zimo deduced that 100 Refinement Sect had done everything they could to prepare for Dao Lord Extremefire's reconstruction of his body. According to the two women, many experts of the sect came out of seclusion during this period of time. From void reversion Dao beings to Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, there were often experts of the sect who went out to collect top-grade materials. In fact, the two have even heard that conjoint body mighty figures of the sect had appeared, but they did not know the reason why. Experts of 100 Refinement Sect also made frequent major moves and took action in the major trading workshops and auction houses, spending huge amounts of money to purchase some rare materials. There were also cultivators from Elixir Yang sect who purchased large amounts of spirit liquids and elixirs. Dao Lord Extremefire's return was still a secret. At the very least, Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian did not know the reason. Dao Lord Extremefire was only an expert at the Dharma characteristic realm. However, Su Zimo had not expected that the former's return 5,000 years later would be valued so highly by the sect. Even conjoint body mighty figures of the sect came forth for him. This was the first time Su Zimo realized that Dao Lord Extremefire was far from simple. He was happy for Dao Lord Extremefire and worried at the same time. The stronger Dao Lord Extremefire was, the more the news must not be leaked. That was because if anyone heard that Dao Lord Extremefire had revived, they would definitely be plotting something. Not everyone hoped for Dao Lord Extremefire to be alive. 3 months later was the 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet and a fight for weapon refinement. It was as though everything was happening at the same time. Although the cultivation world was still rather peaceful right now, Su Zimo could sense that a storm was brewing. 2 months later, Hellfire Hall. In a sinister and cold hall, there were only a few flickering candles. A figure sat high in the middle, looking down at a cultivator of Hellfire Hall. Reporting to the Palace Lord. The cultivator of Hellfire Hall knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "For the past 2 months, 100 Refinement Sect has caused a huge commotion. There are cultivators of the 100 Refinement Sect in all the major trading workshops and auction houses. They're buying all sorts of treasures and elixirs. I wonder what they're for." The one sitting at the top was the master of Hellfire Hall. "Ha!" Expressionlessly, the master of Hellfire Hall asked indifferently, "What sort of treasures?" The cultivator from Hellfire Hall said, 40 days ago, a cultivator saw Dao Lord Tianxing of 100 Refinement Sect appear at the auction house to buy a sunstone." The master of Hellfire Hall frowned. "A month ago, I heard from Elixir Yang sect cultivators that the sect master of 100 Refinement Sect bought a lot of blood congealing pills, spirit flesh pills, and a large amount of life spirit spring water." After pausing for a moment, the person continued, "A few days ago, there were rumors that someone saw a conjoint body mighty figure of 100 Refinement Sect appear and exchange for a heavenly constellation stone in a trade fair." Swoosh! Suddenly, 2 balls of flames burned in the eyes of the master of Hellfire Hall, dark and sinister. The atmosphere in the hall turned sinister. The cultivator of Hellfire Hall knelt on the ground and kept silent out of fear. A moment later, a voice sounded from above. "Are there any other movements from 100 Refinement Sect?" And no. The person's voice trembled slightly. The master of Hellfire Hall asked again, "Have you found out the identity of the cultivator who killed Wu Yuan and the others 2 months ago?" "Not yet." The Hellfire Hall cultivator gulped and said, I heard from our spies in 100 Refinement sect that the cultivator has been living in seclusion ever since he entered the sect and has barely shown himself. That person appears occasionally and is often immersed by an ancient scroll in his hands. He seems like a nerd. Nerd! The master of Hellfire Hall said coldly. You're saying that Wu Yuan and 9 others died in the hands of a nerd? Ha! The cultivator of Hellfire Hall was so scared that he was sweating profusely and did not dare to make a sound. The voice of the master of Hellfire Hall seemed to have come from the depths of the 9 hells, chilling to the bones. After investigating for 2 months, you can only tell me that this person is a nerd and that there's no other information? Ha! There is. The cultivator of Hellfire Hall nodded repeatedly. That person's name is Mo Ling and he's at late-stage nascent soul realm. I heard that he's only more than 100 years old. Furthermore... What more? The moment the cultivator of Hellfire Hall hesitated, the voice of the master of Hellfire Hall sounded, sending chills down his spine. The Hellfire Hall cultivator shuddered and said hurriedly, Furthermore, I heard that Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian of 100 Refinement sect are extremely close to this man. They seem to call him Uncle Master. Uncle Master? The master of Hellfire Hall frowned slightly. How was that possible? If Lu Hanyan addressed this person as Uncle Master, it meant that this person was a cultivator of the same generation as Tao Lord Scarlet Star. He had seen almost all the cultivators of that generation. How could there be a 100-year-old nascent soul? Our spies don't dare to get too close. The Hellfire Hall cultivator continued. Furthermore, he said that every time he spied on that person from afar, that person would seem to be able to sense it. The person would always glance over in our spy's direction in a seemingly unintentional manner. A nascent soul more than 100 years old with such seniority? Fufu, interesting. The master of Hellfire Hall chuckled. You can leave first. Continue monitoring the 100 Refinement sect. Understood. As though he was pardoned, the cultivator of Hellfire Hall fled from the place. Silence returned to the hall. A moment later, the voice of the master of Hellfire Hall sounded slowly. Sunstone, Heavenly Constellation Stone, Blood Congealing Pill, Life Spirit Spring Water. Is someone trying to reconstruct a body? There's no mistake. Those are top-grade materials for body reconstruction. A hunched figure slowly walked out from the darkness behind the master of Hellfire Hall. The intruder had white hair, cloudy eyes, and an aged voice. He exuded a vicissitude aura on the verge of death, as though he could pass away at any moment. The master of Hellfire Hall seemed to have known that this person was behind him and was not surprised at all as he continued to mutter to himself. I'm just curious as to who could have alarmed so many cultivators of 100 Refinement sect and caused such a huge commotion that even conjoint body mighty figures came forth for him. After a moment of silence, the master of Hellfire Hall shook his head. No matter how much I think about it, I can't think of anyone with that much power. Uncle Yu? Can you think of anyone? The master of Hellfire Hall glanced sideways at the old man beside him. Uncle Yu shook his head. I don't know. Pausing for a moment, Uncle Yu said, Should we mobilize our forces to secretly destroy the 100 Refinement sect search for materials? There's no need. The master of Hellfire Hall shook his head with a look of disdain in his eyes. These materials are used to create a Tao Lord's body. Even if a Tao Lord were to reconstruct his body, he wouldn't be a threat to us. Exuding a heroic aura, he waved his hand and said in a deep voice, The 100 Refinement sect will suffer a crushing defeat at the 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet in another month. Even a conjoint body mighty figure is useless, let alone an additional Dharma characteristic Tao Lord in 100 Refinement sect. Uncle Yu nodded as well. That's right. Although Lu Hanyan of 100 Refinement sect is quite accomplished in weapon refinement, she's still much weaker than Ming Han. 100 Refinement sect is bound to lose this weapon refinement battle. The master of Hellfire Hall said proudly, Of course my disciple won't lose. After a moment, the master of Hellfire Hall seemed to have thought of something inside. Palace Lord, are you still thinking about the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra? Uncle Yu asked. That's right. The master of Hellfire Hall clenched his fists and said, "This is a sore spot for me. I must obtain this cultivation technique. Right now, there are only 4 people who know this cultivation technique." Uncle Yu said, "Tao Lord Scarlet Star is not easy to deal with. Even if we capture him, he'll probably be like his master and won't tell us even if he dies. How about we attack his 3 disciples instead?" "Yes," the master of Hellfire Hall said. "I've already sent out a group of void reversions to wait for an opportunity. We must capture Nangong Ling and the other 2 alive." However, the master of Hellfire Hall frowned and continued, "There's something strange about that Mo Ling. I have a feeling that something is going to happen because of him." Uncle Yu bowed slightly. "If you're worried, I'll make a trip personally." "Uncle Yu, you don't have much lifespan left. I don't think it's a good idea to trouble you with such a small matter." Although the master of Hellfire Hall rejected it verbally, his eyes flickered and he was clearly tempted. "No worries," Uncle Yu replied indifferently. "I don't have much time left. Rather than sit here and wait for death, I might as well make a trip for you and kill off all variables." "Ha ha ha ha." The master of Hellfire Hall reared his head in laughter. "Good, good, good. Back in the day, you were also a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord whose name shook the entire Tianhuang mainland. Although your lifespan is almost up, your combat strength is still there. With you taking action, no matter if Mo Ling is a nascent soul or a void reversion, he will have to surrender obediently." 100 Refinement Sect. For the past 2 months, Su Zimo spent most of his time comprehending the heaven-slaying sword art and immersed himself in it. On the surface, the heaven-slaying sword art looked like an ordinary ancient book. If he had not known beforehand, Su Zimo would not have thought that the ancient book was related to the legendary 3 ancient sword arts. Furthermore, it was difficult to store the heaven-slaying sword art in his storage bag. After thinking about it, Su Zimo decided to take it out and cultivate it openly. Even if someone were to bump into him, Su Zimo would not hide anything. He held the heaven-slaying sword art in his hands and focused on his comprehension, ignoring everyone else. Therefore, in the eyes of many cultivators, although Su Zimo looked rough, he was like a bookworm in the mortal world. No one would have expected that Su Zimo, who carried an ancient book all day and never shied away, was cultivating an ancient and shocking sword art. Logically speaking, if it was truly a powerful cultivation technique or secret skill, anyone would look for a secret place to cultivate for fear of being seen by others. No one would be as fearless and open as Su Zimo. Although he held the heaven-slaying sword art all day long, he was not worried that others would see its contents. That was because every time he comprehended the ancient book, Su Zimo would use his right eye that contained the illumination stone. If he were to look with his left eye, he would only see a blinding light. His vision would turn white and he would not be able to see anything. Even so, Su Zimo would still feel a piercing pain if he looked at it with his right eye for too long. At that moment, he would have to stop and take a break. He would leave his cave abode to take a walk and look into the distance to relax his eyes. During this period of time, Nangong Ling rarely came to his place. It was as though the former had a motivation to surpass him as soon as possible. Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian visited frequently. Ru Xian was carefree and outgoing. She would explain everything that happened within and outside the sect during this period of time with great familiarity. Lu Hanyan had a calm personality and rarely spoke. She merely came to sit in at his place. Su Zimo could sense the nervousness and worry in Lu Hanyan's heart. In a few days it would be the 1,000-crane tea banquet. At that time, there would be a fight between 100 Refinement Sect and Hellfire Palace for weapon refinement and everyone would be watching. As the representative of 100 Refinement Sect, although she looked calm, the pressure in her heart was immense and she tried her best to suppress the anxiety in her heart. Every time Lu Hanyan looked over, Su Zimo would smile with a gentle gaze. At that moment, Su Zimo would recite a Buddhist sutra internally meant for calming one's mind and heart, and his body would emit a peaceful aura, calming Lu Hanyan's mind. Actually, it was an invisible aura. Legend has it that the butcher who killed people like flies would lay down his butcher knife under the gaze of an eminent monk with profound Buddhist dharma. That was the reason why one could wash away the killing intent within their body after following an accomplished monk for a long time. Su Zimo realized what was happening. Although he was Tao Lord Extremefire's disciple, he did not know much about forging dermic weapons and was far inferior to Lu Hanyan, who had been cultivating in 100 Refinement sect since she was young. He could not help much with this matter. The only thing he could do was to help Lu Hanyan relax and adjust her mental state. This day, Su Zimo was comprehending the heaven-slaying sword art in his cave abode when he heard the sound of someone knocking on the door. Immediately after, the door to his cave abode was pushed open. Even without looking, Su Zimo could guess that it was definitely Ru Xian. "Little Uncle Master, I'm here to visit you again." Ru Xian's voice sounded before she even arrived. Slowly, Su Zimo snapped out of his focus and looked up. Lu Hanyan was not the only one beside Ru Xian. Nangong Ling had actually arrived as well, although he looked a little reluctant. "Little Uncle Master, are you still reading?" Ru Xian asked casually. Suddenly, she leaned forward and looked at the ancient book in Su Zimo's hands. "What's written here?" For the past few days, when Ru Xian saw that Su Zimo was immersed in the book, she did not mind initially. However, she became even more curious later on. Now, she launched a surprise visit. She wanted to see what was written in the ancient book that could make Su Zimo so immersed in it. In the end, Ru Xian was disappointed. The ancient book was blank with seemingly nothing in it. Ru Xian frowned and was about to take a closer look when she felt a sudden sharp pain in her eyes. She exclaimed and took 2 steps back. Unknowingly, 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. This time round, Ru Xian was shocked. In that instant, she felt like her eyes were going to go blind if she continued staring at that ancient book. Ru Xian looked at Su Zimo with a hint of fear. If that was her reaction with a single glance, she could not imagine how her little Uncle Master managed to survive poring over the book the entire day. "Is there anything?" Su Zimo asked when he saw the 3 of them together. Ru Xian said hurriedly, "The wind cloud gathering has already begun. Let's go take a look. I've been suffocating in the sect for the past 2 months. A month before the 1,000 Crane Tea Party, there would be a large-scale gathering in Wind Cloud City which was located in the middle of the 4 unorthodox groups. Apart from the 4 unorthodox groups, the super sects, aristocratic families, and even some itinerant cultivators of the Middle Continent would gather here. The gathering would last for a month until the 1,000 Crane Tea Party began. At this gathering, there would be many treasures, elixirs, ancient books, secret skills, remnant beasts, and divine weapons. There was everything in the cultivation world. Cultivators who participated in the 1,000 Crane Tea Party would usually come to Wind Cloud City to see if they could buy what they needed. Or perhaps, if they could unearth some rare treasures. Simply put, they were there to pick up the spoils. For the past few years, there would always be some treasures that would be discovered at the Wind Cloud gathering that envied others. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. If it was any other time, it would not have been a big deal for him to visit this Wind Cloud gathering. However, right now, a storm was brewing and countless eyes were staring at 100 Refinement sect. It wasn't wise for Lu Hanyan and the other 2 to choose to leave the sect at this time. "Forget it." Su Zimo shook his head. "I remember that Tao Lord Scarlet Star told you guys to stay in the sect during this period of time and not wander around. We've stayed inside for 2 months and the pent-up frustration is killing me." Ru Xian pouted and looked aggrieved. Nangong Ling raised his brows. "Junior sister, don't worry. With me by your side, I won't let anything happen to you. There are some people in our sect that although are senior, they are timid. Let's go ourselves." Nangong Ling was clearly referring to Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled indifferently and did not hold it against him. Nangong Ling loved Lu Hanyan. Yet, Lu Hanyan had been extremely close to Su Zimo during this period of time and Nangong Ling clearly viewed him as an opponent. It was only natural for Nangong Ling to want to compete with him in every aspect. Su Zimo said in a low voice, "If you guys want to join the gathering, the 3 of you won't be enough. You'll have to get a few seniors from the sect to accompany you. It's best if you have Dharma characteristic experts." "How is that possible?" Ru Xian rolled her eyes. I don't know what happened to the sect during this period of time. The experts of the sect are so busy that none of them will have the time to accompany us to the gathering. No! Su Zimo shook his head and said resolutely, it's too risky for the three of you to leave at such a sensitive time without the seniors of the sect accompanying you. He was younger than Nangong Ling and the other two. However, he surpassed them in terms of seniority. He could not watch Nangong Ling and the other two take the risk. Furthermore, for the past 2 months, every time he looked at the heaven-slaying sword art for a long time and left his cave abode for a breather, he would feel like he was being watched. If that person was a disciple of 100 Refinement sect, it would be fine if he was merely curious. If it was a spy from Hellfire Hall or other sects planted into 100 Refinement sect, their every move would be exposed. In other words, there was a high chance that they would be targeted the moment they left the sect. Little Uncle Master, it's fine, Ru Xian said coquettishly. Wind Cloud City is in the middle of the 4 unorthodox groups and isn't too far away from our 100 Refinement sect. What danger could there be? Su Zimo was about to shake his head in rejection when he caught sight of Lu Hanyen, who was standing beside him. Although this quiet woman did not speak, she looked at him with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Su Zimo's heart softened. Lu Hanyen had been under too much pressure recently. This trip might be able to ease her nervousness. At that thought, Su Zimo was decided. Nangong Ling looked at Su Zimo and harumphed. Who said that the seniors of the sect are so busy? Our little Uncle Master is so free. Rising, Su Zimo said indifferently, all right, I'll accompany you guys for a walk. Ah? This time round, it was Nangong Ling's turn to be surprised. Initially, he was merely making a casual remark to goad Su Zimo to think that the latter would agree to it in an unusual break of character. Nangong Ling felt regret and grumbled. All right, Ru Xian clapped and beamed. Even Lu Hanyen heaved a sigh of relief. The conflicted look on her face seemed to have faded a lot as her eyes shone brightly. She bowed towards Su Zimo and said gently, thank you, Uncle Master. There's no problem with me accompanying you guys to the gathering, but I have to remind you. Su Zimo's expression was stern as he said in a deep voice, the three of you may have fun, but you have to stay within 30 feet around me. Can you do that? Yes. Ru Xian urged and pulled on Su Zimo's sleeves, walking outside while muttering, little Uncle Master, you sure are naggy. Nangong Ling pursed his lips and muttered softly, so what if I'm within 30 feet of you? Does that make me immortal? Before he could finish his sentence, Nangong Ling felt his neck tighten as he was lifted into the air by his neck. Who? Nangong Ling's expression was flustered and his face was flushed red. His legs kicked wildly in midair and he felt as though all his strength had vanished without a trace. Right then, a rough face appeared before him. Su Zimo grabbed Nangong Ling with one hand and said with a fake smile, I can't guarantee that I can turn you immortal, but at least I can protect your life. Why, you let go of me. Nangong Ling tried his best to channel his dermic powers and blood qi. However, for some reason, he could not muster any strength under Su Zimo's grip and could only let the latter carry him. Ha 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 ha. Naturally, Ru Xian was fearless and burst into laughter. Nangong Ling felt even more humiliated and nearly fainted on the spot. All of a sudden, he felt his body relax and he fell, regaining his freedom. Nangong Ling was enraged and was about to argue with Su Zimo when he realized that the three of them had already left the cave abode and were heading outside. Nangong Ling chased after him indignantly and remained silent. After all, Su Zimo was his little Uncle Master. He could not possibly fight Su Zimo in public. If his master were to find out about this, he would probably be kicked out of the sect. Arriving outside the sect, Ru Xian slapped her storage bag and summoned a spirit vessel that expanded rapidly with tea and spirit fruits. Everything they required could be found within it. Little Uncle Master, let's go. With that said, Ru Xian jumped up first with Su Zimo and the others following closely behind. Now that he had the spirit vessel to travel, Su Zimo was bored with the free time and took out the heaven-slaying sword art to continue cultivating. During this period of time, his entire focus was on the heaven-slaying sword art. Whenever he was tired, he would rest for a while before continuing to comprehend. Su Zimo had a feeling that he was about to crack the surface of the sword art. The spirit vessel sped for half a day before slowing down. Looking ahead, the outline of a gigantic city gradually became clearer on the horizon. Wind Cloud City. Its name implied that it was a place where heroes gathered. Before they arrived at Wind Cloud City, there were already many cultivators in the vicinity. Some people flew on swords. Some people rode on the winds. Some cultivators rode on auspicious clouds, while some perfected lords rode on red-headed immortal cranes. Putting away the spirit vessel, Su Zimo's group of 4 descended in Wind Cloud City. The city was huge and bustling. Cultivators from various major sects and factions could be seen everywhere. On both sides of the road were countless stalls. Divine weapons could be seen everywhere. Ancient manuals and secret skills were everywhere. There were all sorts of elixirs and talismans that were dazzling. Some of the cultivators were even more straightforward and did not care about their immortal demeanor as they shouted at the top of their lungs to sell their items. It was rare to witness such a lively scene, and it was clear that Lu Hanyan's mood improved tremendously. It was as though the pressure from the weapon refinement competition was gone. Ru Xian bounced around every stall and fiddled with the items curiously. However, she did not buy it, and many people rolled their eyes. Nangong Ling followed closely behind Lu Hanyan and paid attention to the gaze of his crush, ready to help her buy the treasures she wanted at any moment. Su Zimo was still the same as before, holding the heaven-slaying sword art in his hands, and followed behind the 3 of them lazily. He was indeed comprehending the heaven-slaying sword art. However, at the same time, the scarlet-haired spirit hid in a corner of his consciousness and did not let down its guard, paying attention to its surroundings. Look over there. The paragon of soaring feather sect, Wu Tianyu, has appeared. Wu Tianyu, rank 11 of the phenomenon ranking this time round. To think that he would arrive so early. Let's go take a look. I haven't seen what a rank 11 cultivator on the phenomenon ranking looks like. Many cultivators discussed and surged in that direction. The cultivators on the phenomenon ranking were the center of attention no matter where they went. Fellow Taoist, may I ask if you're the 83rd on the phenomenon ranking? Nangong Ling? Right then, a cultivator appeared and asked Nangong Ling with cupped fists. Nangong Ling did not say anything and merely stood with his hands behind his back, nodding with a proud expression. The cultivator had a delighted expression and said hurriedly, "It's truly fellow Taoist Nangong. I've been admiring your reputation for a long time. It's truly a blessing to be able to meet you here." Right then, another commotion broke out from the crowd behind him. "Look, it's Jian Wuzong." "Ah, it's him." The cultivator, who was initially standing in front of Nangong Ling, was even more agitated. As though he could no longer see Nangong Ling, he followed the crowd and headed straight for Jian Wuzong. Even Nangong Ling revealed a hint of fear and whispered, "Jian Wuzong, 3rd on the phenomenon ranking." Nangong Ling seemed to be from an extraordinary background and was filled with pride from the depths of his bones. Furthermore, he could be considered as a paragon and was prideful by nature. Su Zimo rarely saw him reveal such an expression. Su Zimo smiled gently. "Seems like you truly admire this Jian Wuzong." "Humph!" Nangong Ling harumphed when he heard that. Jian Wuzong, 3rd on the phenomenon ranking, comprehended the strongest phenomenon of sword Dao. All swords united. All swords must submit to this phenomenon. When he heard that, Su Zimo was slightly stunned as he recalled an old friend. His old friend had also comprehended the Golden Core phenomenon, all swords united, during the phenomenon ranking competition 100 years ago and defeated the paragon of sword sect at that time, Hang Chuyu, shocking the world. Dugu Jian. Although Su Zimo said that it was an old friend, he was not familiar with this person. Or rather, it was as though no one in this world was familiar with him. This person exuded a loneliness that was isolated from the world. It was as though he only had the supreme sword Dao in his heart. His eyes were empty and blank. Only when he drew his sword would his eyes shine with an unparalleled brilliance. Su Zimo had a good impression of this person. It was not only because Dugu Jian had helped him before. More than that, back in Myriad Phenomenon City, even nascent souls had to avoid the slaughter of the Rakshasa and god race. Yet, Dugu Jian stood out. He feared nothing. That was the true spirit of Sword Dao. He would rather break than bend and press forward. Dugu Jian was the first sword cultivator that Su Zimo had encountered who was true to the Sword Dao. Naturally, Nangong Ling did not know what Su Zimo was thinking at that moment. He merely thought that Su Zimo did not understand the terror of all swords united. Nangong Ling continued, "If you don't understand, let me put it more simply. In the face of Jian Wuzong, the combat strength of all sword cultivators will be reduced. The might of all the sword techniques that attack Jian Wuzong will decrease. All swords will bow down. Jian Wuzong is the king of the Tao of the sword." Oh. Su Zimo was not interested in Jian Wuzong and replied in a patronizing manner. Nangong Ling was naturally angry when he saw Su Zimo's casual attitude. He pouted. Some people naturally can't understand the shock of the fight for the phenomenon ranking and the resplendent scene of paragons clashing since they had never witnessed it personally. Senior brother Nangong, that's enough. Ru Xian could not take it anymore and frowned slightly. Little Uncle Master, don't lower yourself to his level. Senior brother Nangong has no ill intentions. Su Zimo smiled indifferently and continued to comprehend the sword art with the ancient book in his hands. At the side, Lu Hanyen came to a stall and stood there for a long time, as though she had discovered something. The owner of the stall was also a nascent soul cultivator, but he did not seem to have much lifespan left. There were many random items in the stall and everything was messy. With a casual glance, Su Zimo saw that there was nothing of value in the stall. His gaze shifted to a black stone and his heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he had just finished reading the heaven-slaying sword art, and the illumination stone appeared in his right eye. Turning it completely white, it allowed him to see unusual things. Although the black stone looked like a lava ore on the surface, there was an egg-sized scarlet crystal within. Lava crystal. It was a top-grade treasure. In the depths of the lava cave, flames burned endlessly. These crystals could only take form after 10,000 years of nurturing, and the power of heaven and earth they possessed was rich and pure. Most importantly, the lava crystal possessed immense fire element dermic powers, and was one of the materials required for Tao Lord Extreme Fire to reconstruct his body. To think that they would actually bump into a treasure on this trip. Fellow Taoist, how much is this flying sword? Lu Hanyen squatted down and pointed to a flying sword with 2 dermic patterns on the stall, asking softly, "What's so good about this flying sword?" "It's a middle-grade perfected Lord dermic weapon, and the defective products that we failed in weapon refinement are all of this grade." Nangong Ling frowned and murmured. The stall owner was expressionless and coughed a few times before saying slowly, "I only want elixirs that can increase my lifespan. I don't want anything else." Ha! Nangong Ling sneered when he heard that and could not help but mock. Fellow Taoist, elixirs that can increase one's lifespan in the cultivation world are extremely precious and rare. You can't even exchange for a single elixir with all these rubbish. Give up. Normally speaking, the items in the stall were indeed worthless. Apart from the lava crystal. However, Lu Hanyen did not leave. She continued to pick and choose, seemingly casually passing the black stone over as well before saying, "I'll use a spirit longevity pill to exchange for all of these." Ah! Ru Xian could not help but tug at Lu Hanyen's sleeves and send a voice transmission. "Senior sister, this will be a loss." Although the spirit longevity pill could only extend one's lifespan by 50 years, it was already quite rare. Su Zimo stood silently without saying anything. Lu Hanyen seemed to have noticed that the black stone was extraordinary as well and decided to buy it. The stall owner froze for a moment and stared at Lu Hanyen hesitantly. To be able to cultivate to this realm with their lifespans almost depleted, all of them were sharp and experienced. At that moment, he could vaguely sense that there seemed to be a treasure in his stall. However, when Lu Hanyen took out the spirit longevity pill, his body shuddered from the vibrant life force exuded by it. The stall owner hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. "I'll trade." With that, he snatched the spirit longevity pill and pushed the items in front of Lu Hanyen. Su Zimo was relieved when he saw that. As long as the seller accepted the spirit longevity pill, he could not go back on his words. This was a tacit agreement in the cultivation world. Hold on. Right then, an eagle-eyed cultivator with a cold expression squeezed in and grabbed the stall owner's wrist. I'll give you 2 spirit longevity pills for this stone. The eagle-eyed cultivator was pointing at the black stone that contained the lava crystal. This? The stall owner was troubled. Under normal circumstances, the transaction was already complete since he accepted Lu Hanyan's spirit longevity pill. However, he did not expect someone to bid for 2 spirit longevity pills. At that moment, Nangong Ling snapped out of his stupor as well. He strode forward and stood before the eagle-eyed cultivator, asking coldly, "Why? You're trying to go against the rules." Lu Hanyan put the black stone into her storage bag hurriedly. The eagle-eyed cultivator narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Kid, you're only at early-stage nascent soul realm. You'd better restrain yourself or you'll die prematurely." The eagle-eyed cultivator was only confident because he was a perfected nascent soul. Ha ha! Nangong Ling was so angry that he laughed instead. He released his aura and said loudly, "All right, I'll see what you've got today." They're fighting. They're fighting. There's no doubt about a fight between an early stage and a perfected nascent soul. Nangong Ling, he's ranked 83 on the phenomenon ranking. It's hard to say who will win. Furthermore, he's backed by one of the 4 unorthodox groups, 100 Refinement Sect. Many cultivators gathered over. Listening to the discussions around him, the eagle-eyed cultivator glanced at the sect emblem on Nangong Ling's robes with a wary expression. After a moment of silence, the eagle-eyed cultivator did not dare to attack in the end. Gritting his teeth, he turned and left, looking at Nangong Ling with resentment before disappearing into the crowd. Wind Cloud City Immortal Welcoming Restaurant. Su Zimo's group of 4 arrived at the place and sat by a random table on the 3rd floor by the window. There were many delicacies made from the flesh of remnant beasts and immortal fruits on the table. The fragrance was overwhelming. Ruxian ate with relish. Earlier on, Nangong Ling had scared the other party off by revealing his name in front of everyone. Right now, he was in a great mood with that flash of authority. Lu Hanyan leaned against the window and gazed at the bustling city. She smiled and felt much more relaxed. Su Zimo was still holding onto the heaven-slaying sword art and comprehending it as though nobody was around. "Senior sister, what's that black stone?" Ru Xian stuffed something in her mouth and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "I'm not sure either. I just have a feeling that the stone is extraordinary." Lu Hanyan said, "When we return to the sect, I'll let Master identify it." Right then, a commotion broke out downstairs, growing louder. "Have you heard? 100 Refinement Sect cultivator found a treasure." "What?" "I think it's a lava crystal. There was nearly a fight earlier on." "Ah, that's a top-grade spirit material that even Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords would wish for." When they heard the discussions, Nangong Ling and the other 2 exchanged glances with grim expressions. Their eyes were filled with mixed emotions. They were delighted because Lu Hanyan had indeed found a treasure. They were worried that the news had already spread. Furthermore, at this rate, the entire Wind Cloud City would know about it before long. Nangong Ling grit his teeth and said hatefully, "It must be that person who was upset that he did not obtain the treasure and leaked the news. Humans are truly sinister." Ru Xian said angrily. Su Zimo was not surprised. From the way the eagle-eyed cultivator left, he could guess that things were not over yet. Su Zimo glanced at the horizon. "It's getting late. We've been circling Wind Cloud City for a long time. It's time to head back." This time round, Nangong Ling and the other 2 had no objections. The 3 of them knew that once news of the lava crystal spread, they would be the center of attention and countless eyes would be watching. The longer they stayed outside, the more dangerous it would be. At that moment, Nangong Ling and the other 2 could vaguely sense that there were more than 10 powerful auras approaching the Immortal Welcoming Restaurant. Many cultivators in the restaurant looked over with sparkling eyes. All of a sudden, heavy footsteps sounded from downstairs. The footsteps were extremely strange, and every single step seemed to be able to affect everyone's hearts, causing them to skip a beat as well. Unknowingly, the tempo of everyone's heartbeats changed along with the change in pace of the footsteps. Gradually, it matched the footsteps. After what seemed like a long time, a tall and mighty figure appeared at the top of the stairs. His long hair fluttered and his gaze was deep, as though it contained the vast starry skies. The footsteps stopped abruptly. It did not ring for a long time. It was only at this moment that everyone present felt that something was amiss. After the footsteps stopped, their heartbeats stopped as well. Some of the cultivators' expressions turned increasingly terrible. Their hearts stopped beating and their bloodlines stopped circulating. Some of the cultivators were extremely pale and beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. Thud! Thud! Some cultivators could not take it and fell to the side. Some cultivators struggled to break free from the suffocating feeling and panted heavily, looking at the intruder in horror. The expressions of Nangong Ling and the other two turned extremely terrible as well. His footsteps alone could control the heartbeat of others. The person had just appeared and shocked everyone without saying anything. On the third floor, the only one who looked calm was Su Zimo, who was reading. However, in this massive restaurant, Su Zimo was truly inconspicuous and not many people noticed him. Sensing the pain of Nangong Ling and the other two, Su Zimo flicked his finger without raising his head. A clear and melodious sword hum burst forth from his fingertip. It was so soft that only Nangong Ling and the other two could hear it. However, it was this sword hum that made Nangong Ling and the other two's heartbeats return to normal. Their auras were stable and their bloodlines flowed again. Ru Xian whispered, "Heavenly Dipper Sex Changpeng. Phenomenon ranking 15. This is getting tricky. I hope they're not after us." Nangong Ling sent a voice transmission. He could use the status of 100 Refinement Sect and his reputation as the 83rd of the phenomenon ranking to force back the eagle-eyed cultivator. As for Changpeng, be it the sect behind him or his position in the phenomenon ranking, he was superior to Nangong Ling. While Nangong Ling was praying, Changpeng turned his head slightly and his gaze landed on the four of them. He walked over slowly with an expressionless face. Nangong Ling frowned. Ru Xian looked at Su Zimo and Nangong Ling, asking repeatedly through voice transmission, "What should we do? What should we do?" In the blink of an eye, Changpeng had already arrived before Nangong Ling's group. His tall figure almost formed a shadow that shrouded everyone, causing Nangong Ling and the other two to feel a sense of pressure. Helpless, Nangong Ling could only grit his teeth and stand up, cupping his fists. "I'm Nangong Ling of 100 Refinement Sect. Greetings, fellow Taoist Changpeng. Those three are also cultivators of 100 Refinement Sect." Nangong Ling gave a brief introduction with a smile. Lu Hanyen and Ru Xian stood up and cupped their fists towards Changpeng, nodding. Su Zimo was the only one who sat on the spot motionlessly, looking at the ancient book in his hands as though he was completely immersed in it. Changpeng swept his gaze and did not take it to heart when he saw that Su Zimo was also a nascent soul cultivator and looked unfamiliar. "I heard that you bought a lava crystal," Changpeng said bluntly. "I need this lava crystal. What do you want in exchange?" "This?" Nangong Ling frowned. Changpeng's words were extremely domineering without any room for negotiation. Nangong Ling smiled embarrassedly. "Fellow Taoist, we were the ones who bought this lava crystal first. It's of great use to us." "I'll say it again." Changpeng's gaze was cold as he interrupted Nangong Ling. "I want this lava crystal. Do you want to trade or not?" Nangong Ling's expression was terrible. From the looks of it, Changpeng was bent on obtaining the lava crystal. However, if they were to fight, he was definitely not a match for that person. Even if the three of them worked together, it wouldn't work. He was ranked 83 on the phenomenon ranking, while Changpeng was ranked 15. The difference in their combat strength was way too great. Nangong Ling looked at Lu Hanyen and took a deep breath. Clenching his fists, he said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, Heavenly Dipper Sect is one of the 9 major immortal sections. Our 100 Refinement Sect is also one of the 4 unorthodox groups. All of us belong to the righteous Tao. Are you thinking of taking it by force? Fu. Chang Peng laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. For unorthodox groups? In another month, your 100 Refinement sect will be removed from the 4 unorthodox groups. Do you think I'll have any reservations? Before he could finish his sentence, Chang Peng's gaze intensified and he reached out with his palm. Stars filled the skies and enveloped Nangong Ling's group of 4 with a terrifying might. Pest! Nangong Ling and the other 2 were shocked. They had not expected Chang Peng to be so domineering and brazen as to rob them openly in Wind Cloud City. Furthermore, the 3 of them felt as though their dermic powers were restricted by the stars and could not be channeled at all. It was suffocating. The intense feeling of suffocation caused the expressions of Nangong Ling and the other 2 to change. Although they were both on the phenomenon ranking, the difference in combat strength between Nangong Ling and Chang Peng was immense. Under the suppression of the stars, Nangong Ling channeled his spirit consciousness continuously and channeled his blood qi and dermic powers. The veins on his neck were already popping out, but he could not retaliate. The table and chair beneath him had already been reduced to dust. If Nangong Ling was already in such a state, Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian were even worse off. The bodies of the 2 women trembled slightly and a series of crackling sounds could be heard from their bodies. It was as though their bones were about to fall apart. Ah! Sensing all of this, Nangong Ling reared his head and howled into the skies. He was on the brink of insanity as his eyes turned bloodshot. His glabella shone as he conjured hand seals with both hands. The Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra was circulating continuously. Finally, 2 scarlet flames appeared on Nangong Ling's hands, flickering. Fu! Chang Peng's gaze was deep like the vast starry skies as he sneered. How dare you fight against the bright moon with the light of a firefly? The futile struggles of a cornered beast. Destroy! His aura surged and the stars conjured by his palm became even more corporeal, thicker and more domineering, as though he wanted to crush Nangong Ling and the other 2 into minced meat. Splash! Splash! The flames on Nangong Ling's hands were extinguished instantly by the suppression of the stars the moment they rose. Nangong Ling's eyes dimmed. He had not expected the difference between the 2 of them to be so great in a real fight. More than that, he did not expect that the Heavenly Dipper sect cultivators would dare to attack them and steal their treasures in front of everyone in Wind Cloud City. If Chang Peng's attitude towards 100 Refinement sect was merely a small reflection of the situation, in that case, the danger of 100 Refinement sect might be even greater than they had imagined. In that case, it was truly irrational for them to leave the sect. There were probably countless pairs of eyes that were watching them from the surroundings of the Immortal welcoming restaurant. Chang Peng was just first to make a move. He recalled his master, Tao Lord Scarlet Star, repeatedly reminding them not to leave the sect before the Thousand Crane Tea Party. Sigh! Nangong Ling sighed and the face of the green-robed man flashed through his mind. If only we listened to Little Uncle Master. If I didn't try to spite Little Uncle Master, I wouldn't have implicated Han Yen into danger. I really deserve to die. Nangong Ling's eyes dimmed and he felt a sense of regret. Right then he heard a voice. It was neither loud nor soft and was calm with a hint of mockery. How dare you claim to be the moon with your capabilities? It was Little Uncle Master. Nangong Ling was shocked. Little Uncle Master can still speak under that pressure? He glanced over instinctively. Initially, Su Zimo was reading with his head lowered. However, at that moment he raised his head slowly with a calm gaze. He closed 2 fingers together to form a sword and swiped it gently in Chang Peng's direction. That action seemed so elegant and casual. However, the effect was earth-shattering. Xing! A streak of sword qi burst forth with a blinding white light. Under Nangong Ling's gaze, the stars that were initially suppressing them were sliced into 2 by the sword qi. It was an extremely shocking sight. The gigantic river of stars was sliced into 2 by a white sword qi and froze instantly. Bang! 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 The stars in the skies fell and the dermic art was destroyed by a single sword qi, turning into nothingness. When the heavens killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. A single killing intent was enough to throw even true stars into chaos. With that burst of sword chi, it was a piece of cake for him to destroy Chang Peng's constellation dermic art. Chang Peng's pupils constricted. Nangong Ling and the others were not directly involved and could not sense the power of the sword chi, however. He could sense it even more clearly when he faced it directly. The killing intent released by the sword chi caused his scalp to tingle and his limbs to turn cold as his mind shuddered. How could there be such a terrifying sword chi in the world? This was practically destroying all life. The true terror was yet to come. After slicing the galaxy into two, the sword chi did not dissipate but continued slashing down towards Chang Peng. Pest! Chang Peng gasped and his expression changed. He had a hallucination that no dermic art, technique or weapon could defend against the sword chi. That sword chi was the most lethal. Chang Peng was ranked 15 on the phenomenon ranking after all. The moment the stars dispersed, he reacted and slapped his storage bag. Boom! A gigantic shield stood before him. The shield was etched with the vast firmaments, stars, sun and moon. After injecting dermic powers, 5 bedazzling patterns lit up. It was a perfect-grade defensive perfected Lord dermic weapon. In the cultivation world, offensive dermic weapons were more common and defensive dermic weapons were rare, let alone perfect-grade ones. From this, one could see Chang Peng's status among the heavenly Dipper sect disciples. The moment the shield was summoned, the sword chi descended. Clang! The sword chi collided with the shield with a metallic sound. The sword chi vanished as though it was blocked by the perfect-grade shield dermic weapon. That was everyone's first reaction. However, everyone's eyes narrowed and their expressions changed immediately after. The light on Chang Peng's shield dimmed rapidly and its aura dissipated. It was as though the dermic weapon had suffered a devastating blow and was crippled. All of a sudden, a change happened. Chang Peng, who was initially hiding behind the shield, suddenly shrieked and staggered back repeatedly. Blood gushed out and a severed arm was raised high. Boom! Immediately after, the shield fell to the ground and split into two. The cut was neat as though it was cut into two diagonally by some divine weapon. Everyone gradually came to their senses as they looked at Chang Peng, who was lying on the ground with a pale expression. The sword chi released by the green-robed man sliced the perfect-grade perfected Lord dermic weapon into two. Before the sword chi dissipated, Chang Peng's arm was severed as well. Although Chang Peng did not die and was lucky enough to survive, everyone could tell, not only did that slash sever Chang Peng's arm, it even shattered his Dao foundation. The sword chi surged into Chang Peng's body through the wound and cut his meridians into pieces. Chang Peng was crippled. The crowd was shocked. A paragon of phenomenon ranking 15 was crippled with a single move. The way everyone looked at Su Zimo changed gradually. Even Nangong Ling and the other two were dumbfounded and could not recover for a moment. Although they had seen Su Zimo attack before, the feeling he gave them back then was far less shocking than this. He was a rank 15 paragon of the phenomenon ranking. He was crippled by Little Uncle Master with such a casual sword chi. Even Su Zimo, the one who attacked, was shocked, let alone the others. He was prepared to establish his might in front of everyone and intimidate some cultivators who were hiding in the dark with this attack to begin with. However, he truly did not expect the heaven-slaying sword art to possess such might. Moreover, what he had comprehended was merely the tip of the iceberg. It was merely the tip of the iceberg of the sword art that crippled a paragon. After a brief silence, there was an uproar. Thud, thud, thud. A few heavenly Dipper sect disciples who were initially following behind Chang Peng ran over hurriedly and helped him up. All of them glared at Su Zimo, but none of them dared to step forward with fearful expressions. If even Chang Peng was reduced to such a state by the sword chi, which of them could defend against it? Hurry, let's go. There was no color on Chang Peng's face as he panted heavily. Return to the sect and report this matter. The heavenly Dipper sect disciples did not hesitate and supported Chang Peng as they left the Immortal welcoming restaurant. They summoned a cloud and sped into the distance. Who is that? Judging from his robes, He doesn't seem to be a 100 refinement sect cultivator. It must be a cultivator from sword sect. That's right. The only person who can cultivate such a terrifying sword chi is probably the successor of the sword sect. However, he looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Could he be a paragon that has risen recently? The cultivators discussed and pointed. Nangong Ling could clearly sense that some of the powerful auras that were initially approaching had stopped in their tracks, as though they were stunned by the scene earlier on. Go, let's leave this place. Putting away the heaven-slaying sword art into his robes, Su Zimo leaped into the air and arrived at the long street instantly. Nangong Ling and the other two followed hurriedly. Many cultivators who were watching from beneath the restaurant dispersed and looked at Su Zimo with curious, respectful and hostile gazes. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he strode forward. Nangong Ling and the other two only regained their senses after they had walked far away. Ruxian ran a few steps forward excitedly. Little Uncle Master, that sword strike of yours was way too cool. What is it called? Can you impart it to me? Even Nangong Ling could not hold back his curiosity and asked with a voice transmission, Little Uncle Master, have you cultivated in the sword sect before? Su Zimo did not reply and merely strode forward in haste. This time round, Nangong Ling was not angry. After that incident, he viewed Su Zimo with more respect. Not everyone could cripple a paragon on the phenomenon ranking with a single sword chi. Little Uncle Master, don't walk so quickly. Ruxian was excited and there was no fear in her eyes. She skipped along behind Su Zimo and sent a voice transmission. Little Uncle Master, what do we have to fear if you know such a sword technique? In this wind cloud city we can do whatever we want. Humph. Little Uncle Master, don't worry. We're cultivators of 100 refinement sect after all. Void reversions will definitely not attack and bully us with their higher cultivation realms. If a nascent soul doesn't know what's good for them and wants to snatch the lava crystal, move your fingers and send a sword chi over. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The more she spoke, the more excited she became and she even gestured with her hands. Suddenly, Su Zimo said, that sword chi consumes a lot of mental energy. I can only release it once in a short period of time. Su Zimo was not bluffing. The heaven-slaying sword art was one of the 3 great ancient sword arts. Even though Su Zimo had only comprehended the basics, it was already an overload for him to release that sword chi with his nascent soul realm cultivation. If not for the fact that his essence spirit was far superior to his peers, he would have been injured by the sword chi before he could release it. When she heard Su Zimo's reply, Ruxian wilted and did not dare to speak anymore. Of course, Su Zimo was not worried about those who were after the lava crystal. Instead, he was worried about some existences hidden in the darkness. Su Zimo had a feeling that they were targeted by an even more terrifying enemy. They had to leave this place as soon as possible. Whoa! Are you trying to escape after obtaining a great treasure? Fufu, I heard that you guys obtained a lava crystal. Unfortunately, I need that stone as well. Suddenly, an eccentric voice sounded from the crowd. Who's hiding? Nangong Ling's gaze was bright as he hollered and surveyed his surroundings. The crowd retreated. However, Nangong Ling could not find the person that provoked them. It seemed as though it could be anybody. Fufu, as expected of the 83rd on the phenomenon ranking. How impressive. What's the use of showing off? He's just a piece of trash who needs protection. Hey, that green-robed sword cultivator. What's your relationship with those 300 refinement sect cultivators? Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best if you don't get involved with them. 100 refinement sect is about to be removed from the 4 unorthodox groups. I reckon that it won't be long before it's destroyed as well. The mocking voice sounded once more and it was still changing directions continuously. There was no way to determine the person's location. Nangong Ling and the other two were enraged when they heard that, but they could only worry. Initially, Su Zimo was on his way when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. In a flash, he leaped into the crowd beside him. Get the hell out! Su Zimo's gaze was electric as he extended his palm and spread his fingers. grabbing towards a cultivator in the middle of the crowd as though he wanted to blot out the sun. That person had an ordinary physique and appearance. There was nothing special about him. He was an existence that could be forgotten with a single glance. However, this ordinary cultivator had a cold glint in his eyes when he saw Su Zimo's attack. He let out a strange laugh. "Fellow Taoist, you're quite skillful to be able to discover my tracks." That person did not fight Su Zimo head-on at all. He turned around and retreated at an extremely fast speed. "Unfortunately, it's too late," that person said meaningfully. At the same time, an inconspicuous figure was rapidly approaching Nangong Ling and the other two on the other side of the crowd. The cultivator was expressionless and his eyes were calm. There was no killing intent at all. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo's bones rumbled and his outstretched arm expanded by 3 feet. Instantly, it descended on the head of the escaping cultivator and grabbed him viciously. Against Su Zimo's palm, that person's head was crushed like a piece of tofu, and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. When Nangong Ling and the other two saw that, they suddenly felt an unprecedented killing intent and their hearts shuddered. The next moment, the 3 of them caught sight of a sword beam. It was too fast. Unknowingly, an unassuming cultivator had appeared beside them. Out of nowhere, that person took out a slender soft sword and attacked. Without a doubt, this was an assassination attempt that could send despair down one's soul. This person's combat strength might not be able to match Nangong Ling. However, after that attack, Nangong Ling could only wait for death and watch helplessly as the sword brushed past his throat. He seemed to be able to see his throat being slit and spewing blood onto the long street. Hidden Death Sect, one of the 7 fiend sects. To be able to execute an assassination to such an extent without any loopholes and even shock one into such despair. This was something only achievable by Hidden Death Sect cultivators. It had to be said that the assassination was meticulously planned. First, someone lured Su Zimo away. Another person sneaked over and launched a fatal attack to kill and steal the treasure. The entire process was almost flawless. Unfortunately, they had truly underestimated a person. Just as the sword beam was about to slice Nangong Ling's throat, it suddenly dissipated. The sword was exposed. It was only inches away from Nangong Ling's throat, and the sharpness of the sword even severed the hairs on his neck. At that moment, the sword froze in midair motionlessly. One end was clutched in the hands of the Hidden Death Sect cultivator. The other end was gripped by 2 slender fingers and did not budge at all. The Hidden Death Sect cultivator was stunned. In front of him stood a man in green robes, expressionless with a sharp gaze. The latter was glaring at him with a cold, killing intent. The sword in his hand was caught between 2 fingers of the green-robed man and could not move at all. "Little Uncle Master," Nangong Ling almost shrieked after that close brush with death. Su Zimo was decisive in killing. After killing one of the Hidden Death Sect cultivators, he turned back swiftly and blocked the killing blow of another assassin. It was too fast. They were on completely different levels. Not many people could see Su Zimo's movement technique clearly. Everyone felt their vision blur, and thereafter, Su Zimo had already returned and gripped the Hidden Death Sect cultivator's sword between 2 fingers. Hidden Death Sect specialized in concealment and assassination. Hidden Death Sect cultivators were particular about killing in a single strike. If they missed their attacks, they would flee 1,000 miles away. They were not good at fighting head-on. However, Su Zimo's current body was comparable to perfect-grade perfected Lord Dermic weapons. His physical strength was not something that any Hidden Death Sect cultivator could match. Even the fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect would be killed on the spot, let alone an ordinary cultivator of Hidden Death Sect. Su Zimo had already decided to establish his dominance and naturally would not hold back. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as he channeled strength into his fingers. Clang! The cold sword was snapped by 2 fingers and the tip of the sword flew backwards, entering the glabella of the Hidden Death Sect cultivator. With a flash of blood, the essence spirit of Hidden Death Sect's cultivator was also shattered by the sword fragment and died on the spot. Instantly, 2 nascent souls died on the streets. The way many cultivators looked at Su Zimo changed gradually. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo gave off a shuddering aura. It was the stench of blood, the blood stench that was accumulated after killing countless paragons and stepping on the corpses of countless monster incarnates. Initially, Su Zimo did not want to attract attention and his aura was restrained. But now, he had to break through all obstacles with lightning speed and leave the city as soon as possible to bring Nangong Ling and the other 2 back to the sect. Su Zimo swept his gaze and those who harbored evil intentions retreated, not daring to meet his gaze. This was pressure. It was a pressure that came from the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking. Su Zimo strode forward in huge steps. The crowd dispersed and cleared a path. Nangong Ling and the other 2 followed hurriedly. Along the way, many people were indeed shocked because Cheng Peng was crippled and 2 nascent souls of Hidden Death Sect were killed. Some cultivators who wanted to snatch the lava crystal had to consider whether they could compare to Cheng Peng. Not far away, many cultivators were clustered around a nascent soul. He was elegant and handsome, looking over with a smile. It was Soaring Feather Sect's Wu Tianyu who was ranked 11 on the phenomenon ranking. Senior brother, should we attack? A Soaring Feather Sect cultivator asked softly. Wu Tianyu glanced sideways at that person and asked, "Can you stop that green-robed cultivator?" "I can't." "Senior brother, you can definitely do it," the cultivator murmured. Wu Tianyu shook his head and said indifferently, "This person is unfathomable and I'm not confident either. The Middle Continent is truly filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Cheng Peng's defeat is not unjustified." The moment he said that, Wu Tianyu's gaze shifted as he looked at the group of cultivators at the city gate. The corners of his lips curled as he murmured softly, "Interesting." Under the gazes of many cultivators, Su Zimo's group traveled and arrived at the city gate before long. There were more than 10 cultivators standing in front. Every single cultivator had a cold expression and stood in front of the long street with swords on their backs. It was clear that they had no intention of giving way. When Nangong Ling saw the leader, his expression changed and he exclaimed softly, "Jian Wuzong." Sword Sect's Jian Wuzong, 3rd on the phenomenon ranking. Ru Xian stuck out her tongue and sent a voice transmission secretly. "Oh no. Jian Wuzong seems like he's going to attack. Little Uncle Master's sword chi has just been released and he can't attack anymore. What should we do? Even if Little Uncle Master can release that sword technique, it's useless. Don't forget, Jian Wuzong has cultivated the All Swords United phenomenon, and every sword in the world will submit to it." Nangong Ling said with an anxious expression. "All sword cultivators will lose their combat strength in the face of Jian Wuzong. Little Uncle Master can't avoid it either." Lu Hanyan murmured, "I hope Jian Wuzong doesn't target us. If..." Pausing for a moment, Lu Hanyan hesitated for a moment before making a decision. "If he wants to fight for the lava crystal, I'll give it to him." Nangong Ling and Ru Xian did not speak. In the face of the 3rd on the phenomenon ranking, they felt a sense of helplessness and could only submit. This was an absolute suppression of combat strength. Furthermore, most sword cultivators were bloodthirsty people. If Little Uncle Master and them were implicated because of the lava crystal, it would be too late for regrets. Right then, Su Zimo had already walked forward and said, "Move!" Nangong Ling and the other 2 felt their hearts skip a beat. How many nascent soul cultivators would dare to speak to Jian Wuzong in such a manner? Jian Wuzong raised his long brows and killing intent surged in his eyes, exuding a chilling aura that he had no intention of hiding. Nangong Ling hurried forward and tugged at Su Zimo's sleeves, sending a voice transmission. "Little Uncle Master, don't be rash. You're a sword cultivator and you can't defeat him." After what happened earlier on, Nangong Ling's attitude towards Su Zimo had changed. With a worried expression, Lu Hanyan sent a voice transmission as well. "Uncle Master, if worse comes to worst, we can just give this stone to them. There's no need for us to fight with them." It was extremely dangerous to fight against sword cultivators. Sword cultivators cultivated the Tao of killing, and as long as they unsheathed their swords, blood would definitely be spilled. Su Zimo was indifferent and continued to look at Jian Wuzong with a domineering aura. Jian Wuzong grinned. You're not from Sword Sect. Initially, all the cultivators in Wind Cloud City thought that Su Zimo was the successor of Sword Sect. It was only now that everyone realized what was going on. Since you're not a successor of Sword Sect, why aren't you bowing to me? Jian Wuzong changed the topic. Why should I? Su Zimo asked indifferently. Ha ha. Jian Wuzong reared his head in laughter and declared proudly, Sword Sect is the place of pilgrimage for all sword cultivators in the world. I'm the most outstanding successor of the Sword Sect, so you're disrespecting the Sword Sect by not paying your respects to me. If you disrespect Sword Sect, it means that you wish to die. Many cultivators shook their heads when they heard that. This man is doomed. He's courting death for provoking Jian Wuzong. He was too proud for refusing to pay respects to Sword Sect and hold himself back in front of Jian Wuzong. He deserves it if he dies here. Nangong Ling and the other two were anxious but did not know how to persuade him. Right then, Jian Wuzong continued, However, I can give you a chance on account of how hard you must have cultivated to get to this point. As long as you're willing to follow me, I'll spare your life. This is a huge opportunity. To think that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. To be able to follow Jian Wuzong means that he has a chance to join the Sword Sect. This person is truly lucky. Everyone was filled with emotions. Right then, everyone heard a scoff filled with mockery. You think you're worthy of me following you? The moment he said that, everyone present was shocked. Disdain. Extreme disdain. Many cultivators looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dead man. Jian Wuzong's eyes were first filled with rage. However, he suddenly laughed and nodded repeatedly at Su Zimo thereafter. Very good. This is the edge that a sword cultivator should have. The more that is the case, the more I admire you. At that moment, Jian Wuzong did not realize who he was talking to. Or rather, none of the cultivators in Wind Cloud City knew the true identity of the green-robed man. In Thousand Demon Valley, Su Zimo could fight against mid-level fiend demons head-on. Mid-level fiend demons were equivalent to void reversions of the cultivation world. Although Jian Wuzong was third on the phenomenon ranking, he was still a nascent soul. Furthermore, the phenomenon ranking had just ended and his cultivation realm was only at early-stage nascent soul. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo was already at peak late-stage nascent soul. Even if this was 100 years ago, when Su Zimo had just entered nascent soul realm, he could suppress Jian Wuzong with ease. Jian Wuzong said slowly, How about this? Let's spar. If you can take 3 of my sword strikes, I'll let you guys leave this place. Pausing for a moment, Jian Wuzong continued, If you can't take it, you will have to follow me obediently and not go against my will in the future. Do you dare to take the gamble? 3 sword strikes is enough. That's right. Given Jian Wuzong's combat strength, even number 4 of the phenomenon ranking might not be able to take 3 of his strikes if he were to attack with his full strength. That green-robed cultivator will definitely lose. Everyone viewed themselves as objective bystanders and discussed. The Soaring Feather Sect cultivator looked at the man beside him and asked softly, Senior brother, what do you think of this bet? Jian Wuzong's sword is very fast. 3 strikes. Wu Tianyu shook his head slightly and said, Among nascent souls, there are probably less than 10 who can receive his 3 strikes. Wu Tianyu and Jian Wuzong partook in the same phenomenon ranking and understood one another. His evaluation of Jian Wuzong was extremely high. The Soaring Feather Sect cultivator said, If that's the case, that green-robed cultivator will definitely lose. The 10 people that Senior Brother mentioned are definitely the strongest experts in the nascent soul realm and are famous throughout the world. That person is clearly not among them. Yes? Wu Tianyu said deeply. It's hard to say. I have a feeling that this green-robed cultivator is unfathomable and far from simple. The Soaring Feather Sect cultivator was indifferent. Senior Brother, don't forget that he's a sword cultivator. Once they fight, he'll definitely be suppressed by Jian Wuzong. He won't win this gamble. On the long street, Nangong Ling, Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian were worried and sent voice transmissions to Su Zimo, telling him not to accept the gamble. Once lost, their little uncle master would become someone else's lackey. Neither they nor the 100 Refinement sect would be able to take it. Furthermore, Nangong Ling and the other two could not see any hope of Su Zimo winning. So, do you dare to take the gamble? Jian Wuzong asked and smiled with a confident expression. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo reared his head in laughter. Sure. However, there's no need for 3 strikes. If you can even draw your sword in front of me, it'll be my loss. Everyone was stunned the moment his sentence was finished. It was dead silent near the long street. Although his words were extremely arrogant, everyone could hear a sense of pride and awe in his tone. Who would dare say such words in front of Jian Wuzong? Would the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking this time round, Yi Tiancheng, dare to do so? Would the number 2 of the phenomenon ranking, Yan Mo, dare to do so? There were countless nascent souls in Tianhuang mainland. Who among them would dare? Yet someone dared to do so. You! Jian Wuzong narrowed his eyes with a cold glint. This time round, he was truly enraged as he said with a frosty voice, "How dare you? Kill!" Before Jian Wuzong could finish, he was interrupted by Su Zimo's shout. Sound domain secret skill, Thunderclap Kill. After cultivating the Purple Thunder manual, Thunderclap Kill was even more powerful than before. The surrounding cultivators felt their bodies tremble and the ground quaked as gravel flew. One could imagine what sort of impact the Jian Wuzong had to endure. That shout was like a thunderbolt from the clear skies that exploded in Jian Wuzong's ears, causing his ears to buzz and his scalp to tingle. However, for Jian Wuzong to be able to reach 3rd on the phenomenon ranking, he was definitely not someone easy to deal with. He was experienced in combat and realized right away that Su Zimo had released a sound domain secret skill. Clang! Clang! Jian Wuzong circulated his blood qi, and the sound of sword qi clanging echoed from his body. Among the super sects of Tianhuang mainland, some body-tempering sects, such as Glass Palace, Overlord Palace, and Diamond Monastery, were extremely famous. In reality, Sword Sect's body-tempering technique was extremely strong as well. The process of tempering the body by tearing it with sword qi and repairing it continuously caused the body's blood qi to become extremely powerful and sharp. When cultivators of Sword Sect cultivated their bodies to their limits, their blood qi would be mixed with sword qi. Their fingers were like swords that could slice apart divine weapons with a single wave. Jian Wuzong channeled his blood qi and had just gotten rid of the negative effects of Thunderclap Kill when he felt his vision blur as a green figure crushed over. "You must have a death wish." With a sneer, Jian Wuzong reached for the sword on his shoulder. He was all too familiar with that action. It could be said that the first sword technique he practiced after joining the Sword Sect was how to draw his sword. Even in his dreams, even in his 6 senses, Jian Wuzong could draw his sword right away. This had already become his instinct. However, his sword was pushed back by a pair of hands halfway through its withdrawal. Buzz! The sword hum had just sounded when it stopped. The sword was already sheathed. He was fast. However, Su Zimo was even faster. The green shadow flickered and Su Zimo was already close to him. Bang! 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 Helpless, Jian Wuzong could only fight Su Zimo barehanded. However, right after, Jian Wuzong's expression changed drastically, and he almost could not help but cry out in pain. Su Zimo's body was way too strong. Jian Wuzong's fists and palms felt as though they were striking cold and hard rocks. After 2 or 3 moves, his hands were already purple and bruised. At that distance, Jian Wuzong did not even have the chance to form a dermic art. Su Zimo's attacks rained down in a flurry and were suffocating. Jian Wuzong grit his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. He ignored Su Zimo's incoming palm and pulled out the sword on his shoulder, prepared to fight to the death. However, Su Zimo's palm swiped across his chest before he strode forward and slapped his shoulder. Clang! The moment the sword was unsheathed, Su Zimo slapped it back. "You!" Jian Wuzong was so angry that his body was trembling, but he was helpless. He retreated continuously, wanting to increase the distance between them and draw his sword. However, Su Zimo was closing in on him like a maggot, not giving him any chance at all. In the blink of an eye, both parties had exchanged dozens of blows. During this period of time, Jian Wuzong tried to pull out his sword multiple times but was blocked by Su Zimo. As for his own hands and arms, they were already swollen and almost ruptured after colliding with Su Zimo. Despair. Jian Wuzong's heart was filled with nothing but despair. There was no chance to retaliate at all. If this continued, his bones would be shattered before he could draw his sword. He had never been reduced to such a state and lost so thoroughly in a fight. Suppression. Complete suppression. He was beaten so badly, he could not withdraw his sword at all. It was forceful. It was shocking. Third on the phenomenon ranking, Jian Wuzong, the most outstanding successor of Sword Sect, could not even draw his sword in a fight. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar. Nangong Ling's mind was in a mess. If he had not witnessed it personally, he truly could not imagine that Jian Wuzong would be defeated so thoroughly. Under normal circumstances, any sword cultivator would be suppressed by the all swords united phenomenon that Jian Wuzong cultivated. However, this battle seemed to be the opposite. In front of little Uncle Master, Jian Wuzong was like a child who was beaten up senselessly without the ability to even withdraw his sword. What a strong physique and melee combat capabilities! Wu Tianyu looked at the two people fighting on the long street and murmured softly. On the long street, Jian Wuzong retreated continuously. There was no longer any pride and composure on his face. Instead, it was replaced with panic. He was completely helpless. Jian Wuzong was defeated? Many cultivators watched in disbelief. Although the phenomenon ranking was a ranking for the strength of golden cores, cultivators that could be ranked on the ranking should not be too weak after entering nascent soul realm. No one expected Jian Wuzong, the third on the phenomenon ranking, to lose to an unknown green-robed cultivator. Furthermore, as a sword cultivator, he had not released his sword the entire time. This was a humiliation for sword cultivators. Thief, don't be cocky. Save senior brother. The dozens of sword sect cultivators watching from the sidelines could no longer care about anything else and attacked when they saw Jian Wuzong in such a state. Hum. 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 Streaks of sword light shone resplendently as sword chi rampaged with a sharp edge, forming an impenetrable sword net that enveloped Su Zimo. What are you guys doing? Don't you have any shame bullying in numbers? Ru Xian could not help but shout. Without hesitation, Nangong Ling and Lu Hanyan summoned their dermic weapons and formed hand seals right away, prepared to help Su Zimo. Clang. Right then, the sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed through the world. An incomparably stunning sword beam appeared on the long street. It was white and blinding as it tore through the void. The sword on his Jian Wuzong's back was pulled out. The sword was long and sharp with a chilling aura. 6 dermic patterns shone on its body in a blinding manner. It was a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon. It was only normal for someone ranked third on the phenomenon ranking and the successor of Sword Sect to possess a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon. The dermic sword had a strong background and was known as the startling dermic sword. It was Jian Wuzong's destiny dermic weapon, and was also his prize as the third of the phenomenon ranking. The cultivators were moved to think that the sword would be unsheathed at the final moment. Everyone knew that sword cultivators were on completely different levels when they wielded their swords and bare hands. If Jian Wuzong wields his sword, that green-robed man will be in danger. Yes, Jian Wuzong's swordsmanship is sharp, and he possesses the legacy of Sword Sect. Something isn't right. The person's eyes widened and he suddenly could not continue. Many cultivators noticed something amiss as well. Nangong Ling looked over and could not help but feel shocked as disbelief surged in his eyes. The startling dermic sword was not in Jian Wuzong's hands at all. However, it was in little Uncle Master's hands. The person who pulled out the startling dermic sword was not Jian Wuzong but Su Zimo. Not only did Su Zimo wallop Jian Wuzong till the latter could not withdraw his sword, he even snatched away the latter's sword. Right then, The net of sword chi released by the dozens of sword cultivators from Sword Sect had already descended. The cold chi was bone-piercing, as though it was slicing the void into pieces. Wielding the startling sword, Su Zimo roared and slashed with his backhand. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sword actually produced the sound of tsunamis. Su Zimo slashed out the intent of raging tides from the sea calming manual with his sword. Dermic powers surged in midair and the sword beam was piercingly cold, as though it was a tsunami that collided heavily against the sword net. Instantly, the dozens of sword cultivators had an illusion that they were in a raging sea and could be drowned at any moment. They were not the only ones. Even the surrounding cultivators felt as though they were in the middle of a tsunami, swaying and spinning. In the deep and turbulent ocean, every cultivator felt incomparably tiny. This was the true power of heaven and earth. Wu Tianyu closed his eyes hurriedly and calmed his mind repeatedly to condense his essence spirit. That feeling gradually dissipated. What a strong sword intent! The soaring feather sect cultivator at the side was shocked and his face was pale. Wu Tianyu opened his eyes slowly and frowned slightly. With a strange expression, he murmured softly, "Sword intent." Huh. For some unknown reason, he felt that the sword intent was a little strange. It was as though it lacked some of the sharpness of the sword Dao and was instead thicker. Cling. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the battlefield. The sword net shattered. All the sword lights dissipated in an instant and the world returned to peace. Nangong Ling and Lu Hanyen stopped in their tracks and quietly dispersed their hand seals. That was because it was no longer necessary. Victory was decided with a single slash. More than 10 sword cultivators fell to the ground not far away with grim expressions. The swords in their hands were all broken and their tips were scattered all over the ground. Some of the sword cultivators had their perlicues ruptured and fresh blood flowed. Their swords were all thrown to the side as they were unable to maintain their grips on the swords any longer. The grades of those swords were not low either. They were either superior grade or supreme grade dermic weapons. But now they were all crippled and reduced to scrap metal. The entire process seemed simple and was merely a single slash. However, Su Zimo's powerful physique, coupled with his connate startling dermic sword and his powerful saber intent was the reason why he could achieve such an effect. The tall figure was the only one left standing on the long street. His black hair fluttered and he wore an upright green robe. He wielded a long sword with an indifferent expression. Su Zimo raised the sword in his hand and flicked it gently. The sword quivered and let out a hum that was clear and resounding. "Good sword," Su Zimo praised and said unquestionably, "It's mine now." As he said that, he kept the startling dermic sword in his storage bag and headed out of the city. Nangong Ling and the other two were stunned for a moment before following hurriedly. This time round, no one in Wind Cloud City dared to stand in Su Zimo's way. Jian Wuzong had an indignant expression as he looked at Su Zimo's back view. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Do you dare to return the startling dermic sword to me? Let's fight again. As long as I have the sword, I—" Before Jian Wuzong could finish his sentence, his clothes exploded into pieces that scattered on the ground. Pest! The next moment, a commotion broke out among the crowd. "What are you guys doing?" Jian Wuzong surveyed his surroundings and realized that all the cultivators were staring at him with complicated gazes containing shock, surprise, pity, and mockery. "What are you guys looking at?" Jian Wuzong roared again with bloodshot eyes and a menacing expression. "Senior brother, your chest?" One of the sword sect cultivators pointed at Jian Wuzong's chest with a trembling voice and a horrified expression. Jian Wuzong lowered his head. Unknowingly, his chest was slashed by something and he was drenched in blood. There were 6 words written in blood: "Train for 500 years more." Jian Wuzong felt chills run down his spine and his limbs went cold. Those words must have been written on his chest by the green-robed man during their fight earlier on. This meant that he would have died countless times if the green-robed man wanted to kill him. However, those words were even worse than killing him. Every word struck his heart. Eft. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jian Wuzong was enraged from the blow and spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting on the spot. 100 Refinement Sect. Dao Lord Scarlet Star arrived at the Great Hall of 100 Refinement Sect in a hurry and bumped into a middle-aged cultivator with 3 whiskers who was exiting. That person had a steady bearing and there was a hint of dignity in his eyes. It was clear that he had been in a high position for a long time. "Greetings, Sect Master." The 2 cultivators at the entrance bowed to the man. It was the Sect Master of 100 Refinement Sect, Dao Lord White Flames. Senior Brother White Flames. When Dao Lord Scarlet Star saw that person, he hurried forward to greet him. When Dao Lord White Flames saw his anxious expression, he asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Frowning, Dao Lord Scarlet Star said hatefully, "My 3 good-for-nothing disciples snuck out and haven't returned for a day." Dao Lord White Flames' expression changed slightly. This period was extremely sensitive and 100 Refinement Sect was in a precarious situation. To be fair, if Dao Lord Extreme Fire had not returned in time, none of them knew how they would have survived this ordeal. As for the 3 disciples of Dao Lord Scarlet Star, Lu Hanyan was going to take part in the weapon refinement contest for the 1,000 Crane Tea Party in a month's time. Nothing must go wrong. It was truly dangerous for Lu Hanyan and the other 2 to leave the sect at a time like this. "Do you know where they went?" Dao Lord White Flames asked with a calm expression. "They seem to have gone to Wind Cloud City." Dao Lord Scarlet Star was enraged as he grit his teeth. "Those 3 brats are truly worrisome. I told them to stay in the sect, but they refused to listen. If anything happens..." He could not continue and was both angry and anxious. "Don't panic first," Dao Lord White Flames said in a deep voice. "Cultivators from the various major sects and factions of the Middle Continent are gathered in Wind Cloud City, and they're all from the righteous path. There shouldn't be anyone harming them. Furthermore, Wind Cloud City isn't too far from the sect. They shouldn't be in much danger." Dao Lord Scarlet Star shook his head. "I'm not worried about the Orthodox cultivators. I'm worried about Hellfire Hall." "Ah!" Even someone with Dao Lord White Flames' temperament could not help but exclaim when he heard about Hellfire Hall. Instantly, his expression darkened. Dao Lord Scarlet Star said, "As you know, the Hall Master of Hellfire Palace has always wanted to obtain the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra. Nangong Ling and the other 2 are the easiest targets for them to target. Furthermore, there's no way that Hellfire Hall would let things go after suffering that huge setback from us previously." Right then, a voice sounded in their minds. "Apart from the 3 of them, who else is there?" Upon hearing that voice, both of them shuddered. Dao Lord Extreme Fire was using his spirit consciousness to ask them. Dao Lord Scarlet Star added hurriedly, "There's also Mo Ling. A cultivator of the sect saw him going along with them." "Yes, that's all right. There might be hope for them." Dao Lord Extreme Fire pondered deeply. Dao Lord Scarlet Star pursed his lips in disapproval. In his opinion, although Mo Ling's seniority was high, he was merely a 100-year-old nascent soul. How strong could he be? It did not matter if he was there or not. Hellfire Hall had already failed once. If they wanted to lay their hands on Nangong Ling and the other 2, they might send void reversions. At that time, what use would Mo Ling be? Was he going to use seniority to scare his opponents to death? In reality, Dao Lord Scarlet Star had underestimated the determination of Hellfire Hall. Dao Lord Extreme Fire said, "Hurry and send experts of the sect to Wind Cloud City to look for them and bring them back to the sect." "All right. I'll instruct my void reversion disciples." Dao Lord White Flames conjured hand seals and prepared to summon his disciples. "No!" Dao Lord Extreme Fire denied immediately. "Scarlet Star, put down what you're doing and make a trip personally. You're at the Dharma characteristic realm and you're fast. If anything happens, you'll be able to suppress it." Upon hearing that, Dao Lord Scarlet Star's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely realized that things might be more serious than he had imagined. "All right, I'll go right away." Without hesitation, Dao Lord Scarlet Star tore through the air in the direction of Wind Cloud City and disappeared from 100 Refinement Sect. "I hope nothing will happen." Dao Lord White Flames looked into the distance and murmured softly. At the same time, Su Zimo's group of 4 had already left Wind Cloud City and were speeding towards 100 Refinement Sect on their spirit vessel. This time round, Su Zimo was the one steering the spirit vessel and channeling his dermic powers with all his might, pushing it to its limits with lightning speed. Nangong Ling and the other 2 had yet to notice what was happening. They were still excited as they discussed the battle in Wind Cloud City. However, Su Zimo knew that the sense of danger that surrounded him did not disappear. Instead, it intensified. Little Uncle Master, although you weren't famous in the past, this battle is enough to make you famous. Wuxia said gleefully, Little Uncle Master, don't worry. Once we return to the sect, I'll definitely spread the news for you so that you can show off properly. Lu Hanyan smiled without saying anything. Nangong Ling's gaze towards Su Zimo had changed as well. There was no longer any hostility. Instead, it was replaced with curiosity, admiration, and respect. Little Uncle Master, you're a sword cultivator, but you don't seem to be suppressed in your fight with Jian Wuzong. What's with that? Nangong Ling leaned over and asked humbly. With a grim expression, Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and stared at the thick darkness ahead in silence. It was not that he did not want to answer. However, his attention was entirely focused on checking out his surroundings and preparing to deal with any incoming danger. He truly did not hear Nangong Ling's question. If it was in the past, Nangong Ling would have been enraged and mocked him right away. However, this time round, Nangong Ling merely smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head before asking, Little Uncle Master? Who is your master? Is he also a sword cultivator? Is there such a powerful sword cultivator among the seniors of 100 Refinement Sect? Su Zimo had once crippled Changpeng with a single sword chi. At the city gate, his sword created a powerful intent realm and severed the swords of more than 10 sword cultivators. Therefore, it was not only Nangong Ling. Even the cultivators of Wind Cloud City mistook Su Zimo for a sword cultivator. Su Zimo did not reply. Instead, he frowned and looked even more grim in the dark night. Little Uncle Master, what are you doing? Wuxia came over as well and asked curiously. We've already left Wind Cloud City and there's no danger. Why are you in such a hurry to return? Little Uncle Master, come over and talk to us. Wuxia shook Su Zimo's arm gently and said coquettishly. Lu Hanyan, who was silent at the side, finally noticed something amiss and asked softly, Uncle Master, is there any danger? Right then, Su Zimo finally spoke. If anything happens later on, escape immediately. Don't worry about me. Ah? Nangong Ling and the other 2 were slightly stunned and looked lost. Even though they were chatting along the way, they released their spirit consciousnesses to check out their surroundings and did not discover any danger. He. Right then, a sinister laughter sounded in the air that sent chills down one's spine. Little child, your senses are sure sharp to be able to detect me. However, the 3 of them can't escape and neither can you. The moment that voice sounded, the expressions of Nangong Ling and the other 2 changed. Nangong Ling clenched his fists and grit his teeth. The people of Wind Cloud City are truly relentless. They actually chased us all the way here. Lu Hanyan withdrew a black stone from her storage bag and declared, We don't want this lava crystal anymore. If you guys want it, feel free to take it. Nangong Ling and the other 2 did not realize who their opponents were. Su Zimo stood up and said indifferently, They don't want the stone. Keep it. Tisk, tsk. Kid, you're the smartest. The sinister voice sounded once more. Initially, I intended to kill you along the way and capture the 3 of them. But now, it seems like you have quite a few secrets on you as well. Hee. I can't bear to lose them. Nangong Ling and the other 2 exchanged glances and seemed to have realized something. Looking flustered. Who are you? Nangong Ling took a deep breath and asked again. The moment he said that, 7 figures appeared in the surrounding darkness and surrounded their spirit vessel in 7 directions. The 7 of them looked at Su Zimo's group of 4 coldly. Some of them had mocking, teasing gazes, and some of them were filled with killing intent. The 7 of them wore the same attire and there was a dark flame tattooed on their sleeves. It was eerie. Hellfire Hall. The expressions of Nangong Ling and the other 2 turned extremely terrible as well. The enmity between Hellfire Hall and 100 Refinement Sect was irreconcilable. They knew very well that they would not have a good ending if they were to fall into the hands of Hellfire Hall. It was only when their spirit consciousnesses swept past the 7 cultivators of Hellfire Hall that their hearts sank and their limbs turned cold. Void reversions. All 7 of them were void reversions. The difference between them was a major cultivation realm. Even 1 void reversion was enough to kill them, let alone 7 of them. At void reversion realm, one's essence spirit would not be afraid of the strong winds or the scorching sun. However, the dermic powers that could be controlled by one's spirit would be even thicker and more boundless. What was even more frightening was that the essence spirit of a void reversion was so strong that he could already launch spirit consciousness attacks. Nascent souls could not withstand a spirit consciousness attack. This was a suppression of a major cultivation realm. Wuxia was furious and her face was pale from fright. However, she mustered her courage and shouted, "Why, you guys from Hellfire Hall? How dare you send us 7 void reversions to deal with us 4 nascent souls? You're shameless and immoral." At the end of her sentence, Wuxia's voice turned softer and softer and she lost her aura. Hellfire Hall was a group of unscrupulous cultivators to begin with. There was no morality to speak of with them. Fufu. The 7 void reversions of Hellfire Hall stood around with their arms crossed and sneers in their eyes. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo did not say anything. He did not attack either. If there were only 7 void reversions, he had an 80% chance of killing all 7 of them with his trump cards. The real reason why Su Zimo did not make a move was because there was still someone from Hellfire Hall who had yet to appear. This was the true trump card of Hellfire Palace. Su Zimo stared at the dark night ahead and pursed his lips without saying anything. Before long, a figure walked out slowly in the night. The intruder's body was hunched and he supported himself with a walking stick. His beard and hair were white and he staggered as though he could die at any moment. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and suppressed his killing intent once more. Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Although the intruder was on the brink of death, the aura he gave off was definitely unique to Dharma characteristic experts. Su Zimo had cultivated 2 unprecedented essence spirits and had the ability to kill those at a higher cultivation realm. However, the difference of 2 major realms was like a huge chasm that he could not cross. The power of a Dharma characteristic was way too terrifying and he could not withstand it. Back in Thousand Demon Valley, Su Zimo had used all his trump cards. He had activated his dragonification and used the Divine Phoenix Bone to injure the Overlord of Levitating Goat Peak by surprise. Despite that, he was almost killed by a single palm strike. It was clear how terrifying Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were. Later on, if Tao Lord Extreme Fire had not appeared, he would have been killed by the Overlord of Levitating Goat Peak. Even though the old man looked old and was in his twilight years, Su Zimo did not dare to act rashly. If he was alone, he would have many choices. The safest way was to catch them off guard and make use of blood escape to break out of the encirclement and flee far away. When he released the blood escape art with all his might, even with the Overlord of Levitating Goat Peak strength, the latter could barely keep up and only managed to maintain the distance. The Dharma characteristic old man before him looked like he was at the end of his life and his blood chi was weak. There was no way he could catch up to Su Zimo. But now, Su Zimo had Nangong Ling and the other 2 beside him. He could not abandon the 3 of them and escape alone. Or perhaps, Su Zimo could choose to use the Divine Phoenix Bone and attempt to fight the old man head-on. However, there was also immense danger involved. Given Su Zimo's strength, he could not activate the Divine Phoenix Bone on his own accord. He had to rely on his opponent. Even if he could successfully activate the Divine Phoenix Bone, he might not be able to kill the old man before him. The uncertainty was way too great. If he could not kill them in one strike, he and Nangong Ling would not be able to escape death. As his thoughts raced, Su Zimo's gaze flickered and he calmed down. He retracted his killing intent and continued waiting for an opportunity. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he had to be. Compared to Su Zimo, although Nangong Ling and the other two were older, they were flustered and did not know what to do. Nangong Ling and the other two could detect the cultivation realms of the 7 void reversions around them, but they could not detect the old man's cultivation. What did that mean? The intruder was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. While Su Zimo was thinking of countermeasures, the minds of Nangong Ling and the other two were already in chaos. If the 7 void reversions made the 3 of them feel that their chances of survival were slim, the appearance of the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord left them in despair. In front of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, nascent souls were like mortals before golden cores. They had no chance at all. Lu Hanyan laughed self-deprecatingly. To think that the 3 of us juniors are worthy of a personal visit from a Dharma characteristic of Hellfire Hall. The 3 of you are naturally not worthy. The old man grinned and the wrinkles on his face were already stacked. However, the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra in your possession is worth it. Nangong Ling and the other two felt their hearts turn cold. The old man continued, after capturing you guys, 100 Refinement Sect will definitely lose in the weapon refinement competition a month later. After I squeeze everything out of you, I might even be able to use you 3 brats to lure out your master. Don't you think it's worth it to have a strategy that kills 3 birds with 1 stone? TSK. Tisk. Nangong Ling and the other two were ashen when they heard that. There was only a single thought in the minds of Nangong Ling and the other two. Commit suicide. Right then, a tremendous might descended and Nangong Ling and the other two felt like they could not move at all. They could not even send their essence spirits out. The old man said coldly, "You'll only die if you fall into my hands. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to commit suicide." Demon! You're a demon! Ruxian broke down completely and cried loudly. Nangong Ling and Lu Hanyan were also scared out of their wits as their bodies trembled. Su Zimo was the only one who could remain calm on the spirit vessel. Su Zimo had fought his way through and was invincible among his peers. He had never tasted defeat and had already accumulated an invincible aura. As such, his mental state was tough and unshakable. Furthermore, back when he was fighting for the heaven-slaying sword art in Thousand Demon Valley, he had fought against many overlords and 3 top Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Tao Lord Extreme Fire was the one that borrowed his body for the short clash at that time. However, with that experience, Su Zimo would not panic when facing a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Nangong Ling and the other two had lived for more than 200 years but had never experienced something like this. In the face of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, they felt despair and were stunned by the words of the old man from Hellfire Hall. The 3 of them were panicking and had completely broken down. The old man from Hellfire Hall narrowed his eyes and chuckled when he saw Su Zimo on the spirit vessel. "Kid, you've only lived for a little more than 100 years. It's truly rare for you to have such a temperament." The old man from Hellfire Hall laughed weirdly and changed the topic. "The reason why you're so calm is because you're waiting for the experts of 100 Refinement Sect to come and save you, right?" Su Zimo was silent. He believed that 100 Refinement Sect would definitely be alerted if the 4 of them had not returned for a day. Perhaps experts of the sect were already on the way to save them. The old man from Hellfire Hall grinned. "I might as well tell you that it's too late even if 100 Refinement Sect manages to react." Nangong Ling and the other two looked despondent. It was as though everything was within the control of the old man from Hellfire Hall, and they had no chance of escaping. Lu Hanyan and Ruxian could not move at all. They could only cry silently as their bodies trembled. "Old man, you don't look like you have much time left either. You don't have much lifespan left and you're nearing the end of it?" Su Zimo looked at the old man of Hellfire Hall and sneered. "Fufu, even if we die, how long can you live for? 30 years? 100 years? When he heard Su Zimo's sneer, Nangong Ling glanced sideways and thought to himself, "Little Uncle Master is truly fearless. Even at this point, he can still smile. I can't compare to his boldness in the face of death." As he thought about it, Nangong Ling grit his teeth and felt an adrenaline rush as he thought to himself, "Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well curse to my heart's content before I die." At that thought, Nangong Ling threw caution to the wind and cursed, Old dog, what's the use of cultivating to the Dharma characteristic realm? You're still going to die. Ha ha ha. I'll wait for you down there, you old fart. The old man from Hellfire Hall was trembling with rage. Su Zimo and Nangong Ling's words had indeed struck a sore spot. No matter how high his cultivation realm was, he could not withstand the corrosion of time. With a dark expression and a cold gaze, the old man from Hellfire Hall said coldly, "Even if I only have 80 years left, I'll live longer than you brats." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he lowered his head slightly to hide the killing intent in his eyes. The old man from Hellfire Hall grit his teeth. "Don't worry, I'll definitely kill you brats before I die." The moment he said that, the glabella of the old man from Hellfire Hall flickered as he released an extremely terrifying and majestic spirit consciousness. It descended with a bang and struck the consciousnesses of Su Zimo and the other three. Ugh! Nangong Ling and the other two shuddered. Their essence spirits dimmed significantly after being struck by the spirit consciousness and fainted on the spot. Su Zimo collapsed limply as well. "Let's go!" Waving his robes, the old man from Hellfire Hall swept Su Zimo's group of 4 into a gigantic dark cloud and disappeared from the spot with the 7 void reversions. The spirit vessel that was carrying Su Zimo's group of 4 lost its support of dermic powers and hovered for a moment before descending. The night returned to normal. The dark clouds carried Su Zimo and the others at an extremely fast speed. "We've done a great deed this time round. Capturing the 3 of them is equivalent to seizing Tao Lord Scarlet Star's Achilles heel. That's right. It's all thanks to Senior Yu. That's right. We've benefited from Senior Yu as well." The 7 void reversions flattered him again. The old man from Hellfire Hall clasped his hands behind his back expressionlessly and said indifferently, "If I can fail against 4 nascent soul realm brats, my 10,000 years of life would have been wasted." When he heard the sounds around him, Su Zimo fell to the side. Although he was conscious, he did not move and tried his best to control his emotions. Even his heartbeat and blood flow was maintained at a constant state. If it was just a void reversion, there was no need for him to be so cautious. However, the old man from Hellfire Hall was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Although he was already in his twilight years, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. The reason why he was able to remain conscious was not because the old man from Hellfire Hall had failed. In his consciousness, the black-haired essence spirit had indeed fainted. Even with the protection of the creation Green Lotus, the black-haired essence spirit could not defend against the attack of the old man's spirit consciousness. However, there was another essence spirit in Su Zimo's consciousness. A scarlet-haired spirit formed from cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. At that moment, the scarlet-haired spirit was hiding in a corner of his consciousness with a calm expression, waiting patiently for an opportunity to strike. As long as he seized this opportunity, it was not impossible for him to kill the old man from Hellfire Hall. Of course, all of that had to be done before they returned to Hellfire Hall. If he entered the territory of Hellfire Hall, even if he could kill the old man and the other 7 void reversions, he would definitely alert the experts of Hellfire Hall and be captured. They had been speeding for more than 2 hours. Su Zimo had a rough idea of the location of Hellfire Hall. If they were traveling at full speed with dermic weapons controlled by dermic Tao Lords, they would arrive within 4 hours. Time was running out. Once he entered Hellfire Hall, he would have no choice but to wait for death no matter how powerful he was. Su Zimo was getting anxious as well. In fact, he was wondering if he should get up and fight right now. But soon he gave up on that thought. The dark clouds were huge and Su Zimo's group of 4 was still in the middle. Although the 7 void reversions were close to them, the old man from Hellfire Hall stood at the front of the dark clouds. The 2 of them were 100 feet apart. If Su Zimo made any strange movements, the old man from Hellfire Hall would have noticed it before he even got close to the ladder. There was a 90% chance that his plan would fail. Su Zimo composed himself and continued waiting. The longer this dragged on, the less chances he had. But now he could only wait. He did not have a second chance against a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. If he miscalculated, Nangong Ling and the other 2 would die as well. Right then, The old man from Hellfire Hall who was at the front suddenly turned around and walked towards Suzimo. Senior you. The 7 void reversions bowed hurriedly. The old man from Hellfire Hall nodded and looked down at Suzimo's group of 4 with a dark gaze, seemingly deep in thought. Senior, is there a problem? A void reversion asked softly. It's a pity that my lifespan is almost up. What a waste of this great physical body. The old man from Hellfire Hall shook his head and sighed. Squatting down, he reached out with his skinny palm and pinched Suzimo's arm. Licking his lips, he said, If I had met him a few years ago, I would rather give up my body and assimilate him. Is that so? Initially, the old man from Hellfire Hall was lamenting to himself. To his surprise, he heard a reply that was chilling and murderous. The old man was shocked. The voice did not come from the 7 void reversions around him, but from beside his feet. This little nascent soul was not stunned by his spirit consciousness. How was that possible? The old man frowned. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of death. This aura had been getting closer and closer with the passage of time over the years. However, he had never felt it so strongly before. It was as though he would die in the next moment. How could a nascent soul threaten him? There was no time to think. The old man from Hellfire Hall wanted to get up immediately and retreat, leaving the dangerous place beneath his feet. All of a sudden, 2 fair and strong palms appeared on the old man's withered wrist and gripped him tightly like iron pincers. Instinctively, he struggled, but to no avail. The old man's expression changed as he swept his gaze across. Veins popped out on the hands that were gripping his wrists. The bones changed and sharp claws popped out from its fingertips. Scarlet scales could be seen on the back of the hands, looking extremely creepy. The old man of Hellfire Hall looked over instinctively and his pupils constricted. The green-robed man who should have fainted had already sat up. His black hair was gone, and in its place was a head of scarlet hair that resembled blood. The green-robed man's eyes shone with a demonic glint, and he exuded a shuddering aura. You're a demon? Before the old man could finish speaking, he was interrupted by another voice. Those 2 words were enough to send shivers down his spine. Baron! Before the sentence was finished, an extremely strange dermic power fluctuation appeared in the void. With the green-robed man as the center, gray fluctuations appeared beneath the feet of the old man from Hellfire Hall and enveloped him like water ripples. Initially, the old man from Hellfire Hall could have escaped the range of the gray ripples. However, his wrist was gripped tightly by the green-robed man. With just that slight pause, his entire body was engulfed in gray ripples. It was a strange feeling. As though he had fallen into a swamp, his body turned heavy. Immediately after, the old man of Hellfire Hall seemed to have sensed something as his eyes widened in shock and his body trembled uncontrollably. Life span. The old man from Hellfire Hall opened his mouth with a menacing expression and a quivering voice, as though he was experiencing immense fear. He was nearing his later years and the blood chi in his body was severely depleted. He was extremely frail. But now, what was left of his flesh was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he was nothing but skin and bones. My lifespan. The old man from Hellfire Hall seemed like he wanted to howl hysterically, but his voice turned increasingly hoarse until it was silent. His widened eyes had already turned dull and his eyeballs were withered. The glabella of the old man from Hellfire Hall flickered and a spirit consciousness rippled, as though the essence spirit in his spirit consciousness wanted to struggle one last time. However, all activity ceased before long. The old man's life force had already vanished without a trace. The 7 void reversions watched helplessly as the old man of Hellfire Hall was drained of all life in a single breath, leaving only a skeleton with no life in his body. All 7 of them were dumbfounded with disbelief in their eyes. Everything happened too quickly and the 7 void reversions were momentarily stunned, unable to recover from their shock. The gray ripple had already reached them. The 7 void reversions did not feel anything initially, but soon, their expressions changed. Their lifespans were declining. Although it was not fast, the decline was irreversible. Right then, the green-robed man who was initially sitting on the ground leaped up. He was tall and his clothes were torn with scarlet scales growing on his body. His scarlet hair danced and demonic chi surged with a murderous aura. He was like an ancient demon that wanted to devour the world and slaughter all living beings. Who are you? A void reversion Dao being asked with a trembling voice, his face pale from the fright of the sudden change. The scarlet-haired demon was none other than Su Zimo. Although the process of killing the Dharma characteristic Dao Lord of Hellfire Hall seemed simple, he had actually planned it for a long time. Ever since the old man of Hellfire Hall appeared, Su Zimo had been thinking about how he could escape with Nangong Ling and the other two. No matter how he thought about it, he could not come up with a foolproof plan. Later on, he noticed something. The old man from Hellfire Hall exuded a strong aura of twilight, as though he was about to die. That was the reason why Su Zimo intentionally provoked the old man of Hellfire Hall with words, such as, "You don't have much time left to live." Nangong Ling thought that Su Zimo was no longer afraid of death and merely cursed for the sake of it before his death. So he followed suit and cursed. Little did he know that Su Zimo was probing the old man of Hellfire Hall. Indeed, the old man from Hellfire Hall was tricked and revealed that he still had 80 years to live. It was not the old man from Hellfire Hall's fault either. Although he had lived for 10,000 years, he had never heard of a nascent soul controlling a power that could affect Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. Furthermore, this was a power that could cause one's lifespan to decrease irreversibly. He was not the only one. No one in Tianhuang mainland would believe that a nascent soul realm cultivator could control such power. That was also the terror of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Of course, Su Zimo could not understand why there were so many strange and mysterious characters in the demonic art of Baron. Furthermore, his cultivation realm was limited and he could not unleash the true might of Baron. Moreover, the gray ripples that spread out from Baron would cause one's lifespan to decrease faster the closer they were to the center. That was the reason why Su Zimo did not dare to act rashly. He could only wait for an opportunity. He wanted the two of them to be close enough to not give the old man of Hellfire Hall any chance to escape. As Su Zimo had expected, after he released Baron, the first reaction of the old man from Hellfire Hall was to retreat. However, Su Zimo had already gripped the old man's arms tightly, and the latter could not break free. Of course, even at the center of the gray-colored ripples, the reduction of lifespan was only at a rate of 100 years per breath. For ordinary Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, a single breath was enough for them to react or even counterattack. A single spirit consciousness from a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord was enough to kill Su Zimo. However, it was different for the old man from Hellfire Hall. In a single breath, his remaining 80 years of lifespan had been used up. Although the entire process was short, the probing, the waiting, and even the final attack, any single mistake would result in two completely different outcomes. The Baron demonic art could not display its true might yet and could only be considered as a special attack. For example, although a Dharma characteristic died within the range of the gray-colored ripples, the 7 void reversions were not affected much. Firstly, the 7 void reversions were slightly further away and their lifespans were decreasing at a relatively slower rate, around 50 to 80 years per breath. Secondly, the 7 of them were only in their 2000s and 3000s. Compared to their lifespan of 5,000 years, they were considered to be at the peak of their prime. The effect of 1 or 2 breaths reducing their lifespans was way too little. Of course, with the old man from Hellfire Hall killed, Su Zimo no longer feared the remaining 7 men. What is this demonic art? On the dark clouds, a void reversion shouted in panic. A demonic art meant to kill. Su Zimo hollered and took a deep breath, howling into the skies. Roar! A resounding dragon roar sounded, piercing through metal and cracking rocks as the world shook. There were no outsiders here. Now that Nangong Ling and the other two had fainted, Su Zimo no longer had to conceal himself. He transformed into his dragon form and let out a dragon roar. In the primordial era, the dragon race was the supreme of all races. Any race, including humans, would feel uncontrollable fear upon hearing a dragon roar. It was a memory etched in the depths of their bloodlines. The dragon roar was a killing technique of the dragon race to begin with. Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and his body was infused with dragon blood. His bloodline was even stronger than a true dragon. Right now, that dragon roar had a huge impact on the 7 void reversions. Among them, the void reversion closest to them was caught off guard and froze on the spot with bloodshot eyes and a stiff expression. The next moment, streams of scarlet blood flowed out of the void reversion's 7 orifices. This person was only at void reversion realm and had a weak physique. He could not withstand the penetrative power of the dragon roar and was killed on the spot. Before his essence spirit could escape, it was shattered into pieces. Back in the 1,000 demon meat, Su Zimo could already suppress the territorial lords without his dragon form. All the territorial lords were the strongest mid-level fiend demons in 1,000 Demon Valley. The 7 void reversions before him were merely cultivators of Hellfire Hall. How could they compare to the territorial lords who fought their way to their respective positions? Furthermore, now that Su Zimo had transformed into his dragon form and released his full strength, the 7 void reversions were no match for him. Even though the void reversions that were standing slightly further away were not killed by the dragon roar, their bodies shuddered and their minds were in chaos as their ears buzzed. In a flash, Su Zimo appeared before one of them and poked his glabella. Poof! There was a bloody hole in his glabella. Before the void reversion could react, his essence spirit was stabbed to death. Even the mid-level fiend demons of 1,000 Demon Valley could not defend against Su Zimo's body. Those void reversions had weak physiques and were like paper before Su Zimo, who had transformed into a dragon. They could not withstand a single blow. Swash! Su Zimo's figure flashed once more and demonic chi surged as he extended a thick finger to pierce the glabella of 2 other void reversions at the side. The void reversions were completely helpless against his dragon claws. In the blink of an eye, 4 void reversions were dead. Finally, the remaining 3 void reversions snapped out of their stupor and turned pale when they saw the bloody scene around them. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind blew. A gigantic scarlet figure arrived before the 3 of them and reached out with a menacing, gigantic hand, grabbing towards them. Kill! Among them, 2 void reversions gritted their teeth and released their spirit consciousness attacks immediately. At the same time, they conjured hand seals and conjured 2 gigantic balls of hellfire. The remaining void reversion fled without hesitation. 2 spirit consciousness attacks arrived instantly. However, a bedazzling golden light shone from Su Zimo's left wrist, forming a golden light barrier that was covered with mysterious runes. The Mingwang prayer beads were essence spirit dermic weapons. When the 2 spirit consciousness attacks collided against the golden barrier, they could not penetrate Su Zimo's consciousness and dissipated immediately. The 2 balls of hellfire fused together, forming a dark and cold fireball that smashed towards Su Zimo's face. Snorting coldly, Su Zimo reached out with his right hand and grabbed the ball of hellfire. Under the gazes of the 2 void reversions, the ball of hellfire exploded from Su Zimo's bare hands. However, Su Zimo's palm was intact. The 2 void reversions widened their mouths in shock as though they had seen a ghost. That was the palm with the divine phoenix bone. The hellfire could not corrode it at all. After 2 consecutive failed attacks, Su Zimo had already arrived in front of them. At that distance, the 2 void reversions did not even have a chance to escape. Su Zimo reached out and slapped the top of their heads. Poof! Poof! Their heads were smashed on the spot and their essence spirits were destroyed. Su Zimo raised his head and looked at the last void reversion who had already escaped from the battlefield and was about to disappear into the night. He did not move at all, as though he had given up on his pursuit. However, something strange happened to his right eye. It was as though a blazing sun was born and a blinding beam of light shot through the void, penetrating the head of the void reversion instantly. Thump! The final void reversion fell here as well. The beam dissipated. Night descended once more and peace returned to the world. In the pitch-black clouds, there was only a tall figure left. He was covered in scarlet scales and his scarlet hair danced in the wind. His gaze was burning like a peerless fiend celestial with a domineering aura that looked down on the world. At that moment, not many people in the cultivation world knew that the monster incarnate that caused countless paragons and sects to tremble had already arrived in the middle continent. The autumn wind was bleak and the flames of war were about to ignite. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. The sun had just risen and the skies on the east turned white. Tao Lord Scarlet Star was travel-worn and arrived at the entrance of the 100 Refinements Great Hall with a grim expression. When Tao Lord White Flames saw Tao Lord Scarlet Star return alone, he realized that something was amiss. However, he still went forward and asked, "How was it?" Tao Lord Scarlet Star shook his head. He searched outside for the entire night and was completely exhausted. "Don't worry, they might just be playful. Given their cultivation, they might not be in any danger." Tao Lord White Flames consoled. Tao Lord Scarlet Star sighed. "It's too late." "What?" Tao Lord White Flames asked. Tao Lord Scarlet Star said, "I rushed to Wind Cloud City right away and found out that although the 4 of them caused quite a stir in the city, they managed to escape unscathed. After that, I rushed out of Wind Cloud City and searched everywhere. Finally, I found this." Tao Lord Scarlet Star took out a spirit vessel and a look of sadness flashed through his eyes. "This is Ru Xian's spirit vessel. I gave it to her when she entered the nascent soul realm. This?" Tao Lord White Flames knew that Nangong Ling's group was most likely doomed. However, he still consoled. The loss of the spirit vessel might not prove anything. Perhaps the 4 of them escaped. Tao Lord Scarlet Star shook his head. "There is the remnant aura of a Dharma characteristic on the spirit vessel. Furthermore, it's from Hellfire Hall." "What?" Tao Lord White Flames' expression changed slightly. Enduring his grief, Tao Lord Scarlet Star grit his teeth. "Nangong and the others have already been captured by Hellfire Hall. That aura was left behind intentionally by Hellfire Hall." "Hellfire Hall? You're declaring war and playing with fire here." Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded from the hall with a murderous intent. Tao Lord Scarlet Star lamented, "Poor children. I wonder what sort of torture they will have to endure after falling into the hands of Hellfire Hall." Tao Lord White Flames knew that Nangong Ling and the other 2 were the personal disciples of Tao Lord Scarlet Star, and the latter viewed them as his own children. They were extremely close. Now that his 3 disciples were in trouble, no one could understand the pain in Tao Lord Scarlet Star's heart. Tao Lord White Flames did not know how to console him either. Right then, a sect disciple sped over with a delighted expression and shouted, "Sect Master, Lineage Leader, Senior Brother Nangong and the others are back." At that moment, Tao Lord Scarlet Star was immersed in his sorrow and could not hear anything. However, Tao Lord White Flames frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Which Senior Brother Nangong?" The disciple replied, "Senior Brother Nangong Ling and Senior Sisters Lu Hanyen and Ru Xian." "What?" This time round, Tao Lord Scarlet Star heard everything clearly. He turned around and arrived at the person's body in a flash. Grabbing the shoulders of the disciple with widened eyes, Tao Lord Scarlet Star asked loudly, "Are you saying that Nangong Ling and the others are still alive and have returned?" "Yes. I heard from the patrolling disciples that Senior Brother Nangong and the others are heading towards the sect." The cultivator was shocked by Tao Lord Scarlet Star's behavior and replied hurriedly. The news of Nangong Ling's group of 4 being captured was still a secret and was not made public. Tao Lord White Flames and Tao Lord Crimson Star were worried that this would cause panic. The 2 of them merely instructed their disciples to keep an eye on Nangong Ling's group of 4. Therefore, the cultivator did not know why the 2 Tao Lords were so agitated. Without hesitation, Tao Lord Scarlet Star prepared to head out and welcome them. The more composed Tao Lord White Flames held him down and reminded, "Hold on. It might be a trap." "Ah?" Tao Lord Scarlet Star was stunned for a moment before reacting. This was way too strange. Nangong Ling's group, for nascent souls, were captured by a Dharma characteristic of Hellfire Hall. How did they return all of a sudden? With a calm expression, Tao Lord White Flames turned and asked, "Apart from the 4 of them, is there anyone else?" "I'm not sure about that. I don't think so, the disciple replied. If there were outsiders, the senior brother who sent the message would definitely mention it. Tao Lord Scarlet Star was anxious and asked hurriedly, Are the three of them injured? How are they? Were they coerced? The disciple was sweating profusely. The message only said that senior brother Nangong and the other three are safe and sound. As for whether they were coerced, I really don't know. That's enough. Right then, Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded in Tao Lord Scarlet Star's mind. Go and bring them back. This calamity should have been resolved. Although Tao Lord Extreme Fire did not know how Su Zimo managed to escape from the hands of Dharma characteristic Tao Lord with Nangong Ling and the other three, he guessed that only Su Zimo could create such a possibility. In truth, Tao Lord Extreme Fire had already guessed most of it. However, he did not expect that Su Zimo did not escape from the hands of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Instead, he killed the latter directly. All right, I'll go right away. Unable to wait any longer, Tao Lord Scarlet Star sped out of the sect in a flash. Nangong Ling and the other two were already awake on a brand new spirit vessel. After more than 4 hours of traveling, the spirit vessel was about to arrive at 100 Refinement Sect. Little Uncle Master, what's going on? Little Uncle Master, what happened? Didn't we fall into the hands of Hellfire Hall? Little Uncle Master, where's that old fart? Along the way, ever since Nangong Ling and the other two woke up, they approached Su Zimo and chattered non-stop, wanting nothing more than to pry open his skull. Even someone as quiet as Lu Hanyen could not sit still. Blushing slightly, she tugged at Su Zimo's sleeves and asked softly, Uncle Master, what happened last night? Su Zimo had already transformed into his black hair and green robes. He merely sat in front of the spirit vessel and smiled exasperatedly. I don't know either. When I woke up, we were already on the spirit vessel. Little Uncle Master, you're lying. I don't believe you. Ruxian pouted in doubt. Lu Hanyen tilted her head slightly and looked at Su Zimo unblinkingly with her beautiful eyes, as though she wanted to see through his secret. For some reason, Lu Hanyen and Ruxian felt that this matter definitely had something to do with Su Zimo and was not as simple as he made it out to be. A woman's intuition was truly accurate. It did not make sense either. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he almost thought that he had revealed something. However, he could not explain nor tell them about what happened. Could he tell them that as a nascent soul, he displayed godly powers and killed off a Dharma characteristic? Could he tell them that thereafter, he killed the remaining 7 void reversions in a half-human half-dragon form? That sounded even more magical. Furthermore, he had no intention of revealing his identity just yet. At that thought, Su Zimo could only grit his teeth and reply, My cultivation realm is higher, so I woke up earlier than you guys. Lu Hanyen and Ruxian were still in disbelief. Compared to the two of them, Nangong Ling was clearly much more practical. He stood by the side and helped Su Zimo out of the predicament. Junior sisters, don't bother little Uncle Master anymore. There should be a peerless expert who helped us in this matter. That's the only reason why we survived. Who is that peerless expert? Why isn't he showing himself? Ruxian pouted and asked. This? Nangong Ling was embarrassed and speechless. How would he know who the peerless expert was? Ruxian turned around and glared at Su Zimo. Humph, little Uncle Master. Don't even think about hiding it. This definitely has something to do with you. I got it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ruxian's mind and she exclaimed. Everyone present was shocked. Ruxian approached Su Zimo mysteriously and said firmly, Little Uncle Master, stop hiding. You were definitely the one who sought out that peerless expert, right? Su Zimo? After a while, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he saw that both of them were still pestering him. Suddenly, his expression turned unfathomable. All right, since you've discovered my secret, I won't hide it anymore. Su Zimo coughed gently and said indifferently, Actually, I was the one who killed the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Hellfire Hall and the remaining 7 void reversions thereafter before rescuing you guys. Tisk. Now that Su Zimo said it as such, Ruxian did not believe him instead. On the other hand, Lu Hanyan frowned slightly and fell into deep thought, as though she had to ponder over Su Zimo's words for a long time. 100 Refinement Sect was right ahead. All of a sudden, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air echoed as a figure sped over and arrived on the spirit vessel in the blink of an eye. Master! Nangong Ling and the other two had just escaped death. Now that they saw Tao Lord Scarlet Star, they were naturally delighted and stood up to greet him. However, right after, the three of them seemed to have thought of something and gradually reacted. All of them felt guilty and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Tao Lord Scarlet Star was initially worried. However, when he saw that Nangong Ling and the other two were alive and well without any injuries, his expression darkened and he was enraged. You three brats! How much worry do you guys want to cause? After a brief silence, Tao Lord Scarlet Star roared and sprayed saliva all over the three of their faces. Su Zimo looked at Nangong Ling and the other two and shrugged his shoulders, wishing them all the best. He hurriedly distanced himself from them, afraid that he would be implicated. From the entrance of the sect to the entrance of the 100 Refinements Great Hall, Nangong Ling and the other two were scolded by Tao Lord Scarlet Star the entire way. Although they were lambasted and their faces were covered in saliva, none of them dared to wipe it off. Without Nangong Ling and the other two pestering him, Su Zimo watched the commotion from the side and was happy to relax. Tao Lord Scarlet Star naturally asked him about the entire incident as well. However, Su Zimo insisted that he knew nothing and casually brushed it off, saying that he was already on the spirit vessel when he woke up. Tao Lord Scarlet Star led Su Zimo's group of 4 to the entrance of 100 Refinements Great Hall before stopping his lectures to take a breather. Master, you're tired too. We know we were wrong. Quick, drink some water. Wuxia was the best at pleasing Tao Lord Scarlet Star. She hurried over and retrieved a steaming cup of tea from out of thin air before handing it over. Tao Lord Scarlet Star harumphed and took the cup of tea, downing it in one gulp. He said in a displeased manner, I'll teach you guys a good lesson after this period of time. Nangong Ling and the other two exchanged glances. They knew that this episode had come to an end. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief and pulled up their sleeves in unison, wiping the saliva off their faces. It's good that you're fine. The 1,000 Crane Tea Party is in a month's time and you'll have a chance to redeem yourselves. Tao Lord White Flames chuckled and tried to smooth things over. After some thought, Tao Lord Scarlet Star turned around and frowned at Su Zimo. Junior brother, although you're young, you're still their senior. Why did you go along with their nonsense? Don't you know how to stop them? Su Zimo had just taken out the heaven-slaying sword art and was prepared to continue comprehending it. Unexpectedly, Tao Lord Scarlet Star turned around and started lecturing him. All you do all day is read that stupid book. What are you able to get out of that? After lecturing Nangong Ling and the other two, it was clear that Tao Lord Scarlet Star was still angry. He continued, as their uncle master, you have to study hard and be a role model. You can't just idle around and read useless books all day. Su Zimo was completely stumped. This was the first time he heard someone refer to the heaven-slaying sword art as a useless book. Su Zimo knew that Tao Lord Scarlet Star was concerned about Nangong Ling and the other two. That was why he was now a target of the latter's lecture. It was not out of malice. Su Zimo did not take it to heart and merely smiled without defending himself. However, Nangong Ling and the other two could not take it anymore. Lu Hanyan stood out hurriedly and said, Master, you can't blame Uncle Master for this. I wanted to go to the Wind Cloud Gathering and senior brother Nangong and junior sister Wuxia accompanied me. Uncle Master tried his best to stop me, but I was too stubborn. It's not your fault, junior sister. Nangong Ling added, Junior sister will be taking part in the weapon refinement competition in a month's time. She's under too much pressure and that's why she wanted to take a breather. Furthermore, little Uncle Master did try his best to stop us in this matter. I was the one who kept causing trouble and he followed us because he was worried that we would be in danger. After what happened in Wind Cloud City, Nangong Ling watched as Su Zimo crippled Changpeng, who was ranked 15 on the phenomenon ranking. Thereafter, He had even suppressed Jian Wuzong, who was ranked third on the phenomenon ranking, to the point where the latter could not even draw his sword. Nan Gongling's impression of Su Zimo had changed drastically. At that moment, he even stood out to speak up for Su Zimo. Dao Lord Scarlet Star frowned slightly. His disciples had always respected the seniority hierarchy and had never disobeyed him in the past. Even when he reprimanded them earlier on, none of them rebutted. To think that now, he had merely made a few remarks about Mo Ling, but the few of them could not take it. Dao Lord Scarlet Star looked at Su Zimo meaningfully and thought to himself, "Seems like this junior brother of mine is rather capable." He knew his 3 disciples the best. All of them were prideful. None of them would respect an uncle master who appeared out of the blue and was younger than them. Furthermore, the latter's cultivation realm was similar to theirs as well. To think that in just 2 months, his 3 disciples were already starting to defend their uncle master. Ru Xian jumped out as well and said straightforwardly in a huff, "Master, you're not allowed to reprimand little uncle master. Do you know that if not for him, the 3 of us would have been bullied to death in Wind Cloud City?" At that point, Ru Xian's eyes reddened and she was almost in tears. Dao Lord Crimson Star had been to Wind Cloud City. However, he merely had a rough gist of things and did not know the details. Before he could ask, Ru Xian had already recounted the battles in Wind Cloud City in tears. 2 paragons on the phenomenon ranking were defeated. 2 assassins of Hidden Death Sect were captured and killed. More than 10 Sword Sect cultivators were slain with a single slash. That battle report was shocking enough by itself. Coupled with Ru Xian's exaggerated narration, even Dao Lord Scarlet Star and Dao Lord White Flames felt their blood boil with excitement. Dao Lord Scarlet Star's brows gradually relaxed and his gaze towards Su Zimo softened. Lu Hanyen took out a black stone from her storage bag and handed it over. "Master, this is the stone." Dao Lord Crimson Star received it. A single sweep of a Dharma characteristic spirit consciousness was enough to detect it. "It's a lava crystal indeed." Dao Lord Scarlet Star and Dao Lord White Flames exchanged glances and nodded. Ru Xian continued, "Although I don't know why you guys are in such a hurry to collect these top-grade spirit materials, without little Uncle Master, this stone would have been snatched away long ago. Yes, Mo Ling did a good job on this matter. Given his status, there was no way Dao Lord Scarlet Star would apologize to Su Zimo. Therefore, he chuckled and said, "Cough, as expected of my junior brother. You've truly done the sect proud." Nan Gongling and the other 2 finally smiled. Unexpectedly, Dao Lord Scarlet Star seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned around. Glaring at Ru Xian and the other 2, he scolded, "Uncle Master is Uncle Master. What do you mean by little Uncle Master? In what way is he little? Look at the 3 of you. You have no manners at all. Change your ways from now on. Do you hear me? Got it?" Nan Gongling and the other 2 did not dare to rebut and gave a feeble acknowledgement. Gripping the lava crystal, Dao Lord Scarlet Star turned and walked into the hall, intending to hand the stone over to Dao Lord Extreme Fire first. In the depths of the hall, in a spirit pool filled with immortal chi, an essence spirit with a red glow sat upright. Just as Dao Lord Scarlet Star placed the lava crystal at the side, he heard Dao Lord Extreme Fire say indifferently, "You were quite the man earlier on." "Ah?" When Dao Lord Scarlet Star heard that Dao Lord Extreme Fire's tone did not sound right, he chuckled dryly. "Grandmaster, you must be joking. I'm merely teaching juniors a lesson." "Who are the juniors?" Dao Lord Extreme Fire asked again. All of them." Dao Lord Crimson Star felt a chill run down his spine and his gaze wavered without confidence. Dao Lord Extreme Fire's essence spirit walked out of the spirit pool slowly and said coldly, "Mo Ling is my disciple. He's in the same generation as your master Tianxin. You dare to refer to him as your junior brother?" "Ah?" Dao Lord Scarlet Star was shocked. In that case, he would have to address Mo Ling respectfully as Uncle Master. "How dare you teach your Uncle Master Mo Ling a lesson? Are you trying to defy the hierarchy and go against the ancestry?" Dao Lord Extreme Fire berated. With a thud, Dao Lord Scarlet Star knelt on the ground in fright and wanted to cry. This was great. Although he delivered the stone personally, not only did he not receive any praise, he was lambasted and even had an uncle master now, in front of the 100 Refinement Hall. Not long after he entered, Tao Lord Scarlet Star walked out dejectedly and looked at Su Zimo with a disgruntled expression. Su Zimo did not know what happened within the hall, but he felt a little creeped out by the way Tao Lord Scarlet Star was looking at him. Sigh! Tao Lord Scarlet Star sighed internally. At the thought of his Grandmaster's reprimand, he could only come before Su Zimo obediently. Under the gazes of Nangong Ling and his other 2 disciples, he bowed slightly and greeted as a junior. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Scarlet Star pays his respect to the little Uncle Master." After saying that, Tao Lord Scarlet Star felt his cheeks burn and wished he could dig a hole to hide in. Although he did not look up, he could guess the expressions of Nangong Ling and the other 2. Su Zimo was a smart man. Instantly, he guessed that Tao Lord Scarlet Star must have been taught a lesson by Tao Lord Extreme Fire in the hall. Su Zimo did not care much about seniority. Furthermore, he was young and his cultivation realm was low. Now that he had gained such a great advantage, he felt a little embarrassed instead. He hurried forward and helped Tao Lord Scarlet Star up. "There's no need for that. If you don't mind, Senior, you can just call me by my name." "That won't do." Tao Lord Scarlet Star shook his head. Although he was displeased and indignant from the bottom of his heart, both he and the sect placed great importance on seniority and etiquette. He could not break the rules. Nangong Ling and the other 2 were at a loss and were stunned. How did their master end up bowing to greet Mo Ling as Uncle Master in the blink of an eye? In terms of seniority, wouldn't they have to call Mo Ling Granduncle Master? "Master! Master!" Wuxia hurried over and could not help but ask, "What's going on? Isn't Mo Ling your junior brother? Why did he suddenly become your Uncle Master?" Feeling aggrieved, Tao Lord Scarlet Star glared and hollered, "Why are you asking so many questions? Get lost." Subsequently, he called out to Wuxia and the other 2 and said in a deep voice, "Listen up, you guys have to change the way you address him in the future. This is your Granduncle Master. Our seniority has dropped again." Nangong Ling and the other 2 exchanged glances and lamented internally with that single statement. Without much hesitation, they bowed to Su Zimo and greeted, "Greetings, Granduncle Master." To them, Uncle Master and Granduncle Master did not matter, both were just titles. That was because they had already accepted Su Zimo in their hearts. On the other hand, Tao Lord Scarlet Star stood by the side, brooding. When he swept his gaze and saw that Tao Lord White Flames was about to take the opportunity to slip away, he hurried forward and pulled the ladder over. "Don't run either. We're of the same generation. You have to call him Uncle Master too." Now that Tao Lord Scarlet Star had found a companion, he felt slightly better and gloated. Tao Lord White Flames was the sect master of 100 Refinement Sect and had an esteemed status. It was even harder for him to address Su Zimo as Uncle Master. "Little Uncle Master." Given the circumstances, he could only grit his teeth and shout, "Eh?" Right then, Wuxia came over and pretended to be confused. "Uncle Master is Uncle Master. What do you mean by little Uncle Master? In what way is he little?" Tao Lord Crimson Star blushed. That was what he had said to Wuxia and the other 2 earlier on. To think that the tables would have turned and Wuxia would come over to mock them instead. "He is young in age, what's wrong?" Tao Lord Scarlet Star straightened his neck and argued with a red face. "He's only 100 years old and he's young to begin with. There's nothing wrong with us calling him little Uncle Master." It was as though in his heart, the word little was the last bit of dignity he could fight for. Su Zimo smiled. "Seniors, there's no need for that. If anyone else is around, you can just call me by my name." This was a huge leeway for the 2 of them. Otherwise, it would be truly awkward if the master of a sect had to pay his respects to a nascent soul younger than 200 years old in front of all the disciples. "Thank you, little Uncle Master." Tao Lord Scarlet Star gave an embarrassed smile and agreed. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back first." Su Zimo bid farewell and turned to leave. Staying here would only make things more awkward. Nangong Ling and the other 2 bowed and bid farewell as well. Tao Lord Scarlet Star and Tao Lord White Flame stood at the entrance of the hall and exchanged glances. What happened in the morning was truly magical. For some reason, the two of them now had an Uncle Master. I'm sure you guys are indignant about acknowledging him as an Uncle Master. Right then, Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded in their minds. I wouldn't dare to. Tao Lord Scarlet Star shook his head hurriedly, afraid that he would be scolded by Tao Lord Extreme Fire again. Tao Lord White Flames added, It's nothing much. Since he's your disciple, he's our Uncle Master according to seniority. Tao Lord Extreme Fire chuckled. You said that you wouldn't dare. In other words, you're truly indignant in your heart. Tao Lord Crimson Star did not say anything. It was a silent acknowledgement. Tao Lord Extreme Fire did not reprimand him further and merely asked, Do you guys think that Nangong Ling and the other two are able to return unscathed because they were lucky and came across a peerless expert who rescued them without even leaving his name behind? Then what happened? Tao Lord Scarlet Star was stunned for a moment before grunting. Grandmaster, are you saying that Mo Ling, little Uncle Master, saved him? He's a nascent soul. Even if he's strong and can suppress the paragons on the phenomenon ranking, can he fight against Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords? Tao Lord White Flames nodded as well. It was clear that he did not believe that Suzimo was behind this. That was a complete fantasy. Tao Lord Extreme Fire replied indifferently. Although I don't know the exact situation, it's definitely related to Mo Ling. If there was anyone in Tianhuang mainland who understood Su Zimo's capabilities the most, Tao Lord Extreme Fire was definitely one of them. Tao Lord Scarlet Star and Tao Lord White Flames exchanged glances. Although they did not refute him verbally, they thought otherwise. Tao Lord Extreme Fire continued, Perhaps your impression of him will change after you two know his true identity. Perhaps you'll believe me at that time. The two Tao Lords were intrigued. Tao Lord Scarlet Star asked, Grandmaster, what is Mo Ling's true identity? I can't tell you yet. Tao Lord Extreme Fire pondered deeply. However, I'm guessing that given his character, he won't be able to hide his identity for long. Upon hearing Tao Lord Extreme Fire's words, the two of them were even more curious. What sort of status did a nascent soul have to be so highly regarded by Tao Lord Extreme Fire? Tao Lord Extreme Fire sighed faintly and said meaningfully, One day, all of you will realize that you're the ones who gained a great advantage by acknowledging him as your Uncle Master. Ah? The two of them were even more puzzled. Why was it getting more ridiculous? Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, You guys can go. Prepare for the 1,000 Crane Tea Party a month later. I'm almost done with the reconstruction spirit materials. After the tea party, prepare to reconstruct my body. The two of them acknowledged and bid farewell. Before long, Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded once more. By the way, the book that Mo Ling is reading isn't some useless book. It's one of the 3 ancient sword arts. The heaven-slaying sword art. Little tiger, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you spouted those bold words? Heaven-slaying sword art. Tao Lord Scarlet Star shuddered and stood alone in the wind. Hellfire Hall. In the cold and sinister hall, a dark and sinister face was illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Before long, a cultivator of Hellfire Hall strode into the hall and knelt on one knee with cupped fists. Master, Uncle Yu, and the 7 Void Reversion Senior Brothers have been found. They're all dead, right? The Hellfire Hall Master said faintly, seemingly unsurprised. Right now it was already noon. The fact that Uncle Yu and the others had not returned at this time meant that the interception had failed. However, he was puzzled. According to the news from their spies in 100 Refinement Sect, Nangong Ling's group of 4 did not have any Dharma characteristic experts following them to Wind Cloud City. How could Uncle Yu have failed in his attack? A name appeared in the mind of the Hellfire Hall Master, Mo Ling. He frowned. That was impossible. According to reliable sources, Mo Ling was only at nascent soul realm and could not threaten Uncle Yu and the others. Bring the corpses up. The Hellfire Hall Master composed himself and said. Several Hellfire Hall cultivators carried 8 corpses into the hall and placed them carefully on the ground before retreating. The Hellfire Hall Master walked down the platform and arrived beside the 8 corpses with a slightly focused gaze. Lifespan exhaustion? The Hellfire Hall Master frowned. What happened that caused Uncle Yu to die from an exhaustion of his lifespan? The way he died was way too strange. It was impossible for Uncle Yu to have released methods that would have exhausted his own lifespan on his own accord. The Hellfire Hall Master swept his gaze across the other 7 corpses and his pupils constricted. The wounds on the 7 corpses were simple. Their glabellas were either pierced or their heads were smashed. There were no additional wounds on their bodies. They died extremely cleanly. The Hellfire Hall sniffed and his expression changed slightly, as though he had discovered something. Master, what's wrong? The cultivator standing at the front was the #1 weapon refinement genius of Hellfire Hall, Ming Han, who was about to compete with 100 Refinement Sect. There's demonic chi left behind. The Hellfire Hall Master pondered deeply and said, "What a domineering demonic chi." Ming Han frowned and asked, "Did Uncle Yu and the others encounter an accident and were attacked by high-level fiend demons?" "It's possible. However," the Hellfire Hall Master shook his head quickly. "That's not right. If they were attacked by high-level fiend demons, those 4 juniors wouldn't have survived either. Why are their corpses missing?" Right then, a disciple of Hellfire Hall sped over and knelt on the ground, greeting respectfully. "Hall Master, the spies of 100 Refinement Sect have sent news that Nangong Ling and the other 3 have returned to 100 Refinement Sect safe and sound." The face of the Hellfire Hall Master darkened and 2 balls of dark flames burned in his eyes with killing intent. The disciple of Hellfire Hall lowered his head and trembled, not daring to speak. After a long time, the flames in the eyes of the Hellfire Hall Master gradually dissipated as he waved his hand. "You may leave." The disciple of Hellfire Hall felt as though he was pardoned and retreated swiftly. "Master, don't worry," Ming Han said proudly. "The 1,000 Crane Tea Party is in a month's time. At that time, I will definitely defeat Lu Hanyen and clear up the name of Hellfire Hall." "Yes." The Hellfire Hall Master nodded. "As long as you win this weapon refinement battle, a super sect will step in for you. At that time, many factions will add fuel to the fire and 100 Refinement Sect's reputation will be tarnished in front of everyone. They will definitely be removed from the 4 unorthodox groups." "Don't worry, Master," Ming Han said confidently. "Lu Hanyen won't win." The Hellfire Hall Master smiled sinisterly and narrowed his eyes, saying coldly, "100 Refinement Sect, let's see how you're going to win this round." After this experience, Nangong Ling and the other 2 no longer created any fusses. The 1,000 Crane Tea Party would begin in another month. Under Dao Lord Scarlet Star's urging, the 3 of them entered seclusion. Su Zimo had a peaceful life as well. Apart from comprehending the heaven-slaying sword art daily, he spent his days trying to condense the immortal Dao fire to practice the fire dermic arts that Dao Lord Extreme Fire imparted to him. Right now, he had already cultivated a Buddhist Dao fire. Although the Dao fire of the Buddhist monasteries condensed from the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra was extraordinary, it was still no match for top-tier dermic arts. If he could condense another Dao fire, even if there were only 2 of the Samadhi Dao flames formed, its power would increase tremendously. Now that he was back in the cultivation world, it was inconvenient for him to reveal his demonic cultivation capabilities. That was the reason why it was extremely important for him to raise his combat strength by mastering some fire element dermic arts. A month passed by swiftly. This day, Su Zimo sat cross-legged in his cave abode with his eyes closed. A golden flame floated around him and revolved slowly. His hands were placed naturally on his knees, palms facing the skies as he conjured hand seals repeatedly. Failure. Reconjure. Another failure. Reconjure again. He failed countless times. All of a sudden, a finger snap sounded. A scarlet wisp of flame appeared on Su Zimo's fingertip. Initially, it was flickering as though a gust of wind could extinguish it. Before long, the wisp of flame stabilized. Immortal Dao Fire. Success. Su Zimo was delighted as he looked at the wisp of scarlet flame. He smiled and flicked his finger. The scarlet flame floated and arrived before him, revolving around his body one after another with the golden flame. This move was also a fire elemental dermic art known as the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern. With the two flames surrounding him, he could attack and defend. Any enemy that tried to approach him would be burned by the flames. Little Granduncle Master, open the door. Suddenly, there was the sound of knocking. With a single thought from Su Zimo, the two balls of flames dissipated into the void. Thereafter, the door of the cave abode opened slowly, as though it was being pulled by a pair of invisible hands. Ru Xian skipped in. Nangong Ling and Lu Hanyan followed closely behind. The three of them did not change much after a month. However, Lu Hanyan looked even more composed, as though she was prepared. Little Granduncle Master, let's go. You're the only one who can stand staying within your cave abode obediently. Every other cultivator can't wait. Ru Xian said, the 1,000 Crane Tea Party is about to be held. 100 Refinement Sect is setting off today. At that point, Su Zimo's heart stirred as well. This day had finally arrived. After 100 years, he could finally see those old friends again. If nothing went wrong, he should be able to see Ji Chengtian and Leng Ro at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party. The three of them had joined Ethereal Peak together and experienced many things. There was also Xiaoning and Night Spirit. He wondered how they were now after 100 years. Of course, there was another person. A cold glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes before vanishing. Dean. All the nascent soul paragons of the Middle Continent would gather at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party. Su Zimo believed that Dean would not give this grand occasion a miss. If he encountered Dean at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party, he would definitely find an opportunity to kill Dean on the spot. Of course, 100 years had passed. He had grown rapidly and his combat strength had increased significantly as well. Dean would not remain stagnant either. Su Zimo was filled with anticipation as he chanted silently, Dean, I believe you won't disappoint me. 100 Refinement Sect. The cultivators of the sects that were attending the 1,000 Crane Tea Party were already gathered in front of the 100 Refinement Grand Hall. There were more than 1,000 of them, and almost all of them were nascent souls. Su Zimo was among them. That was the foundation of a super sect. 100 Refinement Sect was merely a weapon refinement sect, and there were already more than 1,000 nascent souls just like that. Furthermore, that was not all. It was easy to imagine the strength of the ancient super sects such as the 9 Immortal sects and 7 Fiend sects that focused on combat cultivation. There were less than 100 nascent souls in Ethereal Peak. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo looked at Nangong Ling and the other two beside him and asked softly, it seems like there's only going to be one void reversion accompanying us to 1,000 Crane Sect? Following Su Zimo's gaze, there was a void reversion standing in front of Dao Lord White Flames and Dao Lord Scarlet Star, bowing slightly with a respectful greeting. The person listened to the advice of the two Dao Lords and nodded from time to time with a respectful expression. When Ru Xian heard that, she volunteered to explain everything to Su Zimo. The 1,000 Crane Tea Party was a grand cultivation event held by 1,000 Crane Sect once every 1,000 years. It was a rare opportunity. As the name suggested, the theme of the 1,000 Crane Tea Party was tea drinking. This tea was not an ordinary tea from the mortal world. It was mystic tea that was extremely beneficial to the essence spirits of nascent souls who consumed it. Therefore, most of the people attending the 1,000 Crane Tea Party were nascent souls. Of course, the major sects and factions might send 1 or 2 void reversions to accompany them to the tea party. But no matter what, the paragons of the nascent soul realm were definitely the main characters of this tea party. Ru Xian said, that's why it's useless for so many void reversions to go. I heard that the 1,000 Crane Sect's master hosts the tea parties personally. He's a Dharma characteristic, so nothing will go wrong. Su Zimo nodded, he finally understood. Ru Xian then pointed to the void reversion not far away. That's Dao Bing Yu Ding, the sect master's eldest disciple. He's at the perfected void reversion realm and is quite good at weapon refinement and combat strength. Nangong Ling added, Senior brother Yu Ding is calm and composed in handling matters. Seems like he should be the one leading the group this time round. As he said that, the two Dao Lords, White Flames and Scarlet Star, seemed to have finished their instructions. Dao Bing Yuding turned around and walked towards Su Zimo's group of four. Dao Bing Yuding was more than 3,000 years old and was in his prime. He arrived before Su Zimo with a calm demeanor and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Granduncle Master. I'm young. There's no need to be so polite, Dao brother." Su Zimo helped Dao Bing Yuding up gently and nodded with a smile. Although Dao Bing Yuding was stern and reserved, he was extremely well-mannered and sent a voice transmission. "In name, I'll be leading the expedition. However, both Master and the lineage leader have just instructed me to follow your decisions should anything happen. I'm not from the Middle Continent, nor have I been to Thousand Crane Sect. I don't know much about everything. It's fine for you to lead the expedition alone, Dao brother." It was not that Su Zimo was being polite. He truly did not know anything about the Thousand Crane Tea Party. Despite Su Zimo's words, Dao Bing Yuding did not have any hint of disdain. He bowed politely once more before turning to the group of cultivators. Dao Bing Yuding pressed his palms against the air without saying anything, and the noisy nascent souls below quickly quietened down. "On this trip to Thousand Crane Sect, I hope that all of you fellow sect mates will take care of one another and abide by the rules. Don't embarrass the sect. Furthermore, we have a weapon refinement fight with Hellfire Hall. At that time, all of you must cheer for Junior Sister Lu." "Understood." Everyone agreed readily. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, Dao Bing Yuding summoned a gigantic spirit vessel from his storage bag. It floated in front of the Grand Hall, and he was the first to leap in. Many nascent souls followed closely behind. Su Zimo's group of four followed suit. The spirit vessel tore through the air and soon disappeared above 100 Refinement Sect, turning into a black that gradually journeyed into the distance. Dao Lord White Flames and Dao Lord Scarlet Star stood with their hands behind their backs, looking at the spirit vessel that was gradually disappearing into the distance with deep worry on their faces. Dao Lord Scarlet Star murmured, "I have a feeling that something big is going to happen at Thousand Crane Tea Party this time round. I hope Han Yen can win this round." "Sigh. I've been feeling uneasy recently as well." Dao Lord White Flames shook his head slightly. "This tea party will be watched by everyone. If Han Yen loses, our 100 Refinement Sect's reputation will definitely suffer." Dao Lord White Flames said worriedly, "I'm just worried that someone will add fuel to the fire and remove us from the 4 unorthodox groups at this tea party. By that time, even if Grandmaster Extreme Fire were to reconstruct his body and reappear, it would be too late." Right then, Dao Lord Extreme Fire's calm voice sounded from the hall. "Come in, both of you." The two Dao Lords hurriedly entered the hall. "There are a few letters here. Deliver them to them personally without any mistake." The two of them received the letters and scanned through them. When they saw the Dao titles written, they were shocked. "Go on," Dao Lord Extreme Fire said indifferently. "It's time to tell some old friends that I'm back." It was already close to half a day after they set off at dawn. Everyone from 100 Refinement Sect rode on their spirit vessels and entered Thousand Crane Sect's territory. Before they even arrived at Thousand Crane Sect, they could already see cranes circling in midair and chirping softly, welcoming the guests in a warm manner. When he saw those cranes, Su Zimo could not help but be reminded of the old Immortal crane and Ching Ching of Ethereal Peak. Lu Hanyan noticed that and said with a smile, "Granduncle Master, these cranes aren't real demon beasts." "Ha!" Su Zimo was surprised. Lu Hanyan beckoned gently and a crane chirped softly. It landed beside her slowly and extended its beak, rubbing Lu Hanyan's arm gently in an extremely obedient manner. Lu Hanyan patted the crane's head gently. The crane disappeared and turned into a talisman that floated down slowly. Thereafter, Lu Hanyan tossed the talisman into the air, and it transformed into a crane once more and flew away. The transformation of the talisman was truly miraculous. Su Zimo could not help but exclaim, as expected of Thousand Crane Sect. After a while more, everyone could already see the entrance of Thousand Crane Sect. "Who's up ahead? Please show me your sect badge." 2,000 Crane sect disciples leaped forward and bowed slightly, blocking the spirit vessel of 100 Refinement sect. Dao Bing Yuding was naturally the person to liaise for such matters. 100 Refinement sect and 1,000 Crane sect were both from the 4 unorthodox groups and were extremely familiar with one another. This was merely a simple formality. Su Zimo noticed that the 2,000 Crane sect disciples who were welcoming the guests were both women. They were extraordinary and charming. Ru Xian chuckled. Granduncle Master, most of the cultivators of 1,000 Crane sect are beauties. You have to make good use of this opportunity. I heard that Fairy Leng Ro of 1,000 Crane sect is a peerless beauty. She's cold as ice and doesn't have the slightest bit of mortal aura. She's like a fairy banished from the Moon Palace. Nangong Ling said, I wonder if we're lucky to be able to catch a glimpse of her during this trip. Although Lu Hanyan had a calm personality and was aloof from worldly affairs, she could not help but snort when she heard that. Nangong Ling shuddered in fear. Su Zimo was in a great mood at the thought of meeting an old friend. He patted the latter on the shoulder and said half-jokingly, Good luck! Upon entering 1,000 Crane sect with Dao Bing Yuding, one could see towering mountains with lucent green waters and lush vegetation. A few thousand feet tall waterfalls fell and water splashed everywhere, creating a faint mist that rose densely, resembling a paradise. 100 Refinement sect gave off an ancient metallic feeling. As for 1,000 Crane sect, it was more like an ethereal immortal palace, a paradise on earth. Su Zimo's gaze shifted, and he saw an ancient tree uprooting from the ground in a spacious courtyard far away. It was upright and had luxuriant leaves. The crown of the tree was lush and gave off a clear fragrance. Even from 1,000 feet away, he could still smell a faint fragrance. The fragrance jolted everyone from 100 Refinement sect, and it was as though their essence spirits had condensed a little in an instant. If he was not wrong, this should be the legendary mystic tea tree from the primordial era. Its reputation precedes its presence. Indeed, it's mystical. Su Zimo nodded slightly. If these were the effects upon a faint whiff of the mystic tea tree's fragrance, upon consumption of a cup of mystic tea, the benefits would be even more obvious. After absorbing the massive life essence of the 1,000-year blood sea, Su Zimo's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of late-stage nascent soul. After a few more battles and 3 months of consolidation cultivation, he was only missing an opportunity to break through to perfected nascent soul. If he could drink a cup of mystic tea, there was a high chance that he could break through. Right then, Ru Xian said, There are only so many tea leaves. There's a limit to the number of mystic tea. Not every nascent soul realm paragon will get the chance to drink a cup. Furthermore, little granduncle master, take a look. Su Zimo followed Ru Xian's finger and focused his gaze. Ru Xian said, The quality of the tea leaves on the mystic tea tree is different. The tea leaves at the tip of the tree are the most tender, and the effect of refining one's essence spirit is shocking. It's also known as a supreme-grade mystic tea. True enough. There were 5 leaves on the top of the mystic tea tree. They were emerald green and crystalline like the most beautiful treasures in the world. Ru Xian continued, However, there are only a few cups of supreme-grade mystic tea. Nascent souls who are qualified to drink this tea are all geniuses among geniuses. This was not only a great opportunity, it was also a supreme honor. To be able to drink a cup of supreme-grade mystic tea was not inferior to being ranked top 10 on the phenomenon ranking. Lu Hanyan smiled. It's already a great opportunity if we can get to drink a cup of mystic tea. We can only dream about the supreme-grade mystic tea. At the side, Nangong Ling said softly, Little granduncle master, don't worry. Given your strength, you'll definitely have a chance to get a cup of mystic tea for this 1,000 Crane tea party. If not, I'll give you mine. Ha! Su Zimo was slightly surprised. Nangong Ling explained, This is a tacit rule of the tea party. Cultivators of the previous phenomenon ranking are all eligible for a cup of mystic tea. Ever since the battle at Wind Cloud City, Nangong Ling's attitude towards Su Zimo had changed drastically. Now he even offered the mystic tea. Su Zimo burst into laughter and waved it off, teasing, That's not necessary. You can give it to your junior sister Han Yen. Heh! Upon hearing that, Nan Gongling blushed and rubbed his hands in embarrassment, as though Su Zimo had read his mind. Granduncle Master! Lu Hanyen blushed as well and spat softly. Look! Snowdrift Valley is here. Suddenly, a cultivator beside him exclaimed. TSK, TSK. They're all beauties. What a feast for the eyes. Some cultivators were lecherous and almost drooled at the sight. I heard that perfected Lord Ling Bai of Snowdrift Valley is here. He seems to be number 20 on the phenomenon ranking and one of the few male cultivators in Snowdrift Valley. That's the one. What a blessing to be surrounded by a group of Snowdrift Valley women. What's there to see about men? I heard that Fairy Luoxue is the leader of Snowdrift Valley's expedition this time round. She's a famous beauty in the Middle Continent. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Fairy Luoxue. In the ancient battlefield 100 years ago, the nascent soul that led Snowdrift Valley was none other than Fairy Luoxue. She was one of the few nascent souls that survived among the 13 that were present back then. Su Zimo looked over. Snowdrift Valley was driving a gigantic frost spirit vessel over slowly with a chilling aura. The person in the lead was dressed in fluttering white robes with black hair. Standing at the bow of the ship, she was pure and elegant. It was none other than Fairy Luoxue from 100 years ago. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, Fairy Luoxue had helped Su Zimo. Furthermore, she did not choose to escape against the massacre of the Rakshasa and God race. Instead, she chose to stay and fight against the two races. Although Su Zimo was not too familiar with Fairy Luoxue, he had a good impression of her. After 100 years, Fairy Luoxue had already cultivated to the Void Reversion realm. Although she was severely injured during the battle in Myriad Phenomenon City, she took the opportunity to break through to Void Reversion realm and became the youngest Void Reversion in the sect. Many cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed when they saw Fairy Luoxue's face. Many gazes gathered over. Su Zimo was unassuming among the 100 Refinement sect cultivators and naturally would not attract Fairy Luoxue's attention. Apart from Snowdrift Valley and 100 Refinement sect, in that short period of time many sects and factions arrived at Thousand Crane sect. Su Zimo had already seen quite a number of upper sects of the cultivation world. There were a total of 108 upper sects in Tianhuang mainland. There were 10 in the north region alone, and there were dozens in the most majestic and flourishing middle continent. Without surprise, all these upper sects would send their perfected lords for the Thousand Crane Tea Party. Have you heard? The Thousand Crane Tea Party this time round is watched keenly by everybody. It's lauded as the grandest cultivation occasion in the past 1,000 years, and many major events are happening. Isn't the biggest event about the weapon refinement fight between 100 Refinement Sect and Hellfire Hall? What else is there? Hihi, you're way too clueless. A cultivator said mysteriously. I heard that a month ago, a few major battles broke out in Wind Cloud City. Chang Peng of Heavenly Dipper Sect was crippled and Jian Wuzong was beaten so badly that he could not even manage to withdraw his startling dermic sword. Not only did he lose his sword, he was utterly humiliated. Furthermore, both of those paragons were defeated by a single person. Ah, which paragon is so strong? Could it be Yi Tiancheng? It's a nascent soul of 100 Refinement Sect. Is that true? That's impossible, right? Since when did 100 Refinement Sect produce such a ferocious person? Why haven't I heard of him before? Many cultivators were discussing this matter as well and looked towards 100 Refinement Sect. Su Zimo had a calm expression and looked straight ahead. I heard that Heavenly Dipper Sect and Sword Sect were enraged when they heard about this. They've sent their nascent soul paragons to retrieve their dignity. There's going to be a fierce battle at this tea party. If Jian Wuzong was defeated, which other nascent soul cultivator is there in Sword Sect? Man, you don't know about that at all. Have you heard of the phenomenon ranking from 100 years ago? I've heard a little about it. It said that a catastrophe happened during the phenomenon ranking, and more than half of the paragons on the phenomenon ranking were killed. Yes, a successor of Sword Sect who was ranked in the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago has appeared. His name is Hang Qiuyu and his cultivation has advanced after that catastrophe. It's said that he's even stronger than Jian Wuzong. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard that name. Another old friend. In the elementary ancient battlefield, Hang Chuyu was tragically defeated by Su Zimo. In the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago, Hang Chuyu was no match for Dugu Jian and was ranked 8th. The gap between him and Su Zimo was even greater. However, any paragon that survived that calamity would experience an unimaginable transformation. It was the same for Hang Chuyu. The reason why Sword Sect dared to send Hang Chuyu despite Jian Wuzong's tragic defeat to Su Zimo, that was how much confidence they had in the former. However, neither Sword Sect nor Hang Chuyu realized who they were about to challenge. Perfected Lord Panglon of Heavenly Dipper Sect is here as well. Panglon? That sounds familiar. He was the number 1 on the phenomenon ranking 400 years ago. I heard that he's already half a step into the void reversion realm, and no one knows his current strength. Fufu, that nascent soul of 100 Refinement Sect, is doomed. That's normal. 100 Refinement Sect is about to be removed from the 4 unorthodox groups. Who would care about them? Nangong Ling and the other 2 looked at Su Zimo and were secretly worried. The figures discussed by the surrounding cultivators were all notorious experts who had been famous for a long time. Even the top of the phenomenon ranking from 400 years ago had appeared. All 3 of them were worried for Su Zimo. What surprised the 3 of them was that Su Zimo's expression had not changed the entire time when he heard those discussions. His eyes were like an ancient well without any emotions. Hang Chuyu? Number 1 of the phenomenon ranking 400 years ago. None of them seemed to be able to stir his emotions. Nangong Ling lamented internally. Little Granduncle Master is too young and probably hasn't heard of these experts. Sigh, he's like a newborn calf. Ru Xian blinked her eyes and muttered internally. Is little Granduncle Master a little crazy? Why isn't he reacting? The cultivators of the various major sects and 100 Refinement Sect headed to the resting place under the lead of the 1,000 Crane Sect female cultivators. Along the way, many cultivators discussed excitedly. You guys were not referring to the greatest event yet. Right then, a cultivator said, pretending to be profound. Tell me, what else is there? Someone asked hurriedly. After beating around the bush, the cultivator coughed gently and said slowly, I heard that Chaos Essence Sect and 1,000 Crane Sect are going to have a marriage alliance. Ah, who and who? Yi Tiancheng and Fairy Leng Ro, of course. I heard that Yi Tiancheng is going to propose in public. Oh my! A series of sighs and thumping sounds could be heard. Su Zimo frowned and turned to ask, who is this Yi Tiancheng? Why does he sound a little familiar? Nangong Ling and the other 2 looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a monster. Ru Xian said, Little Granduncle Master? What's with your memory? He's the top of the phenomenon ranking this time round and created an unprecedented golden core phenomenon. How do you not remember him? Oh, is that so? Su Zimo replied casually. No wonder his name sounds familiar. Nangong Ling and the other 2 were speechless. The influence of the phenomenon ranking was immense. All the cultivators present could name any cultivator on the phenomenon ranking with great familiarity, as though they knew it at the back of their heads, let alone the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking. Many cultivators even remembered the names of those in the past 10 phenomenon rankings. Furthermore, Yi Tiancheng was the top of the golden core phenomenon ranking that had just ended. However, how could the 3 of them know that Su Zimo was neither bothered with the phenomenon ranking and nascent soul paragons, let alone remember their names? The only person he was interested in was Di-In. When he saw that Nangong Ling and the other 2 were still staring at him with strange gazes, Su Zimo smiled. There are so many paragons. It's normal to not remember them all. But Yi Tiancheng is different. Ru Xian said. He's truly strong. He ascended myriad phenomenon peak all the way and suppressed his peers, creating an unprecedented golden core phenomenon. Little Granduncle Master, I'm afraid you don't understand how strong he is, because you've never seen him in action. Nangong Ling nodded as well. Even though he's only a single rank above the 2nd on the phenomenon ranking, I feel that there's definitely a huge difference in their combat strength. Lu Hanyan said, I'm afraid only Yi Tiancheng is worthy of Fairy Leng Ro. Su Zimo was silent. If Lung Ro could find a Dao companion that she liked, Su Zimo would be truly happy for her. However, for some reason, Su Zimo felt that something was amiss. The number one of the phenomenon ranking and Fairy Ling Ro. Those two are truly a match made in heaven. A cultivator beside them lamented. Hee hee. The first person who spoke sneered. I don't think so. A group of people hurried over and asked, Huh? What's the matter? Is there something behind the scenes? The person looked around and lowered his voice, saying softly, I heard from some sources that Fairy Ling Ro did not agree to the marriage at all. It was Thousand Crane Sect's sect master, her master, who agreed to it. Su Zimo frowned. What's wrong with that? The path of cultivation is long and boring. It's not impossible for the two of them to fall in love after spending time together. Someone curled his lips in disdain. Tisk! The first cultivator sneered. What do you know? I heard that there's a scheme behind Yi Tiancheng coming here to become Dao companions with Fairy Ling Ro. What scheme? Everyone asked. Don't forget that Yi Tiancheng is Di Yin's junior brother, and the two of them are known as the Chaos Essence Twin Paragons. However, Di Yin and the top of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago are mortal enemies. The cultivator continued. As for that Zimo or whatsoever, he should be dead by now. However, his friends are still alive and are good friends with Fairy Ling Ro. Hee hee. Although the cultivator did not continue, many of them revealed contemplative expressions. Su Zimo's expression gradually turned cold. I've got it. Nangong Ling suddenly said. Di Yin once declared that he wanted to kill those people, but he failed. Later on, the successor of Tomb Sect and Puppet Sect hid in the sects respectively and refused to show themselves. Di Yin did not have the chance to attack either. The reason why Yi Tiancheng and Fairy Ling Ro are getting married is to force these people to appear. Lu Hanyan nodded as well. I reckon that Yi Tiancheng is going to help his senior brother take care of them after they appear. In that case, Fairy Ling Ro is way too pitiful. Ru Xian sighed and said indignantly, It's all that Zimo guy's fault. To think that he's the number one of the phenomenon ranking and the strongest monster incarnate in history. In my opinion, he's the weakest number one on the golden core phenomenon ranking in history. The more she spoke, the angrier she got. Turning around, she tugged at Su Zimo's arm and said angrily, I think that Zimo guy is even weaker than little granduncle master. Lu Hanyan said, You can't say that. We're only speculating right now. Perhaps Yi Tiancheng and Fairy Ling Ro are truly in love. Right then, a cultivator asked, Why do you think Thousand Crane Sect's sect master agreed to this marriage? She probably wants to build a good relationship with Chaos Essence Sect. The combat strength of the four unorthodox groups is average. Without the backing of an immortal sect, it's easy for them to be eliminated. For example, look at 100 Refinement Sect. Aren't they about to be removed from the four unorthodox groups? Ru Xian was truly enraged when she heard that, and could not help but shout, Hey! What nonsense are you guys spouting? Our 100 Refinement Sect is still one of the four unorthodox groups. Since when have we been removed? The cultivators that were discussing came from an upper sect of the Middle Continent, Tyrant Emperor Mountain. A nascent soul of Tyrant Emperor Mountain said in a strange tone, IO 100 Refinement Sect sure is impressive. We can't even remark anything about them anymore. Even the 9 immortal sects are not so overbearing, right? You! Ru Xian clenched her fists in anger and gritted her teeth. You were the one who started the rumors first. Dao Bing Yuding, who was at the front, leaped up and arrived between the two major sects. With a calm expression, he looked at the group of cultivators from Tyrant Emperor Mountain and said slowly, Right now, 100 Refinement Sect is still one of the four unorthodox groups, and no one is allowed to slander it. Furthermore, even if our 100 Refinement Sect is removed from the four unorthodox groups, our foundation is still greater than Tyrant Emperor Mountain. The cultivator leading the group of Tyrant Emperor Mountain was also a void reversion. Seemingly wary of Dao Bing Yuding, the man turned around and shook his head, indicating for his sex cultivators to stop discussing. Dao Bing Yuding turned and left. A nascent soul of Tyrant Emperor Mountain sneered and muttered softly, Let's see how long more 100 refinement sect can continue to be cocky for. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze shifted to a courtyard not far away. There were many people gathered around, and two female cultivators of Thousand Cranes sect stood in front of the door, seemingly guarding the courtyard. At the entrance, a white-robed man was bowing with a sincere expression, telling two female cultivators of Thousand Cranes sect something. When he saw the white-robed man, the coldness in Su Zimo's eyes dissipated and turned gentle, revealing a smile that he had not shown for a long time. I'll go take a look over there. You guys can follow everyone else first. Su Zimo pointed to the courtyard and said to Nangong Ling and the other two, I'll go too. Seeing that there was entertainment, Ru Xian decided to take a look and relieve her frustrated mood at the same time. Dao Bing Yu Ding turned around. When he saw that Su Zimo was the one who suggested it, he did not stop them and merely nodded. Be careful. Nodding with a smile, Su Zimo leaped off the spirit vessel and sped towards the courtyard. The few nascent souls of Tyrant Emperor Mountain exchanged glances and left their group as well, following in secret. The white-robed man was none other than Ji Chengtian, who had joined Elixir Yang sect and was originally a disciple of Ethereal Peak. Fellow Taoists, may I trouble you to go in and inform her about my arrival? I'll be extremely grateful. Before he arrived, Su Zimo heard Ji Chengtian's voice. A Thousand Crane sect female cultivator guarding the courtyard shook her head. Leave. Senior sister Lung Ro won't see you. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. In that case, Lung Ro lived in this courtyard. Ji Chengtian refused to give up and bowed once more, saying sincerely, fellow Taoists, just say that Ji Chengtian of Elixir Yang sect requests a meeting and Fairy Lung Ro will definitely agree to it. The other Thousand Crane sect female cultivator said indifferently, I'd advise you to give up. Senior sister Lung Ro won't meet anyone before the Thousand Crane tea party. Fairy Lung Ro is beautiful and peerless. She's not someone you can see just because you want to. Fufu, countless paragons come to seek an audience with Fairy Lung Ro every day. Who are you, Ji Chengtian? How refreshing. Even when perfected Lord Fengxing of Zephyr Thunder Palace, who was number 7 on the phenomenon ranking, did not manage to get to meet Fairy Leng Ro when he came yesterday. Who do you think you are, Ji Chengtian? Many cultivators who were watching from the sidelines crossed their arms and sneered in an extremely nasty manner. Ji Chengtian's expression was terrible as he glared at those cultivators and said in a deep voice, I, Ji Chengtian, am not some famous paragon. However, I am extremely close friends with Lung Ro, and nobody can compare to me. Someone is even getting cocky now. A 5 Elements sect cultivator mocked. What's there to be cocky about? You're someone who is about to die. Do you think you'll get to return alive after coming to attend the Thousand Crane tea party? The 5 Elements sect was also one of the upper sects of the Middle Continent. Another person said, I advise you to scram back to Elixir Yang sect right now. You might still be able to make it in time. After that, hide like a coward for the rest of your life and don't come out. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep that head of yours. Ha ha ha. Many cultivators burst into laughter. Ji Chengtian grit his teeth and clenched his fists tightly without saying anything, trembling slightly. A few decades ago, he was severely injured by Diin and almost died. Thereafter, he stayed in the sect and did not come out. He had nothing to say now that he was being mocked about this matter. However, when he heard about the marriage alliance between Lung Ro and Yi Tiancheng, he knew he could not sit idly by the sidelines. He wanted to ask Lung Ro about her intentions. If Lung Ro was a willing participant, he would naturally wish the best for her from the bottom of his heart. However, if Lung Ro was forced, he would stand out no matter what, even if it meant risking his life. It's just a bunch of mad dogs barking. There's no need to bother, fellow Taoist. Not far away, a green-robed man walked over with a man and 2 women behind him. The green-robed man had a rough expression, but his eyes were clear as he looked at Ji Chengtian with cupped fists and a smile. For some reason, Ji Chengtian felt that this person's gaze and smile was heartwarming. Ji Chengtian returned the greeting with cupped fists and forced a smile. Thank you for your consolation, fellow Taoist. Who are you? Who are you calling mad dogs? Oh, they are cultivators of 100 refinement sect. A nascent soul of 5 elements sect sneered. 100 refinement sect is about to be removed from the 4 unorthodox groups, and you still have the mood to be nosy? Before Su Zimo could reply, Ru Xian could not help but retort. We're only scolding mad dogs here. If the shoe fits, wear it. Foo-foo, little girl. You were sure cocky earlier on, weren't you? Right then, a mocking laughter sounded behind Su Zimo's group of 4. A few nascent souls of Tyrant Emperor Mountain walked over. Their leader was burly and had cultivated to perfected nascent soul. He glared at Su Zimo's group with a ferocious expression. Yu Wei, we're in Thousand Crane Sect's territory. What are you trying to do? Nangong Ling's figure flashed and stood in front of Ru Xian, guarding with a focused expression. Yu Wei of Tyrant Emperor Mountain was also a nascent soul paragon who was ranked on the phenomenon ranking 200 years ago. Although his ranking was not high, he had cultivated for a long time and his cultivation realm was higher than Nangong Ling's. His combat strength was not to be underestimated. Yu Wei clenched his fists and twisted his neck, letting out crackling sounds as he laughed sinisterly. I was wary of Dao being Yuding of 100 refinement sect earlier on and let you guys off. Now, since you came out on your own, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. The 2 of them were at loggerheads and were on the brink of fighting. The Thousand Crane sect female cultivators in front of the courtyard had no intention of stopping them either. Abrupt clashes were inevitable when paragons gathered. As long as both parties did not cause too much trouble that might result in deaths, they would basically watch idly by the sidelines. Su Zimo was expressionless. Now that 100 refinement sect has reached this stage, all the little clowns and scoundrels want to join in and add fuel to the fire? Ha 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 ha. Yu Wei grinned widely and said, It's good that you know. Your 100 refinement sect is finished and I'm going to bully you. Very good. Su Zimo nodded and turned towards Yu Wei, saying indifferently, Since that's the case, don't blame me. To be fair, Nangong Ling and the other 2 did not dare to attack in this situation. Against a nascent soul like Yu Wei who has been famous for a long time, they were even more wary. However, who was Su Zimo? He was once the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking, a monster incarnate who caused many paragons and supersects to tremble in fear. A few decades ago, Di Yin hunted down his best friends. And now, Di Yin's junior brother of the same sect had come to Thousand Crane sect to force a marriage. Everything had truly incurred Su Zimo's wrath. Although he did not join 100 Refinement sect, as Dao Lord Extremefire's disciple, there was no way he was going to watch someone trample on 100 Refinement sect. When Yu Wei saw Su Zimo walk over and the 2 of them were getting closer, his eyes could not help but reveal a hint of cruelty. As an upper sect of the Middle Continent, Tyrant Emperor Mountain specialized in body tempering. The legacy cultivation technique of Tyrant Emperor Mountain, Heaven and Earth Tyrant Emperor Manual, was the establishment foundation of the sect. Although it could not compare to Glass Palace's Glass Heart Sutra and Diamond Monastery's Diamond Body, it was also one of the top cultivation techniques in Tianhuang mainland that produced a shocking physique. To Yu Wei, Su Zimo was courting death by walking towards him and closing the distance. Yu Wei laughed sinisterly and said coldly, We're not allowed to fight to the death at this Thousand Crane tea party. However, I can cripple you. The moment he said that, Yu Wei's eyes widened and his blood chi burst forth. His glabella shone and dermic powers surged. Tyrant Emperor Finger. Yu Wei shouted and raised his arm, extending his index finger. As blood chi surged and dermic powers gathered, right in front of countless gazes, the finger turned incomparably thick like a steel rod. Swoosh! The finger tore through the air and stabbed towards Su Zimo's face with a terrifying aura. Tyrant Emperor Finger, a top-tier dermic art of the Heaven and Earth Tyrant Emperor Manual. Its power is shocking. Yu Wei is even scarier than he was 50 years ago. He is truly a ruthless person. The moment he attacked, he had no intention of testing the waters. With his blood chi and dermic powers released at the same time, the power of that dermic art has already reached its limits. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and he did not even stop in his tracks. He only raised his palm when the finger was right in front of him. Without releasing his blood chi or dermic powers, he grabbed the finger casually. Yue Wei's expression changed. His tyrant emperor finger could not continue pushing. Not only could he not push down, it was already too late for Yue Wei to retract his tyrant emperor finger as well. Break! With a cold expression, Su Zimo hollered and exerted strength in his palm, bending it down. Snap! The piercing sound of bones breaking could be heard. In front of everyone, Yue Wei's finger was snapped by Su Zimo. The broken bone was exposed and stuck to the flesh in a frightening manner. Ah! Yue Wei's eyes widened and he paused for a moment before letting out a hysterical scream. The blood drained from his face and in the blink of an eye, he broke out in cold sweat. The Heaven-Earth Tyrant Emperor Manual and Tyrant Emperor Finger were nothing in front of Su Zimo. Stepping forward, Su Zimo pressed his palm gently against Yue Wei's chest. Crack! Yue Wei's chest caved in instantly and his clothes were torn. A gigantic palm print appeared on his chest and his flesh exploded. Eft! Yue Wei spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes dimmed. He fell backwards and landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Even though he was on the ground, his body was still convulsing and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The crowd was shocked. To think that a nascent soul expert like Yue Wei would be crippled after a single exchange. His essence spirit was not destroyed and he managed to survive. However, even after his body was recuperated, he would suffer from injuries and would not be able to achieve a full recovery. Su Zimo's palm merely pushed against Yue Wei's chest. However, that palm contained a high level of powerful tidal might that surged through Yue Wei's body layer after layer, shattering most of his bones. As Yue Wei had said, fighting to the death was not allowed in Thousand Crane sect. However, Su Zimo crippled Yue Wei the moment he attacked. Everyone was speechless. They had just lamented that Yue Wei was ruthless and did not expect to meet someone even more ruthless. Initially, some cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the fact that 100 Refinement sect was not as famous as before became hesitant. The remaining cultivators of Tyrannical Emperor Mountain looked at Su Zimo with fear in their eyes, cowering and not daring to advance. Just you wait. Finally, a nascent soul of Tyrant Emperor Mountain stood out and said weakly, "The road ahead is long. Just you wait and see." With that said, everyone from Tyrant Emperor Mountain supported Yue Wei, who was screaming in pain, and fled. Who else wants to step on the head of 100 Refinement sect? Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings with a piercing gaze. The cultivators present exchanged glances and felt their courage weaken. Instinctively, they lowered their heads and avoided Su Zimo's eyes. There were at least hundreds of nascent souls present, but none of them dared to step forward. The mockery from earlier on had vanished as well. Ru Xian stood at the side with a look of admiration and stars in her eyes. She looked intoxicated and almost lunged forward. "Hey!" Lu Hanyan could not stand it any longer and nudged Ru Xian gently, sending a voice transmission. "Be careful, you're drooling." Ru Xian blushed and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "It's a pity that little Granduncle Master looks ordinary and boorish. He'd be absolutely perfect if he was a little more handsome. Lass, how can you say something like that without any shame?" Lu Hanyan spat softly. Ru Xian looked nervous and said hurriedly, "Senior sister, you already have senior brother Nangong. Don't fight with me for him." All right. I won't fight with you. He's all yours," Lu Hanyan said exasperatedly. Ru Xian's thoughts were flying as she fantasized alone. She murmured, "Senior sister, after little Granduncle Master and I become Dao companions, the hierarchy of our seniority will be messed up, right? Won't Master have to bow to me? Wow! The thought of that sure is exciting." Ru Xian laughed as she thought, "This child has gone mad." Lu Hanyan shook her head. On the other hand, the group of people from Five Elements sect who mocked Ji Chengtian earlier on felt embarrassed. Finally, someone sneered, "Fufu, your 100 Refinement sect won't be able to survive for long. At that time, we won't even have to do anything and someone will naturally deal with you guys." Su Zimo turned slightly and glared at the person who spoke. The Five Elements sect cultivator felt his hair stand on end when Su Zimo glared at him. The person had the intention to retreat and mustered his courage to say, "You don't have to look at me. When the 1,000 Crane Tea Party starts, we'll see how 100 Refinement sect is trampled into the ground. Let's go." With that said, he turned to leave. Swash! A breeze blew. Su Zimo had already vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Five Elements sect cultivator. "Who gave you permission to leave?" Su Zimo said indifferently. Without waiting for the person to react, he reached out and grabbed the person's throat with a flick of his wrist. Crackle! All his bones were dislocated. Suddenly, Su Zimo reached out and slapped the person's cheek. Piak! There was a crisp sound. Instantly, the person's cheeks turned red and swollen. Piak! Another sound. For the cultivator, it was a great humiliation to be slapped while lifted in the air right in front of everybody. "You deserve that beating for your nasty tongue." Wuxia spat at that person and cursed fiercely. Piak! 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 Lifting the cultivator of Five Elements sect, Su Zimo slapped him repeatedly. He did not stop until the person's face was completely swollen. Xianxia watched from the side and felt cathartic. Earlier on, he could only endure the ridicule from the cultivators around him. To think that this random passerby would help him vent his anger. Su Zimo tossed his arm casually. The person laid limply on the ground with his mouth filled with blood. All his teeth were shattered and he could not say a single word, merely grunting deeply. A Five Elements sect cultivator said deeply with eyes that spewed fire, "Fellow Taoist, leave your name if you have the guts. Five Elements sect will remember today's humiliation and repay you in the future." Su Zimo had an indifferent expression. Before he could say anything, a cultivator in the crowd exclaimed, "It's him. I've seen him before." "Who is he?" "A month ago, he was the nascent soul who crippled Changpeng in Wind Cloud City, defeated Jian Wuzong and took away the startling dermic sword." "There's no way I'm wrong." "Ah!" The crowd fell into an uproar. The battle a month ago had long spread through Thousand Crane sect and was the focus of discussions among many cultivators. Everyone knew that the paragons of Heavenly Dipper sect and Sword sect would definitely regain their dignity at the Thousand Crane Tea Party, and there would definitely be a huge battle. I heard that not only did he defeat Jian Wuzong, the latter did not even have a chance to withdraw his sword against this man's suppression. Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him before? I think he's called Mo Ling. Su Zimo did not hide the name Mo Ling. It was not difficult to obtain this information within a month. Most cultivators were at a loss when they heard that name. Only Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Back in Ethereal Peak, his junior brother and close friend, Su Zimo, assumed the name Mo Ling and stayed in the capital of Great Zhou as a weapon refinement master. Everyone had to address him as Mr. Mo. Later on, at the sect competition, Missouri Ling shocked everyone and became famous throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Of course, there were countless cultivators called Mo Ling in the world. Furthermore, apart from his green robes, there was no resemblance between this Mo Ling and Su Zimo. Xianxia did not manage to associate Mo Ling with Su Zimo. Only now that he heard the name Mo Ling, he recalled some memories. "Let's go. He won't be smug for long." That's right. Once Hang Chuyu of Sword Sect and perfected Lord Panglon of Heavenly Dipper Sect arrive, he'll be in for it. Everyone from Five Elements Sect said a few more vicious words before turning to leave. When the surrounding cultivators saw that there was no commotion, they dispersed as well. Arriving before Su Zimo, Xianxia bowed slightly and smiled. "I'm Xianxia of Elixir Yang Sect. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist." "I'm Mo Ling." Su Zimo cupped his fists as well and looked at Xianxia with a fake smile. For some reason, Xianxia felt that the way Mo Ling looked at him was a little strange and did not seem distant. "Hello, my name is Wuxia." Wuxia closed in as well and waved at Xianxia. "This is my little granduncle master. Impressive, right?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded sincerely. "Fellow Taoist, I'm impressed by your strength." Pausing for a moment, Ji Chengtian continued. However, I heard that the combat strength of Hang Chuyu and perfected Lord Panglon is not to be underestimated as well. Fellow Taoist, you have to be careful and not look down on them. Nangong Ling and the other two revealed worried expressions when they heard the names of the two experts. The three of you can head back first. Turning around, Su Zimo instructed Nangong Ling and the other two. Go settle down at your residence and don't run around. There are many people watching 100 Refinement Sect right now and it's not safe here. Little Granduncle Master, what about you? Ru Xian asked. I have something else to do. You guys can head back first. Su Zimo's tone was calm but unquestionable. Nangong Ling and the other two exchanged glances before bowing and leaving, speeding towards their residence. Since you have something important to attend to, I won't disturb you any further. Ji Chengtian cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist, if you need any help in the future, feel free to look for me at Elixir Yang Sect. I'll definitely do my best. Su Zimo smiled. What a coincidence. I have something for you right now. Huh? Ji Chengtian replied hurriedly. Please speak, fellow Taoist. Su Zimo looked around. Sweeping his gaze, Ji Chengtian saw that there were still many cultivators lingering around, watching them. He understood immediately and said, Fellow Taoist, if you don't mind, please come to my residence for a chat. All right. Su Zimo agreed without hesitation. Elixir Yang Sect's residence was not too far away, and the two of them arrived in no time. Ji Chengtian poured a cup of hot tea for Su Zimo before saying, Fellow Taoist, there's no one else here. Please speak. Brother Ji, how have you been? The muscles on Su Zimo's face twitched and his bones transformed. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to his refined, handsome appearance and smiled at Ji Chengtian. Ji Chengtian's eyes widened. At first, his eyes were filled with shock and then ecstasy. Ah! He exclaimed and took a step forward, grabbing Su Zimo's wrist excitedly. Su Zimo shook his head gently and made a shushing sound. Ji Chengtian took a deep breath hurriedly to compose himself and whispered, Zimo, it's you. It's great seeing that you are fine. Even though Ji Chengtian's voice was suppressed, he could not conceal his joy and his voice trembled slightly in his agitation. Su Zimo patted Ji Chengtian on the shoulder. I'm fine. Sorry for worrying everyone. Although we know that you shouldn't be in any danger given your capabilities, we were still worried because you went missing for 100 years. Ji Chengtian thumped Su Zimo on the chest and smiled. Now that I see that you're fine, I can finally let go of this burden. I heard about everything that happened to you guys. Killing intent flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Don't worry, Brother Ji. I'll definitely take Di Yin's life. When he heard Su Zimo mention that, Ji Chengtian seemed to recall the hunt with lingering fear. His face turned pale as he shook his head. 80 years ago, when Di Yin reappeared and came looking for us, he was already at the perfected nascent soul realm. Di Yin is way too strong. Nobody can imagine how strong he is without fighting him personally. I was completely helpless against him. At that time, I was saved by Elixir Yang Sect's experts who were thankfully nearby. I only recovered after recuperating for more than 10 years. After pondering for a moment, Ji Chengtian continued, Don't worry, little Fatty is fine as well. He was severely injured by Di Yin and entered a tomb by mistake which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Suddenly, Su Zimo frowned and murmured, Di Yin was at the perfected nascent soul realm when he reappeared 80 years ago. This means that he merely took 20 years to advance to the nascent soul realm before reaching the perfected state. Ji Chengtian nodded with a bitter smile. That man has terrifying fortune and shocking talent. Coupled with the inheritance of the human emperor, he's like a tiger with wings. He's truly a monster incarnate that hasn't appeared in 10,000 years. In a short 20 years, Di Yin had advanced from early stage to perfected nascent soul realm. This sort of cultivation speed was absolutely unimaginable. Nobody knew what sort of opportunities he had obtained. Even Su Zimo had not expected that Di Yin would be able to rise against the tides and advance to such an extent after being suppressed by him once. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of something and frowned. If Di Yin was already at perfected nascent soul realm 80 years ago, What's his cultivation now? Void Reversion Realm. Xianxia replied. I heard that he broke through to the Void Reversion Realm 50 years ago. I'm not sure what stage he's at now. Good. You have not disappointed me indeed. When Su Zimo heard that Diin was so strong, he did not feel any fear at all. Instead, his battle intent surged and his eyes shone with a torrential aura. He had killed void reversion experts before. Gazing at his old friend, Xianxia was filled with emotions. 100 years had passed. That strongest monster incarnate in history who was invincible among his peers and suppressed the foreign races had not changed. He was equally aggressive. He was equally domineering. He possessed the same arrogance. Only Su Zimo would dare to say something like that. However, I reckon that Diin won't be appearing at this 1,000 Crane Tea Party. Xianxia analyzed. Firstly, the 1,000 Crane Tea Party is a gathering of nascent soul paragons. He's already a void reversion and won't be interested. Secondly, Chaos Essence Sect will be able to settle everything for this tea party with Yi Tiancheng's presence alone. He's a monster incarnate not weaker than Diin. Thirdly, Diin doesn't know about your return either. Su Zimo's gaze was deep as he said faintly, It's all right, he'll definitely appear. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Sensing the killing intent in Su Zimo's tone, he asked softly, You're not going to hide your identity anymore? We'll let nature take its course. Su Zimo said, Many major factions will be gathered at this 1,000 Crane Tea Party that is hosted by a Dharma characteristic. There's a high chance I won't be able to hide my identity even if I want to. After sending Dao Lord Extreme Fire safely back to 100 Refinement Sect, it was no longer important whether Su Zimo hid his identity or not. Furthermore, he was already prepared for the worst, that his identity would be exposed. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, Have you heard about the rumors of Lang Rou's marriage with Yi Tiancheng? Xianxia nodded. Initially, I wasn't sure if Lang Rou was forced into this marriage. However, I'm almost certain now that Lang Rou has no choice. Earlier on, when he went to meet her, the two cultivators guarding the place did not even enter to report about it. It was clear that they had received some instructions. Otherwise, given his relationship with Lang Rou, she wouldn't have refused to meet him even once. Xianxia thought for a moment and continued, Zimo, you don't have to worry too much. There's still a competition of talismans at the 1,000 Crane Tea Party. Lang Rou will definitely appear then. Since Diin thought of such a despicable method to force me to appear, I'll do as he wishes. A shuddering killing intent emanated from Su Zimo as he said slowly, It's been 100 years. I want to see how much the paragons of Tianhuang mainland have grown. A moment later, Su Zimo retracted his killing intent and asked, By the way, where's Xiaoning? Has she been well all these years? Is she here for the 1,000 Crane Tea Party? Xianxia had a strange expression at the mention of Xiaoning. He shook his head. Ever since Xiaoning and Night Spirit headed to the North region 100 years ago, they haven't returned to the sect. However, every once in a while, Xiaoning would send a message to the sect saying that she's safe. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He missed Xiaoning the most after 100 years. To think that Xiaoning had not returned for 100 years. Thankfully, with Night Spirit by her side, she should not be in any danger. However, he did not know when they would meet again if he missed this opportunity. The two of them chatted for a long time after not seeing each other for 100 years. It was only until daybreak that Su Zimo reverted to his rough appearance and returned to his residence in 100 Refinement Sect. For the next 3 days, Su Zimo did not leave his residence. Almost all the major sects, factions, upper sects, and aristocratic families of the Middle Continent have arrived. The 6 immortal sects of the Middle Continent, Heavenly Dipper Sect, Snowdrift Valley, Chaos Essence Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Sword Sect, and Soaring Feather Sect, were all present. Perfected Lord Panglan and Hang Chuyu caused quite a stir when they arrived. Many cultivators headed over to take a look at their glorious presence. When Chaos Essence Sect's Yi Tiancheng arrived, an even greater commotion was caused. It was not only 1,000 Crane Sect, almost all the cultivators of the major sects rushed over. It was said in the cultivation world that although Yi Tiancheng had just entered the nascent soul realm and was only at early-stage nascent soul, his combat strength was so strong that he could be conferred the title of number 1 perfected lord. That was a great title. It would be unprecedented for him to be conferred as the number 1 perfected lord at early-stage nascent soul realm. Of course, when this title was first spread, there were naturally many nascent soul paragons who were indignant and challenged Yi Tiancheng, but they were all killed one after another. Since then, the voices of opposition gradually disappeared. When Yi Tiancheng arrived, even Nangong Ling and the other two could not help but run out to take a look. Only Su Zimo remained in his residence with his eyes closed, seemingly uninterested in the so-called paragons. Among the Buddhist monasteries, the 3 major monasteries of Hollow, Formless, and Wisdom monasteries had already arrived at Thousand Crane sect. Mingzhen's Depamkra temple was located in the southern region and it was far away, so they did not partake in this. There were dozens of upper sects in the middle continent and they were all present. Peach Blossom Peak, Tyrant Emperor Mountain, 5 Elements sect, Heavenly Sea God sect, Sun Moon Residence, Flying Star sect, Heavenly Net Dock, Refuge Pavilion, Black Frost sect, Unparalleled Sword sect, Great Change Academy, Traceless Temple, Black Yang Temple, Azure Cloud Monastery, 7 Luminaries Hall. On this day, the Thousand Crane Tea Party officially began. Many sects and cultivators set off one after another. Under the lead of the Thousand Crane sect cultivators, they headed towards the Mystic Courtyard where the Mystic Tea Tree was located. On the way, Dao Bing Yuding explained, "I heard that there are a total of 527 cups of Mystic Tea, and only 5 cups of supreme-grade Mystic Tea. If one was close enough, they would be able to clearly see that at the top of the Mystic Tea Tree, there were 5 sparkling green tea leaves. Each tea leaf could only be brewed into a cup of supreme-grade Mystic Tea. The Thousand Crane Tea Party is split into 2 parts." Dao Bing Yuding continued, "The first part is the fight between the 4 unorthodox groups. They are the battle of formations, talismans, elixir, and weapon refinement. The hearts of the 100 refinement sect cultivators skipped a beat. The glory of the sect hinged on the weapon refinement competition in the first part." Dao Bing Yuding said, "If nothing goes wrong, this weapon refinement competition should be ranked at the back of the 4. Junior Sister Lu, try your best to relax and perform well." "I'll do my best." Lu Hanyan nodded. Dao Bing Yuding continued, "The first part can be considered as an advantage to take care of our 4 unorthodox groups, where the final victors of each segment will be able to drink a cup of supreme-grade Mystic Tea. This is great for us." Ru Xian clapped her hands. "Sister Han Yen, if you win, you can even have a cup of supreme-grade Mystic Tea." Lu Han Yen merely smiled without saying anything. She knew very well that the chances of her winning this weapon refinement battle were less than 30%. The best-case scenario would be a tie. Dao Bing Yuding said, "There's only a cup of supreme-grade Mystic Tea left. That's the second part, the fight between paragons. The final cup of supreme-grade Mystic Tea is extremely precious, and only the number 1 perfected lord of the Middle Continent will be qualified to drink it." Nangong Ling lamented, "I wonder if it's Yi Tiancheng or perfected Lord Panglon. I feel that only those top 2 of the phenomenon ranking are qualified to compete for the 5th cup of supreme-grade Mystic Tea." "I'll bet on Yi Tiancheng," Ru Xian said before turning to ask, "Little Granduncle Master, what do you think?" Su Zimo replied indifferently, "I'm betting that neither of them will get to drink it." "Ah, why?" Ru Xian asked curiously. Su Zimo smiled and said in a seemingly casual manner, "Because I won't allow it." "Little Granduncle Master, you're bragging again." When she heard that, Ru Xian giggled as well and did not take it to heart. Right then, everyone from 100 Refinement sect entered the courtyard with the 1000 Crane sect cultivators. The moment they stepped into the Mystic Courtyard, everyone from 100 Refinement sect felt a momentary silence in the initially noisy courtyard. Most of the sects and factions in the courtyard were already in their seats. The gathering of nascent soul paragons was a spectacular sight. This was a rare cultivation event after the phenomenon ranking. At that moment, When 100 Refinement sect entered the mystic courtyard, everyone glared at them with burning gazes. 100 Refinement sect is here. I heard that a ruthless character from 100 Refinement sect defeated a few paragons consecutively and has already angered many factions. What's the use of being ruthless? Which of the paragons here isn't ruthless? Fufu, 100 Refinement sect is already nearing its end and is about to be removed from the 4 unorthodox groups. 100 Refinement sect was already in a precarious situation. They were already at the cusp of the storm the moment they appeared. The 1,000 Crane Tea Party was held once every 1,000 years. Most of the 100 Refinement sect cultivators had never experienced such a situation before. Coupled with the fact that their sect was in a precarious situation, many of them felt uneasy. Even Nangong Ling and the other two became nervous. Right now, the only person who could remain calm was Su Zimo. In that short period of time, he could already feel many sharp gazes lingering on him with cold killing intent. Su Zimo was indifferent and could not be bothered. Fellow Taoists of 100 Refinement sect, this way please. 1,000 Crane sect cultivator pointed to an area not far away and said in a deep voice. Everyone from 100 Refinement sect looked over and their expressions darkened. That was where the 4 unorthodox groups were located. However, apart from Ancient Array sect, Elixir Yang sect, and 1,000 Crane sect, there was another group of cultivators standing there. The robes of those cultivators were dark, and there was a ball of hellfire tattooed on their sleeves. Hellfire Hall. The tea party had yet to truly begin, and the seats occupied by 100 Refinement sect and Hellfire Hall were already at odds with one another. It was extremely intense. This was originally a region where the 4 unorthodox groups were stationed. Now that 5 sects had appeared, their intentions were self-evident. The loser of this weapon refinement battle would lose their rights to stay in this region. Dao Bing Yuding had a grim expression and did not say anything. Since Hellfire Hall was standing here, it was clear that they had obtained 1,000 Crane sect's approval. Even if they protested, nothing would happen. Hellfire Hall's foundation was already established. Their void reversion leader is Dao Lord Chen Feng. Behind him is Ming Han, the person who's fighting senior sister Lu. Ru Xian whispered. Su Zimo swept his gaze and noticed Ming Han immediately. The cultivator was very young and exuded a cold aura. Raising his chin slightly, he looked extremely arrogant. Before long, everyone from 100 Refinement sect assumed their seats. That should be perfected Lord Pang Lan. Nangong Ling looked in the direction of Heavenly Dipper sect and saw a nascent soul standing at the front. His long hair fluttered and his eyes were long and narrow. At that moment, he was looking at Su Zimo with a faint smile. That's Hang Choyu. Nangong Ling looked to the other side. Su Zimo looked over. He had not seen Hang Choyu for 100 years and the latter had changed quite a bit. He was now at peak late-stage nascent soul realm. Although he was sharp, his aura was restrained. It was clear that he was in an advanced realm of the Sword Dao compared to Jian Wuzong. Zephyr Thunder Palace, Snowdrift Valley. Nangong Ling and Ru Xian introduced the paragons of the Immortal and Buddhist sects to Su Zimo. Su Zimo was distracted and merely nodded occasionally as a response. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd and many cultivators shouted with shining eyes. Not far away in the skies, roughly 1,000 Chaos Essence sect cultivators sped over in a mighty manner. The most eye-catching thing was the 9 WYRMS at the front. The 9 WYRMS rode side by side, soaring through the clouds with rumbling auras. Together, they dragged a gigantic throne over slowly. The WYRM was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. It was already a great opportunity for ordinary cultivators if they could obtain one. But now, the 9 WYRMS were controlled by a single person. Look! Yi Tiancheng is here. How spectacular! As expected of the number 1 perfected lord. Seated on the throne was an extremely handsome cultivator. He was young and his eyes were closed, as though he was taking a nap. He exuded an invincible aura that swept through everything. Surrounding the throne were 9 extremely beautiful women. Some of them were playing flutes, some were tossing flower petals, and while others fanned gently with feather fans. The most frightening thing was that the 9 women followers were also at nascent soul realm. In fact, there was even a woman at perfected nascent soul realm. Even at his cultivation realm, she was still willing to be the servant of the cultivator on the throne. That was proof of how terrifying he was. Chaos Essence Sect and the top of the phenomenon ranking Yi Tianqing. His appearance attracted countless gazes. Indeed, no one could match such a grand display. Nan Gongling could not help but sigh emotionally and said in admiration, as expected of the number 1 perfected lord, no one can match up to his grandeur. When Yi Tianqing appeared, all the cultivators present, including void reversions, were shocked. Even perfected Lord Panglan, who was at the top of the phenomenon ranking 400 years ago and was said to be halfway to void reversion realm, had a grim expression. Su Zimo was the only one who did not blink the entire time. Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian were even more surprised when they saw that. It was truly hard for them to imagine that there were still cultivators who could remain calm in the face of Yi Tianqing's aura. As expected of one of the great 2 paragons of Chaos Essence Sect, their sex rise is inevitable. No wonder Thousand Crane Sect's sect master worked so hard to facilitate this marriage alliance. Yi Tianqing's potential is limitless, and he has a high chance of becoming an emperor in the future. In the blink of an eye, everyone from Chaos Essence Sect arrived in the courtyard. With a ferocious gaze, the 9 WYRMS surveyed their surroundings and let out a series of growls. Many cultivators retreated with fearful expressions. "Be quiet!" Yi Tianqing opened his eyes and said slowly. When the 9 WYRMS heard that, they quietened down instantly and sprawled on the ground obediently like 9 little snakes. "It's only been a few days since we last met. Brother Yi, you look way more amazing than before." Right then, a Hellfire Hall cultivator walked towards Yi Tianqing and cupped his fists with a smile. Nan Gongling frowned. "It's Ming Han. How does he know Yi Tianqing? Furthermore, it seems like their relationship isn't bad," Ru Xian murmured with a worried expression. If Ming Han was on good terms with Yi Tianqing, did that mean that Chaos Essence Sect would stand on the side of Hellfire Hall for this Thousand Crane Tea Party? Furthermore, they would intercede for Hellfire Hall. "Brother Ming Han, how have you been?" Yi Tianqing stood on his throne without getting up. Or rather, none of the cultivators in the mystic courtyard were worthy of him standing up to welcome them. Yi Tianqing waved his hand gently and the 9 WRMS in front of him understood. They opened up a path and allowed Ming Han to enter. Yi Tianqing sat on his throne high and mighty. Ming Han stood below. Even so, that was enough to make many cultivators envious. To be able to have a friendly relationship with Yi Tianqing and converse with him at such a close distance was already a great honor for many cultivators. The atmosphere on the side of 100 Refinement Sect was a little depressing. The closer Ming Han and Yi Tianqing were, the worse the situation for 100 Refinement Sect was. A moment later, Dao Bing Yuding turned around and consoled Lu Hanyan. "Junior Sister Lu, you don't have to worry. As long as you win the weapon refinement competition and salvage the reputation of the sect with pride, it wouldn't matter even if Ming Han is acquainted with Yi Tianqing." "Yes." Lu Hanyan nodded and pursed her lips in silence. Su Zimo sighed internally. Although Dao Bing Yuding's intention was to console her, his words clearly gave Lu Hanyan even more pressure. Right then, the doors to the inner courtyard of Mystic Courtyard opened and a group of beautiful female cultivators walked out. Their figures and appearances varied, but they were all unique in their own rights. The woman at the front wore a white dress that fluttered in the wind. She was extremely beautiful and had an indifferent expression. There was no human aura around her, and she looked like a fairy that had descended onto the mortal realm. However, her gaze was cold and she resembled an iceberg, causing many cultivators to shrink back. "Wow! Fairy Lung Ro has appeared. Truly peerless and devastatingly beautiful," the crowd gasped. Although her entrance was not grand, the commotion caused by Lung Ro's appearance was no less than Yi Tianqing. Raising his head, Su Zimo looked at the woman who was walking over slowly with a warm gaze and a sincere smile. After not seeing her for 100 years, Lung Ro had grown increasingly cold and aloof. Su Zimo was delighted to see that his old friend was fine. Although Lung Ro was in a predicament right now, he was already here and naturally wouldn't let his old friend suffer any grievances. Su Zimo looked at Lung Ro, lost in his thoughts. At the side, Ru Xian was displeased. Humph! Pouting her lips, Ru Xian glared at Su Zimo and snapped. I thought that you would be able to keep your cool. But you're the same when you see a beauty. Hey, be careful. Your saliva will flow out soon. Lu Hanyan frowned slightly, feeling surprised. In her impression, Su Zimo was not that sort of a playboy. She was a beauty herself. Back when they first met, Su Zimo had never revealed such a gaze or smile. Furthermore, if even Yi Tiancheng could not move Su Zimo, how could this fairy Lung Ro possess such charm? Lu Hanyan did not understand. Furthermore, she noticed that Su Zimo was not looking at fairy Lung Ro with infatuated or lustful eyes. Su Zimo looked at fairy Lung Ro with a clear and gentle gaze. Lu Hanyan glanced sideways at Yi Tiancheng, who was not far away. At that moment, Yi Tiancheng was also looking at Lung Ro. However, Yi Tiancheng's gaze was condescending and filled with dominance, causing Lu Hanyan to feel uncomfortable. Lung Ro, I'm here. Yi Tiancheng stood up slowly and looked at Lung Ro with a smile. He had a haughty expression as though he was waiting for Lung Ro to make a reply. Unfortunately, Lung Ro did not even look at him. The situation was awkward. The clamor of the crowd around them died down as well. A cold glint flashed through Yi Tiancheng's eyes before he chuckled with a carefree expression. Seemingly unconcerned, he sat back down. Fufu. Out of nowhere, a cultivator could not help but laugh. Yi Tiancheng's expression turned cold. A nascent soul maidservant who was initially standing beside him leaped into the crowd. Her sleeves fluttered and she thrust forward with a dagger that possessed a cold glint. The cultivator was flustered and caught off guard. He had not expected anybody to dare attack someone else in front of so many void reversions of Thousand Crane sect. Furthermore, although the nascent soul realm woman looked weak, her attack was extremely decisive and ruthless. She did not hold back at all when she stabbed the man's glabella. Cultivators who could attend the tea party were no ordinary people. Clang! Slapping his storage bag, the man drew out a long saber and slashed viciously at the incoming dagger. Clang! The saber and dagger collided. The man shuddered. Although the nascent soul realm woman was skinny, the power she released was extremely shocking. He could not hold his saber properly. All of a sudden, a cold glint flashed through the nascent soul realm woman's eyes as she changed her moves extremely quickly. With a twist of her wrist, the dagger's edge slid down along the saber and sliced off 4 of the cultivator's fingers. Ah! With a tragic cry, the person staggered in retreat with a bloodied palm. Unexpectedly, the nascent soul realm woman did not hold back at all. With a cold expression, she closed in and threw her dagger. The dagger circled around the person's neck nimbly before returning to her hand. Poof! A gigantic head fell. In his shock, the nascent soul's essence spirit left his body. However, the essence spirit did not manage to escape far before it convulsed in the cold wind. Its light dimmed rapidly and dissipated in the void, dying on the spot. The essence spirits of nascent souls were way too weak and would die before long without their bodies. The huge mystic courtyard was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Nobody expected the nascent soul to be killed on the spot because of a single laugh. Furthermore, Yi Tiancheng was not the one who attacked personally. Instead, his maidservant sliced off the person's head with 2 slashes. Normally, cultivators were forbidden from fighting to the death within Thousand Crane sect. Even if it was a fight between the paragons of the Tea Party, they would only stop when things were right and no killing was allowed. Who would have thought that Yi Tiancheng would be so domineering? Before the Thousand Crane Tea Party even began, it was already stained with blood. The courtyard was filled with a murderous aura and all the cultivators were silent. Yi Tiancheng finally opened his mouth and said lazily, Yi Qi merely wanted to teach him a lesson and had already held back. He was the one who courted death and chose to release his essence spirit. She can't be blamed for that. Yi Qi was the name of that nascent soul maidservant. To be precise, The 9 maidservants had no names but numbers, from Yi to Yijiu. When the void reversions of Thousand Crane sect heard that explanation, they frowned but did not say anything, acknowledging his reason in silence. The hearts of the cultivators turned cold. Yi Tianqing's words were completely unreasonable. By beheading a nascent soul's head, Yi Qi destroyed the nascent soul's physical body. Once his head was severed, his blood qi would dry up before long. Even if that person's essence spirit did not leave his body and resided within his withered head, it would not be able to hold out for long and would still die. Yi Qi's attack was no different from killing that person. Everyone understood that logic. However, the void reversions of Thousand Crane sect acknowledged it. This incident was also proof of Thousand Crane sect's attitude towards Yi Tianqing. Tisk, TSK. The number 1 of the phenomenon ranking sure is impressive. Right then, another mocking laughter sounded from the courtyard. The crowd was shocked. Earlier on, someone was killed on the spot by Yi Tianqing's maidservant just because he laughed. Even Thousand Crane sect did not step in and acknowledged the act in silence. To think that someone would dare to speak at this moment. Furthermore, this time round, he was openly mocking Yi Tianqing and challenging the latter's authority. Many cultivators realized that someone was about to die. When he heard that voice, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but smile. To think that he would be here as well. Ji Chengtian looked around in shock and joy. Initially, Lung Ro had a cold expression. However, when she heard that voice, her expression changed slightly and her cold eyes flashed with warmth. Yi Tianqing narrowed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Initially, the 9 maidservants beside him frowned and scanned the crowd. However, they were hesitant and did not move for a long time. When that voice sounded earlier on, it was erratic and difficult to determine its direction. None of them could be certain where it came from. Fufu, what are you squinting at? Look at that silly look of yours. The mocking voice sounded once again. This time round, the provocation was even stronger and it was a personal attack. Even an ordinary person would not be able to take such a provocation, not to mention Yi Tianqing, who was the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking and lauded as the number 1 perfected lord. Swoosh! Yi Tianqing stood up with a murderous aura. His glabella shone, and he released his massive spirit consciousness, enveloping the entire courtyard. A moment later, he did not move still and had a grim expression. He did not discover anything. After his spirit consciousness descended, the voice seemed to have vanished into thin air and was hidden as well. Even the void reversions present could not find the person who spoke, let alone Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing took a deep breath and retracted his spirit consciousness slowly with a dark gaze before returning to his seat. Aya, that scared me. Yi Tianqing had just retracted his spirit consciousness and his butt had yet to even touch his seat when the mocking voice sounded once more. It's not that I want to say this, but Chaos Essence Sect is really arrogant. You can't take it when someone laughs. Now that you can't find me, are you going to explode from anger? Su Zimo snickered internally. To think that little fatty would be even more mischievous after 100 years. Furthermore, it had to be said that Little Fatty's concealment technique was extremely brilliant. Even Su Zimo could only vaguely determine Little Fatty's location with his 6 powerful senses. Little Fatty kept moving through the crowd. However, his body seemed to be covered with a treasure that concealed his aura that no one could discover. Furthermore, he moved very slowly and carefully. Who is this coward that is hiding in the darkness? Yi Tianqing's expression darkened as he said slowly, "Show yourself if you dare." "No, I don't dare to. I'm timid," Little Fatty replied. "You kill people at the drop of a hat and Thousand Crane sect doesn't care. Who wouldn't be afraid?" Not only was he mocking Yi Tianqing for killing the innocent, he was also mocking Thousand Crane sect. Many void reversions of Thousand Crane sect turned scarlet. Yi Tianqing closed his eyes and suddenly shut his mouth, as though he had given up on searching. After a while, Little Fatty asked again, "What are you doing there? Are you asleep?" All of a sudden, Yi Tianqing opened his eyes and killing intent burst forth. In a flash, he leaped into the crowd and hollered coldly, "Get the hell out! The cultivators dispersed in shock. There was only a black-robed figure standing on the spot, seemingly scared out of his wits. Boom! Xianxia's fist landed heavily on that person's chest. The person's clothes were torn and he was sent flying. His chest was pierced but strangely, no blood flowed out. Bang! The person fell to the ground and rolled a few times before stopping. Everyone focused their attention. It was not a person at all, but a puppet made from superior-grade black iron. The puppet was sprawled on the ground with its back facing everyone. There were a few words written on its back. "The one who hit me is an idiot. Ha 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 ha." This time round, the cultivators could no longer hold it in and burst into laughter. Su Zimo laughed as well. It turned out that little fatty was not the only one. There was also the foolish Shijian who joined Puppet Sect. They were all here. When she saw that, Lung Ro pursed her lips emotionally. When her old friends heard about her marriage with Yi Tiancheng, they knew that it might be a trap, but they still rushed over without hesitation. It was the case for Ji Chengtian. It was the same for little fatty and Shijian. Lung Ro was not a sentimental person to begin with. However, at that moment, she felt her nose sting and her eyes reddened. Yi Tiancheng's expression turned extremely grim. In fact, he even had a thought to kill all the cultivators laughing at that instant. However, he knew that it was unrealistic. Even though he was the top of the phenomenon ranking and #1 perfected lord, even he could not do that. Stop fooling around. Right then, a soft shout sounded from afar. 3 graceful figures appeared in the air with powerful auras and an unrestrained might. 3 Dharma-characteristic Tao lords. Although the 3 female cultivators looked like they were in their middle ages, they were still beautiful and exuded a mature aura that no young girl could possess. The female cultivator in the lead was the sect master of Thousand Crane Sect, Tao Lord Lan Yu. The 2 beside her were elders of Thousand Crane Sect. Tao Lord Lan Yu swept her gaze across the crowd and said indifferently, "If the 2 of you are here for the Thousand Crane Tea Party, Thousand Crane Sect will naturally welcome you. However, if you are here to cause trouble, don't blame me for chasing you out." No matter how brilliant little Fatty and Shijian were, they could not hide from the spirit consciousness detection of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Little Fatty and Shijian sneaked over to the side of Thousand Crane Sect before revealing themselves. The 2 of them made faces at Yi Tiancheng. At that moment, Thousand Crane Sect's sect master was present. No matter how strong Yi Tiancheng was, he would not dare to start a massacre right in front of Thousand Crane Sect's sect master. Pretty sister sect master, please don't chase us out." Little Fatty greeted Tao Lord Lan Yu with a grin. Although Tao Lord Lan Yu was expressionless, she was delighted when he addressed her as pretty sister sect master. Although she looked like she was only middle-aged, she had already lived for thousands of years. How could she not be happy when she heard a 100-year-old child call her a pretty sister? Little Fatty said, "Pretty sister sect master, Yi Tiancheng even dared to kill someone in your territory. If you chase us out, he'll definitely kill us. A smiling person will not be the target of attacks." Furthermore, Little Fatty had a sweet tongue. Moreover, Little Fatty and Shijian were also the successors of Tomb Sect and Puppet Sect. Perfected Lord Lan Yu naturally had her reservations. She said, "It's good that you guys know the situation. Given your reputations, you're qualified to drink a cup of mystical tea." Pausing for a moment, Perfected Lord Lan Yu looked at the 2 of them warningly and said word by word, "Remember, don't cause trouble for me." Shijian was still in a foolish daze and stood squarely in silence. Little Fatty chuckled and let it pass. With a smile, Lung Ro beckoned to the 2 of them. "Come over here. Call Brother Ji." "Ha-ha. That's what I was waiting for." Ji Chengtian burst into laughter and walked out of the crowd. 100 years later, the 4 of them finally reunited. To be precise, it was the 5 of them. Su Zimo sat on the side of 100 Refinement Sect and did not make a move, nor did he remind Lung Ro and the others. Spirit consciousness transmissions would cause spirit consciousness fluctuations. At that moment, if he were to send a voice transmission, it would definitely attract the attention of others, and there was no need for that. "So, it's you 2. Yi Tianqing had already returned to his throne and said with a sinister smile, "Good, very good. Let's see how long you two can hide in Thousand Cranes sect." "Pretty sister sect master, look," little fatty complained immediately. "How dare he raise his voice in front of you? He's really looking down on you." When he heard that, Yi Tianqing was so angry that he wanted to rush into the crowd and tear little fatty into pieces. "That's enough." Dao Lord Lan Yu waved it off and ignored little fatty, declaring loudly, "Everyone, welcome to Thousand Crane sect as guests for this tea party. The tea party is mainly divided into two parts. I'm sure everyone already knows about it, so I won't elaborate any further. First, it will be a formation battle. Second, the competition for elixir refinement. Third, the competition for talismans. Fourth, the most important thing for this tea session is the weapon refinement fight between 100 Refinement Sect and Hellfire Palace. It was as everyone had expected. Thousand Crane Sect had arranged for the highly anticipated weapon refinement battle to be held at the end. Su Zimo glanced at Ming Han of Hellfire Hall and Lu Hanyen before shaking his head slightly. They were clearly in different mental states. Ming Han and Yi Tianqing chatted merrily with relaxed expressions. Lu Hanyen, on the other hand, lowered her head slightly and clenched her fists in silence. Su Zimo could tell that Lu Hanyen was under immense pressure and was starting to get nervous. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He was a weapon refinement master and could refine spirit weapons. But right now, both parties were competing on the refinement of dermic weapons. The difference between spirit and dermic weapons was just a single word, but the difference between them was worlds apart. Although Dao Lord Extremefire had already imparted many techniques and secret skills of weapon refinement to Su Zimo, he had never tried them. There was no such thing as an epiphany for weapon refinement. It required countless attempts and tempering. He had to put in a lot of effort in that regard. It had only been 3 months since Dao Lord Extremefire imparted these things to him, and he had no time to practice them. The tea party had already begun. The first match was a battle of formations. The rules were simple. Ancient Array Sect would send out a cultivator. As for the other sects and factions, including the Immortal and Buddhist sects, upper sects, aristocratic families, and even itinerant cultivators, as long as there was an formation master who could defeat this cultivator from the Ancient Array Sect, it would be considered as a victory. If no one could defeat the Ancient Array Sect cultivator, it would be Ancient Array Sect's victory. Although the rules were simple, it revealed the sect's confidence and foundation as one of the 4 unorthodox groups. Disciples of the Ancient Formation Sect would be able to take on all challenges pertaining to formations. The final victor would be personally conferred the title of Great Master by Dao Lord Lan Yu. For example, the final victor of the formation battle would become a Great Formation Master. The final victor of the Elixir Refinement competition would become a Great Elixir Refinement Master. A total of 4 Great Masters would be decided for the 4 battles. All of them would be eligible for a cup of Supreme Grade Mystic Tea. Array formations were deduced from a gigantic sand table and could be set up once a cultivator's spirit consciousness entered. Su Zimo had studied formations before as well. In fact, he had not abandoned it all these years. That was because for every deeper level of the Illumination Sword formation, not only would the number of flying swords required increase, he would also have to comprehend the profoundness of the formation. Only, Su Zimo's Illumination Sword formation was stuck at level 3 and could no longer advance. However, he had long comprehended the level 4 formation. It was just that he did not have any dermic swords compatible for it. Level 4 Illumination Sword formation required 36 dermic swords. Furthermore, if he wanted to set up the formation successfully, the weight, length, and shape of the 36 dermic swords had to be similar. Su Zimo did not know how to refine dermic weapons. It was absolutely impossible for him to gather 36 similar dermic swords. Therefore, his Illumination Sword formation was already set aside after he entered Nascent Soul Realm. The further the sword formation progressed, the more flying swords were required. At level 9, a total of 81 flying swords were required. Although the might of the Illumination Sword formation was shocking, it had not been passed down. Even among Ancient Array Sect cultivators, not many would be able to recognize it. That was one of the reasons. Since he had nothing to do, Su Zimo went to the sand table to watch the formation battle. About 4 hours later, the result was out. In the end, Perfected Lord Yen Bai of Ancient Array Sect 1. Perfected Lord Yen Bai laid down a massive formation and trapped more than 100 formation masters in succession. None of them managed to escape. It was a dazzling achievement. Grant the tea. Dao Lord Lan Yu smiled and waved her hand gently. A tender green tea leaf at the top of the mystic tea tree floated down and landed in the teacup. The elder beside her retrieved fresh spring water and boiled it with dermic powers, turning it into a ball of water that rolled into the teacup. Xing. The fragrance of tea spread rapidly, making one feel relaxed. Given that effect just by smelling the fragrance of the tea from afar, one could tell how precious the supreme-grade mystic tea was. The Thousand Crane sect elder brewed the tea personally and sent it over. Perfected Lord Yen Bai was overwhelmed by the favor and received the supreme-grade mystic tea. He looked at the jade green tea and gulped it down with complete disregard of its heat. The moment the tea entered his stomach, Perfected Lord Yen Bai shuddered and sat down cross-legged. Closing his eyes, he started cultivating and meditating instantly. Ancient Array sect cultivators hurried over and huddled around to protect him from being disturbed. After that was the competition for elixir refinement. All the elixir refinement masters in the Middle Continent could take part in the challenge. An elixir Yang sect cultivator would be the one to welcome the challenges. The elixir refinement master that Elixir Yang sect sent out was none other than Tang Yu, who liked to dress up as a man and had crossed paths with Su Zimo's group in the ancient battlefield. It was thanks to Tang Yu's recommendation that Xiaoning and Ji Chengtian were able to join Elixir Yang sect back then. After so many years, Tang Yu was still the same as before. Dressed as a pale-faced scholar, she looked like a handsome young master from afar. Su Zimo could not help but think of Xiaoning. If Xiaoning was still around, she would have a chance to fight for the title of a great elixir refinement master, given her attainments in elixir refinement. Su Zimo told himself quietly the duration of the elixir refinement competition was shorter, and the outcome was determined within 2 hours. As expected, Tang Yu had obtained the title of Great Elixir Refinement Master. Grant the tea. Without hesitation, Dao Lord Lan Yu plucked another leaf from the tip of the illumination tea tree. The Thousand Crane sect elder brewed the supreme-grade mystic tea and sent it over. In the blink of an eye, the third round, the talisman battle, was about to begin. This time round, Thousand Crane sect was the host and naturally could not afford to lose. The cultivator they sent was Leng Ro. Go on. Given your strength and talent, it should be easy for you to win the title of a great talisman master. Dao Lord Lan Yu looked at Leng Ro and nodded with a smile, pleased with her disciple. Clenching her fists slightly, Leng Ro swept her gaze across Ji Chengtian, Little Fatty and Shijian. When she saw their encouraging gazes, she finally made up her mind. Master! Leng Ro arrived before Dao Lord Lan Yu and knelt down. Dao Lord Lan Yu frowned slightly. What's wrong? Get up and speak. Master, if I can obtain the title of a great talisman master, I don't need anything. I only have one request and I hope you can agree to it. Still kneeling on the ground, Leng Ro said slowly with a resolute gaze. Perfected Lord Lan Yu seemed to have realized something and her expression darkened. After hesitating for a long time, she said, Tell me, I'm not willing to become Dao companions with Yi Tiancheng. Leng Ro said that statement word by word with a resounding conviction. The moment she said that, the crowd fell into an uproar. I'm not willing. No one could imagine how much pressure Leng Ro had to endure or how difficult it was for her to say those words in front of countless paragons of various sects and factions. That short statement was even more powerful than a hysterical shout. She was fighting against authority. She was defying her master's orders. Dao Lord Lan Yu's expression turned terrible as she glared at Leng Ro silently with suppressed rage. That silence was even scarier than a stern rebuke. Nobody knew what would happen next. By going against a sect master during such an important event, Leng Ro was not only going against Thousand Crane sect, but also Dao Lord Lan Yu's personal dignity. It was also possible for Dao Lord Lan Yu to cripple Leng Ro and disavow her as a disciple in a fit of anger. On the other side, Yi Tianqing narrowed his eyes and glared at Leng Ro's back view with a dark expression. Now that Leng Ro rejected the marriage proposal right in front of him, he was thoroughly embarrassed. At that moment, countless cultivators were gloating internally in secret and wanted to make a joke out of him. Silence filled the mystic courtyard. Even the sound of wind vanished. The air seemed to have frozen. Right in front of Dao Lord Lan Yu's gaze, Leng Ro knelt on the ground and gritted her teeth. Enduring the immense pressure, she raised her head and looked into Dao Lord Lan Yu's eyes. Under that pressure, even her petite body trembled slightly. After a long time, Dao Lord Lan Yu spoke slowly and expressionlessly. "Take back what you said earlier on. I'll pretend that I didn't hear it." The immense pressure almost destroyed Leng Ro. Ji Qingtian stood out. Little Fatty and Shi Jian stood out as well. The three of them arrived beside Leng Ro silently and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. As though she had received immense encouragement, Leng Ro took a deep breath and looked at Dao Lord Lan Yu, saying word by word, "I'm not willing." She refused to back down. Bloody hell! Enraged, Dao Lord Lan Yu slammed the table and stood up. The thunderous wrath of the Dharma characteristic Dao Lord was not only felt by Leng Ro, who was kneeling on the ground, but bystanders as well. Su Zimo remained silent and watched coldly from the sidelines. This was Thousand Crane sect, and there were 3 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords present. He did not dare to attack directly and start a massacre. Otherwise, not only would he die here, he would also implicate Leng Ro and the others. "Please don't be angry, sect master." Roer might have been confused for a moment. An elder standing beside Dao Lord Lan Yu said softly. She looked at Leng Ro and shook her head, indicating for the latter to not go against the sect master. Dao Lord Lan Yu looked at Leng Ro and recalled the interactions she had with her disciple over the years. Gradually, her gaze softened. No matter what, Leng Ro was her proudest disciple. Dao Lord Lan Yu took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Leng Ro, I know that you're unwilling, but you have to know that I'm doing this for your own good." When he heard that, Little Fatty did not have much of an expression on his face. However, he sneered internally. "For her own good? Fufu, at the end of the day, it's only for yourself and the sect. I've lived for thousands of years and I've been in the same situation before. What don't I know?" Dao Lord Lan Yu continued. "Although you don't have much feelings towards Yi Tianqing now, as long as you two become Dao companions and stay together by one another for a long time, feelings will definitely blossom. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. It's not easy to find a Dao companion that you can spend the rest of your life with. You must cherish the opportunity before you." Little Fatty coughed gently. "Pretty sister sect master, that's not right. If they don't have feelings for each other, how are they going to stay together by one another?" He continued with a chuckle. "Pretty sister sect master, I'm going to say something that I hope you don't blame me for. Will you be willing to stay by my side right now? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink." Shi Jian finally blurted out after holding it in for a long time. "Ha ha!" Many cultivators in the crowd could not help but burst into laughter. Ru Xian could not stop giggling as well. "Those two are so interesting." "Insolent." Dao Lord Lan Yu glared at Little Fatty and did not bother with him. She then said to Leng Ro, "I know that you might have heard some rumors about a marriage alliance with Yi Tianqing or a scheme to lure someone out. However, let me tell you, those are rumors and malicious slander." "Not necessarily," Little Fatty muttered. "There's no smoke without fire. Yi Tianqing is ruthless and can do anything." Dao Lord Lan Yu's gaze shifted and her expression darkened. She glared at the 3 of them and said coldly, "I warned you guys not to cause trouble. If you dare to say anything more, don't blame me for being merciless and kicking you guys out of Thousand Crane sect." Killing intent flashed through Yi Tianqing's eyes. With Dao Lord Lan Yu around, it wasn't appropriate for him to kill the 3 of them. However, he would have no qualms the moment the 3 of them were tossed out of Thousand Crane sect. At that thought, Yi Tianqing stood up and declared, "Senior Lan Yu, the 3 of them clearly have ill intentions and want to cause trouble. I'm sure no one has any objections to kicking them out of the Thousand Crane Tea Party. Yi Tiancheng could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart. His reputation had been damaged repeatedly after coming to the Thousand Crane Tea Party, and he was already fuming. As long as Little Fatty and the other two left Thousand Crane sect, he would find an excuse to leave the mystic courtyard momentarily and hunt them down personally. Pretty sister sect master, look, Yi Tiancheng can't wait to make a move on us. I can guarantee that Yi Tiancheng will definitely chase after us the moment we leave this place. Little Fatty was smart enough to read Yi Tiancheng's mind. Dao Lord Lan Yu frowned slightly. She also understood that chasing the three of them out of Thousand Crane sect was no different from killing them. However, the three of them gave her a headache. At that moment, Yi Tiancheng's gaze was dark as he glared at Lung Ro's back view with resentment. Lung Ro's rejection of the marriage proposal was a huge slap to his face. Yi Tiancheng had never suffered such humiliation. Initially, he only intended to marry Lung Ro and make her his maidservant. But now, Yi Tiancheng has changed his mind. He wanted to marry Lung Ro and torture her ruthlessly, making her suffer so much that she wanted to die and be a slave for life. At that thought, Yi Tiancheng suddenly laughed and declared, "Junior sister Lung Ro, don't listen to the rumors. My sincerity towards you can be verified by heaven and earth." Upon hearing that, Dao Lord Lan Yu was extremely pleased and nodded with a smile. Yi Tiancheng continued, "I have some ties with Ming Han of Hellfire Hall, and he has already promised me that if he manages to refine a Khanate perfected Lord Dermic weapon in this weapon refinement battle, he will give it to me. As for this Khanate Dermic weapon, I'll give it to you in hopes of expressing my sincerity. Of course, this is just a small greeting gift." The crowd was in an uproar. A gift of a Khanate Dermic weapon was a shocking extravagance. Most of the female cultivators present revealed looks of envy. Yi Tiancheng was an unprecedented paragon who was handsome and elegant with unlimited potential in the future to begin with. Now that he was gifting a Khanate Dermic weapon as a greeting gift, who could reject him? Dao Lord Lan Yu looked at Yi Tiancheng and nodded in satisfaction before turning to Lung Ro to persuade her. "You heard it as well. Yi Tiancheng is a decent child and he's truly sincere towards you. He's even giving away a Khanate Dermic weapon just like that." Phoo! Right then, another sneer sounded from the crowd, filled with mockery. Who was the person laughing? The cultivators were shocked. Dao Lord Lan Yu had just finished speaking and someone actually dared to laugh in such a manner. This was a challenge to the dignity of a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord and the master of a sect. All the cultivators turned towards 100 Refinement sect. At that moment, Nangong Ling and the other two were so scared that their hearts were about to jump out. "What is little granduncle master doing?" Nangong Ling and the other two could naturally tell that the mocking laughter earlier on came from Su Zimo, who was sitting beside them. "Little granduncle master, this is a matter of Thousand Crane sect. You're not going to stand out, are you?" Ru Xian hurriedly sent a voice transmission to remind Su Zimo. Nangong Ling was also scared out of his wits as he sent a voice transmission. "Little granduncle master, don't be rash. Fairy Lung Ro is indeed devastatingly beautiful. But you have to sober up and not be so reckless." All three of them could tell that no one would be able to help Lung Ro if Dao Lord Lan Yu did not relent. Furthermore, there was a top of the phenomenon ranking and #1 perfected lord watching by the side. Anybody that stood out now would not only be offending the sect master of Thousand Crane sect, but also Yi Tiancheng. Who would be able to withstand that? Right then, Dao Lord Lan Yu looked over. Nangong Ling and the other two felt their hearts skip a beat and hurriedly retracted their spirit consciousnesses, not daring to send any more voice transmissions. The three of them looked at Su Zimo nervously and shook their heads repeatedly. Su Zimo had a calm expression and merely smiled at the three of them. However, he had no intention of retreating. Even against Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, he had to step forward. That was because Lung Ro, Little Fatty, and the others could no longer withstand the double pressure from a sect master and Yi Tiancheng. He was the only one who could shoulder this. "What are you laughing at?" Dao Lord Lan Yu asked slowly. Behind her calm voice was a volcano that was about to erupt. Against the might of a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord, Su Zimo smiled with a composed expression. Everyone knows that even the top weapon refinement masters can't guarantee that they can refine connate dermic weapons. Someone made an empty promise to something that is uncertain. What a good plan. The cultivators gradually came to their senses when they heard that. It was unknown whether Minghan could refine a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon. In other words, the promise that Yi Tiancheng made earlier on was most likely nothing more than a fleeting dream. Little Fatty slapped his forehead and said in realization, "Sister Leng Ro, that lad Yi Tiancheng is up to no good. He's way too scheming. If that's the case, I can do it too." Naturally, Little Fatty wanted nothing more than to see the world in chaos. He surveyed his surroundings and declared loudly, "It's time for a blind date. Anyone who wants to be my Dao companion will be given a connate dermic treasure as a greeting gift when I discover any grand tombs in the future." Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Little Fatty was even more ridiculous. He had even promised a dermic treasure that only a Mahayana patriarch could use. Furthermore, it was a connate dharma treasure. Yi Tiancheng's gaze was dark. Although he was still smiling, his heart was filled with killing intent. His gaze swept past Su Zimo. Just because of that question, Su Zimo was now someone he had to kill. Sensing the suspicious gazes around him, Yi Tiancheng pretended to be carefree and laughed. "Don't worry, Leng Ro. If Minghan can't refine a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon, I'll definitely find one for you in the future and give it to you. You have my word on that. All right?" Dao Lord Lan Yu nodded. "I'm relieved that you made that promise." The doubtful gazes and voices gradually faded. Given Yi Tiancheng's reputation, status, and position, I believe that he won't go back on his word on a promise like that. Perfected Lord Lan Yu surveyed her surroundings and rested her gaze on Su Zimo for a moment before saying slowly, "If anyone has any more doubts, it will just be their pettiness at work." Her tone was heavy and it was clear that she was warning Su Zimo. As though he could not tell, Su Zimo chuckled and asked indifferently, "Since you want to give a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon, why wait till the future? Yi Tiancheng, given your reputation, status, and position, it can't be possible that you don't even have a single connate perfected Lord dermic weapon in your possession. Right?" Everyone was secretly impressed. That statement was no less than a divine weapon, and it was almost as though perfected Lord Lan Yu's words were returned to Yi Tiancheng. Furthermore, it sealed his escape route. Everyone knew that Yi Tiancheng was the number one of the phenomenon ranking and was known as the number one perfected lord. With a behemoth like Chaos Essence sect backing him, there was no way he did not have a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon. However, possessing one was one thing. Giving it away was another. There were many paragons present. Which of them would be willing to give away a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon if they had one right now? Yi Tiancheng could no longer pretend as his expression darkened. Su Zimo smiled and asked again, "Why? You can't bear to?" It was a simple question, but Yi Tiancheng felt so terrible that he wanted to vomit blood. He could not answer. If he said he was willing, he would have to take it out right now. If he said that he could not bear to part with it, where would his sincerity be then? That promise earlier would become nothing but a joke as well. Yi Tiancheng stood up slowly and no longer hid the killing intent in his heart. He released a tremendous might and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Everyone could tell that Yi Tiancheng was losing control. In truth, it was not just Yi Tiancheng. Even Dao Lord Lan Yu was feeling restless. Right now, she really wanted to chase that green-robed cultivator of 100 refinement sect out. However, to her dismay, the green-robed cultivator did not do anything out of line the entire time, and she could not find a reason for it. Su Zimo ignored Yi Tiancheng's threat and turned to look at Dao Lord Lan Yu. "Let's take a step back. Even if he can take out a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon, what does it prove? Can it prove that he's true towards Leng Ro? Or can it prove that he's honest and has no ulterior motives?" Perfected Lord Lan Yu said slowly. "At the very least, it can prove Yi Tiancheng's sincerity and prove that he's qualified and worthy of my disciple." Ha ha! Su Zimo burst into laughter and slapped his storage bag. Retrieving a cold, long sword, buzz. The sword quivered and released 6 bedazzling lights with a domineering sword chi. 6 dermic patterns. A Khanate perfected Lord dermic weapon. How rare are Khanate perfected Lord dermic weapons? Su Zimo placed the sword on the tea table beside him casually and said with indifference, I can give this sword to Lung Ro right now. Will it prove my sincerity and prove that I'm qualified? The crowd was in an uproar and everyone was excited, waiting to watch the show. What was going on? Someone was fighting for the marriage with Yi Tianqing? Furthermore, this action was a merciless slap to Yi Tianqing's face. The situation was getting more complicated. Even though little Fatty did not know who that green-robed cultivator was, he was grinning from ear to ear as he remarked hurriedly, Man bro, you're way too sincere. Some people haven't even shown a single thing despite their claims the entire time. Unlike you, you're truly straightforward. I'm definitely going to befriend you. Little Fatty gave Su Zimo a thumbs up and did not forget to mock Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing stood at the side, his face alternating between shades of green and purple as his lungs nearly exploded from anger. Who is that? How heroic! Could this person be a lover of Fairy Leng Ro and is chasing after her? He's from 100 Refinement Sect? Why haven't I seen him before? Most of the cultivators present had never seen Su Zimo before. Even if they had heard of the name Mo Ling, they could not match it to him. While many cultivators were discussing, not many noticed that the cultivators from Sword Sect were glaring at Su Zimo fiercely. Their gazes were sharper than sword chi, as though they wanted to devour him alive. A sword cultivator at the front glared at the long sword beside Su Zimo and gritted his teeth with a menacing expression. The veins on his neck were popping out. That sword cultivator was none other than the third on the phenomenon ranking, Jian Wuzong. If not for someone pulling him from the side, he would have already rushed over. It turned out that the sword that Su Zimo threw out was the startling dermic sword that he snatched from Jian Wuzong in Wind Cloud City. But now he was giving it to Lung Ro. Su Zimo was not a sword cultivator to begin with. Furthermore, he had obtained the startling dermic sword casually. He truly did not care to give it away. Little Granduncle Master, you're truly one of a kind, Nangong Ling lamented internally. He clutched his forehead while Lu Hanyen turned her head, not daring to meet the gazes of the Sword Sect cultivators. At that moment, they wanted nothing more than to drag Su Zimo back to the sect. The current situation was chaotic enough. By standing up for Lung Ro, Su Zimo had already offended Dao Lord Lan Yu and Yi Tianqing. Now he even offended the Sword Sect as well. Nangong Ling was on the brink of tears and prayed in his heart. Little Granduncle Master, please hold back. Forget the fact that you snatched his sword. You're even giving away the snatched Khanate dermic weapon now. The mixture of new and old grudges, Nangong Ling could feel that the crowd from Sword Sect were at the end of their limits and wanted to charge over at any moment. Ru Xian remained silent at the side, feeling a little disappointed. If only little Granduncle Master was as nice to me, Ru Xian chanted internally. Something's not right. Why are the eyes of everyone from Sword Sect red? Why do they look like they've been wronged? That sword looks familiar. Startling dermic sword. Isn't that the startling dermic sword of Jian Wuzong? How did it end up in his hands? Don't you know? The startling dermic sword was snatched away by someone. I heard that it's a nascent soul of 100 Refinement Sect called Mo Ling. Ah, it's him. He's the one who made a name for himself in Wind Cloud City and crippled Changpeng. Before long, an even louder commotion broke out in the crowd. Perfected Lord Panglan of Heavenly Dipper Sect crossed his arms and looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile. He was the number one of the phenomenon ranking 400 years ago. He was older and more mature than most nascent souls present. In his opinion, Mo Ling would die without a burial ground in this situation even before he had to do anything. Many cultivators were making a ruckus and their voices were chaotic. Little Fatty and the others only heard scattered pieces of information about some guy named Mo Ling and a sword cultivator. They were not bothered either. Only Ji Chengtian knew what was going on. However, under the watchful gaze of Dao Lord Lan Yu, He did not dare to use his spirit consciousness to do stealthy acts such as sending a voice transmission. That's enough. Dao Lord Lan Yu took a deep breath and a massive pressure descended on the mystic courtyard before the discussions gradually died down. What's your name? Dao Lord Lan Yu turned around and asked Su Zimo in a deep voice. Standing up, Su Zimo smiled and cupped his fists. I'm Mo Ling, a weapon refinement master. Lung Ro and Little Fatty's hearts skipped a beat when they heard that name. Even Shi Jian was momentarily stunned. Initially, Lung Ro knelt on the ground motionlessly. When she heard that name, she turned around for the first time and looked at Su Zimo curiously, sizing him up. Compared to Little Fatty and the others, as a woman, Lung Ro was more meticulous in her thoughts. She could sense that Su Zimo's words earlier on seemed to be implying something. Under normal circumstances, as a disciple of 100 Refinement sect, there was no need for Mo Ling to mention that he was a weapon refinement master. Was this person trying to remind her of something by saying that he was a weapon refinement master? Could it be? Lung Ro thought of a possibility and her heart thumped wildly. She could barely suppress her emotions. Dao Lord Lan Yu smirked in disdain. Oh? Mo Ling, that's an unfamiliar name. Is it on the phenomenon ranking? Why haven't I heard of it before? Although Dao Lord Lan Yu seemed like she was asking, she was implying that Mo Ling was a nobody. It's fine, Su Zimo grinned. You'll remember me after today. Lung Ro is my proudest disciple and is about to be conferred the title of a great talisman master. Dao Lord Lan Yu sneered. Although you're able to give a connate perfected Lord Dermic weapon, you're a nobody. Bluntly put, you're not worthy of Lung Ro at all. Ha! Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and asked, So Yi Tiancheng is worthy? Fufu. Dao Lord Lan Yu sneered once more. Who is Yi Tiancheng? How can you compare to the top of the phenomenon ranking and the number 1 perfected lord? Frog in the well. What a joke. A cultivator who hasn't even made it onto the phenomenon ranking wants to snatch senior brother Ye's marriage with a mere connate perfected Lord Dermic weapon. This is the light of a firefly trying to compete against the bright moon. Many Chaos Essence sect cultivators laughed. Even though Mo Ling had made a name for himself in Wind Cloud City, his reputation was far inferior compared to Yi Tiancheng. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. Number 1 perfected lord? Su Zimo asked indifferently, who gave him that title? Ever since Master entered the nascent soul realm, he has fought countless battles and has never been defeated. There's no doubt that he's the number 1 perfected lord. A maidservant behind Yi Tiancheng stood out and sneered. Oh, Su Zimo smiled. So, it's that simple to be conferred the title of number 1 perfected lord. What a coincidence. Ever since I entered the nascent soul realm, I've fought countless battles and have never been defeated as well. Does that mean that I'm also a number 1 perfected lord? You? The maidservant was speechless. The next moment, Su Zimo looked at Yi Tiancheng and said something that shocked the entire courtyard. Have you asked me before calling yourself the number 1 perfected lord? Pest! The cultivators were moved. That simple statement was filled with a domineering aura that made one shudder. It was absolutely overbearing. They were completely at odds. Nobody expected that someone would dare to challenge Yi Tiancheng head-on, even before the second part of the 1,000 Crane Tea Party was held. For a moment, all the cultivators even had a brief notion that Yi Tiancheng was inferior to Mo Ling. Perfected Lord Pang Lan smiled with a playful look in his eyes. Don't go over. Hang Chuyu sent a voice transmission to Jian Wuzong. This Mo Ling is very strong. Even if you have a sword in your hands, you won't be a match for him. Lung Ro's eyes shone brightly. They were way too similar. In her eyes, Mo Ling seemed to have fused with the person in her memories. Lung Ro believed in it. That was the only person who could possess such an unparalleled aura as well. Fellow Taoist, where are you from? Lung Ro looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and tried her best to suppress her excitement as she asked softly. North region. Su Zimo turned around and smiled at Lung Ro. When she heard that, Lung Ro no longer had any doubts. If his name and title as a weapon refinement master and even his background from the North region were coincidences, there was one thing that could not be a coincidence. The person before them had stood up for them at their most helpless moment and bore all the pressure for them. This was the sort of boldness possessed only by that person. Little Fatty turned to Ji Chengtian excitedly as well. Ji Chengtian nodded subtly. Shi Jian was the only one who did not fully understand. He scratched his head as though he was conflicted about something. Leng Ro smiled. It was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Many cultivators were mesmerized by the smile on Leng Ro's face. Leng Ro had an indifferent personality and was cold as ice. Ever since she appeared, she had never spoken to anyone else, let alone revealed such a smile. If Leng Ro was said to be like a cold mountain that was devoid of human emotions, that smile was like a snow lotus blooming on the ice mountain. It was crystal clear and untainted, stunning everyone. To think that Fairy Leng Ro would smile at him. Heavens, my goddess! Was Fairy Leng Ro moved instantly by a single connate perfected Lord Dermic weapon? I don't believe it. Fairy Leng Ro must be making use of that person. That person is already on the brink of death and he doesn't even know it. Fufu. Yi Tianqing looked at the smile on Leng Ro's face with hatred and jealousy in his eyes. The killing intent in his heart had almost reached its peak. I'm going to make that woman suffer a fate worse than death, he howled with a maddened rage internally. Sensing the wrath of Yi Tianqing, the 9 WRMS that were sprawled on the ground rose one after another and the steel reins on their bodies rattled. Roar! The 9 WRMS glared at Su Zimo murderously and let out an earth-shaking roar. Air currents surged and gravel flew. Many cultivators nearby felt the ground quake in a deafening manner and their minds trembled uncontrollably. When the 9 WIRMS were truly enraged, many cultivators realized that the largest WIRM in the middle was a mid-level fiend demon. It was equivalent to a void reversion. A pure-blooded ferocious beast that was a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Tianqing and was being controlled by it. How terrifying was Yi Tianqing's true strength? Yi Tianqing might not even have to do anything. Those 9 beasts alone are enough to sweep through everything. Many cultivators were secretly horrified. Against the threat of the 9 WIRMS, Su Zimo's expression did not change and he sat on the chair in a relaxed manner. He even casually picked up the teacup beside him and lowered his head to drink tea. Without any warning, one of the 9 maids beside Yi Tianqing suddenly moved. It was Yi Qi who had just killed someone in the mystic courtyard earlier on. Yi Qi's gaze was cold. With a flash, she arrived beside Su Zimo at an extremely fast speed with a murderous intent. Her sleeves shook gently. A dagger appeared and slashed towards Su Zimo's neck. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Her timing and angle were perfect. Su Zimo was drinking tea and was distracted. Furthermore, it was difficult for him to detect Yi Qi's approach from his angle. This assassination method was not inferior to Hidden Death Sect. The crowd fell into an uproar. Nobody expected that someone would dare to kill another person with 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords and 1,000 Crane Sects sect master present. Tao Lord Lan Yu frowned. Others might not be able to react, but given her cultivation and methods, she could naturally suppress the impending conflict if she wanted to. However, she chose to remain silent. This Mo Ling from 100 Refinement Sect who had appeared out of nowhere was truly annoying. Without any reputation, he wanted to become Tao partners with her proudest disciple with a mere connate perfected Lord Dermic weapon? What a joke! He was out of his mind. In this era, Chaos Essence Sect's fortune was heaven-defying and 2 paragons appeared out of nowhere, shocking both past and present. If she could get Leng Ro to become Tao companions with Yi Tianqing, Tao Lord Lan Yu believed that this would be a perfect outcome for 1,000 Crane Sect. If 1,000 Crane Sect could obtain the protection of Chaos Essence Sect, they would be able to extend their longevity by another 10,000 years at least. Right now, chaos had already broken out in Tianhuang mainland. If the 4 unorthodox groups did not have powerful super sects such as the Immortal and Buddhist sects to protect them, they might be destroyed and replaced. The current situation of 100 Refinement Sect was the best example. Dao Lord Lan Yu believed that she had made the right choice. Everything she did was for the sect. However, she had never considered Lung Ro's feelings. Lung Ro was her proudest disciple. Everything had to be under her control. She would not allow anything to go wrong. If Yi Qi could cripple Mo Ling cleanly, it would save her a lot of trouble without having to step in personally. Naturally, Mo Ling would be reduced to a joke. Dao Lord Lan Yu was expressionless and pondered for a moment without making any moves. Everything changed instantly within the courtyard. Under countless shocked gazes, Yi Qi had already arrived before Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo was still sitting on the chair with a teacup in his left hand. He was drinking tea with his head lowered, as though he did not notice or react at all. He's finished. Fufu, the tallest tree in the forest, will be destroyed by the wind. This man doesn't know what's good for him. He deserves to die here. Since Dao Lord Lan Yu hasn't made a move, it's clear that she's tacitly agreeing to this. Yi Qi's eyes shone coldly with a ferocious expression. She knew that Mo Ling was a dead man. Many hundred refinement sect cultivators were shocked and their reactions were a tad slower. Even Dao Bing Yu Ding's expression changed and his pupils constricted. He could only shout, "How dare you!" Even when the dagger was about to make contact with Su Zimo's neck, he did not even raise his head. Instead, he drank his tea and reached out with his right hand, casually pulling out the startling dermic sword beside him. Buzz! The sword quivered and the startling dermic sword shone with a blinding light in Su Zimo's hands. In a flash, it collided with the dagger. Cling! Clang! A series of metallic clashing sounds could be heard. Blood flashed. In her line of sight, Su Zimo waved his hand and slashed. Ripples appeared on the sword and the dagger in her hands was instantly minced into pieces and shot back. Poof! 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 The distance between the two of them was too close. The fragments of the dagger melted into Yi Qi's face and her essence spirit was destroyed on the spot. Yi Qi charged forward swiftly, but her retreat was even swifter. Thump! By the time Yi Qi landed heavily on the ground and rolled to Yi Tianqing's feet, she was already a mangled corpse with a disfigured face. At that moment, Su Zimo finally finished his tea and raised his head, putting down his teacup slowly. Dao Bing Yu Ding's "How dare you!" had just sounded completely. While drinking tea, Su Zimo killed someone with his sword. Everything happened fast but ended even faster. In the blink of an eye, the dust had settled. Yi Qi was dead. Not many people saw how Su Zimo attacked. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Qi was defeated. It was a startling sword strike. What a ruthless man. He killed such a beautiful woman without hesitation. It's normal for sword cultivators to be decisive in killing. However, when did such a powerful sword cultivator appear in 100 Refinement sect? Many cultivators discussed softly. Good sword. Perfected Lord Panglan laughed. Jian Wuzong's eyes were bloodshot as he grit his teeth. If not for my startling dermic sword, he wouldn't have been able to kill his opponent with a single slash. Jian Wuzong was not the only one who thought that way. Most of the cultivators present thought that the reason why the attack possessed such shocking might was because of the startling dermic sword that was a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon. Sword Sex Hang Chuyu narrowed his gaze and frowned in deep thought. He could tell. Even without the startling dermic sword, Yi Qi would not have been able to escape death either. Although the power of that attack was immense, there was something strange about that sword technique. It did not seem like a sword technique and gave him a sense of déjà vu. However, Mo Ling's attack was way too fast and the sword flash was fleeting. There was no chance for him to take a closer look. With the death of Yi Tianqing's maidservant, everyone realized that something major was about to happen. You have a death wish. Yi Tianqing stood up slowly, exuding a berserk aura that caused the entire mystic courtyard to tremble. Woo! Before Yi Tianqing did anything, Yi had already started playing her flute. The sound of the flute was bitter and pervasive, as though it could bore into everyone's consciousness and harm their essence spirits. Kill! Yi Er and Yi San, two maidservants, seemed unaffected by the sound of the flute. Instead, Their auras surged and they charged towards Su Zimo. Yi waved her sleeves and a shower of pink petals fell. Although the petals looked weak, they seemed to slice the void into pieces when they drifted over. Yi Wu held a feather fan and injected dermic powers. 5 dermic patterns shone on the fan. It was a perfect-grade perfected Lord dermic weapon. Even the maidservants of Yi Tiancheng used perfect dermic weapons. What are you guys doing? Trying to bully with numbers? On 100 Refinement Sect's side, Dao Bing Yuding and Nangong Ling led the group of cultivators. They stood up one after another, took out their dermic weapons and conjured hand seals. The Chaos Essence Sect cultivators stood out as well. The battle was about to begin. At this point, the situation was almost out of control. Frowning, Dao Lord Lan Yu had no choice but to step forward and stabilize the situation. If the situation were to develop and both parties were to fight, all the cultivators in the courtyard would be embroiled and no one would be spared. There would be no need for the Thousand Crane Tea Party to continue either. Thousand Crane Sect and Dao Lord Lan Yu would end up as jokes. That's enough. Dao Lord Lan Yu roared and released a tremendous pressure that enveloped down. Not only did her voice contain the power of a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord, it also contained a crane cry that instantly destroyed Yi Yi's flute. Yi Si's peach blossoms became motionless in midair. Be it the Primordial Chaos Sect or 100 Refinement Sect, the dermic arts of the cultivators were dispersed instantly, be it whether they were formed or in the midst of formation. The strength of a Dharma characteristic sect master was evident. This is Thousand Crane Sect, Dao Lord Lan Yu said slowly. It's the Thousand Crane Tea Party now. What are you guys trying to do? Do you have any regards for me as a sect master? Yi pointed at Su Zimo and said coldly. This person disregarded Thousand Crane Sect's rules and killed someone. He deserves to die. Bullshit. Little Fatty could not hold it in any longer and scolded. Young lass, you look fair and clean, but your heart is way too dirty. Are you guys being reasonable? Ru Xian sneered. That woman was the one who attacked first. Why can't we retaliate? Humph. She deserved her death. Let's put this matter aside for now. Dao Lord Lan Yu had a stern expression as she said in a deep voice. Settle the feud between you two at the Paragon fight. I won't step in at that time. The situation was finally stabilized with the intervention of Thousand Crane Sect's master. The Chaos Essence Sect and 100 Refinement Sect cultivators retreated. Suddenly, Yi Tiancheng burst into laughter. He looked at the group of 100 Refinement Sect cultivators and nodded slowly. Good, very good. 100 Refinement Sect sure has guts to dare to challenge Chaos Essence Sect now. Fufu. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, brother Yi. Ming Han shouted. After the weapon refinement competition, 100 Refinement Sect will be removed from the 4 unorthodox groups. All right. Yi Tiancheng glared at Su Zimo and said coldly, let's see how long more 100 Refinement Sect can protect you. Su Zimo smiled calmly. Yi Tiancheng had made a mistake. The reason why Su Zimo dared to confront Yi Tiancheng was not because of 100 Refinement Sect but because of himself. Dao Lord Lan Yu looked at Leng Ro. Go take part in the talisman battle first. As for your marriage? Pausing for a moment, Dao Lord Lan Yu glanced at Su Zimo and sneered. Since someone overestimates himself and wants to challenge Yi Tiancheng, we'll give him a chance when the Paragons fight. If Yi Tiancheng wins, Rower, you'll have to follow my arrangements. How about that? All right. Leng Ro agreed without hesitation. Even Dao Lord Lan Yu was stunned. Leng Ro's reply gave her a feeling that her disciple felt that there was no way Yi Tiancheng would win at all. How was that possible? Perfected Lord Lan Yu smiled and shook her head slightly. In her eyes, the only thing Mo Ling could win against Yi Tiancheng was his cultivation realm. However, for a monster incarnate like Yi Tiancheng, the difference between early and late-stage nascent souls was nothing much. Yi Tiancheng had even killed a void reversion before. Could it be that Mo Ling wanted to rely on the startling dermic sword? That was even more ridiculous. Dao Lord Lan Yu believed that Yi Tiancheng had connate perfected Lord dermic weapons as well. Furthermore, he definitely had more than one. Leng Ro's ready acceptance allowed the Thousand Crane Tea Party to continue on track. For some reason, Dao Lord Lan Yu felt that Lung Ro seemed to have changed into another person just now. Although Lung Ro still had an indifferent expression, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Dao Lord Lan Yu shook her head and stopped thinking about it. No matter what, the situation was still within her control. The interlude earlier was merely a hiccup. The tea party continued. As a cultivator sent out by Thousand Crane Sect, Lung Ro was ready to accept challenges from the various talisman masters of the Middle Continent. The talisman battle progressed even faster. The outcome was decided within an hour. Before the other talisman masters could refine their own talismans, Lung Ro had already refined a 9 Heavens Thunder talisman. The power of that talisman could challenge a peak nascent soul. In fact, even void reversions would have to be wary of it. When the other talisman masters saw that, they gave up and admitted defeat. Naturally, Lung Ro was conferred the title of Great Talisman Master and drank the supreme grade mystic tea. The weapon refinement battle came after the talisman battle. It was also the most important event of the Thousand Crane Tea Party.